HarperCollins presents Our Holiday by Louise Candlish. Read by Richard Attlee, Tom Babbage, Alex Dunmore, Lily Ann Lefkoe, Dawn Murphy, and George Naylor. Part 1. Chapter 1. Robbie. Monday, 28th of August, 7 p.m. This is going to sound completely mad, but a house is falling off the cliff. I mean, seriously, right in front of my eyes. It's up on the headland on Pine Ridge Road, the highest residential spot in town. The highest prices, too. Exclusive, swanky, famous Pine Ridge Road. Because if you didn't know it before this summer, you definitely will now, and that's partly down to yours truly. Robbie Jevons is the South Coast rock star of Zoomer activism. The Guardian, no less. So anyway, this house is literally sliding out from behind a tall green hedge and heading for the cliff edge. And the crazy thing is, I'm the only one who seems to be seeing it. I'm on my own in the dunes behind the stage, the beach to my left, village to my right, the headland a way off but in my direct line of sight. Everyone else has their backs to it as they watch the band. 1,000 people or more, all with these blissed-out looks on their faces like they're in the presence of, I don't know, Harry Styles or someone, not some random act from Weymouth doing old rock covers. Smoke on the water, I mean, come on. But no, houses don't move. They don't slide. I've smoked a bit of weed and had a few beers, so maybe I'm hallucinating. I'm kind of dazed from other activities too, but we won't go into that. To test myself, I look away, focus on a couple at the edge of the crowd. He's knee-deep in the sea, strong as a tree, the tattoos on his pecs gleaming like alligator skin. She's sitting on his shoulders, thighs clamping his neck, arms swaying from side to side to the music. I don't think I know them, but we're all mixed in together. Locals and blow-ins and day trippers. Today, like the message on the placard abandoned at my feet, no human is taboo. On the count of 10, I look up again, and fuck me if the front of the house isn't right over the cliff edge now, like one of those cantilevered balconies on the side of a block of flats, and it's definitely real. 1-story, wood-clad and slate-roofed, a row of windows shining gold in the dipping sun. Right behind it, visible through the hedge, a splint of bright yellow. I get to my feet and stagger down the dune and along the beach to where Shannon's dancing on the side of the stage. "Fire in the sky!" she chants, all loose-limbed and dreamy, and she reaches out to take my hand. "Robster, where have you been?" "Look!" I shout through the ear-splitting guitars. "Look what's happening up there." She swivels and follows my gaze, not knowing what she's seeing at first. But then the house jerks forward again, and she reacts. "What the fuck? We need to get help. Find one of the marshals or police." But it's too late for that. By the time they reach it, it'll be dust. At that exact moment the song ends, and through the applause we start to hear it. A demonic scraping and rumbling, plus the unmistakable throb of something mechanical. As everyone twists to look, the singer's voice comes over the sound system. "Shit! What's going on up there? Can someone try to—" He runs out of words, and into the first pure silence of the day, maybe of the summer, the house tips off the cliff and smashes into the sea.
Chapter 2. Charlotte. Earlier in August. It never got old. The first glimpse of heather as you exited the toll ferry. That blurred ribbon of mauve between the blonde of the beach and the bottle green of the pine ridge beyond. Busy admiring the way the hues had mellowed since her last visit, Charlotte failed to notice a figure step from the verge and hurl red liquid over their windscreen. "What the hell?" Perry braked and pulled sharply to the side of the road, causing Mango, their fox-red Labrador, to spring to attention in the boot. They climbed out, raising their sunglasses to get a clearer look at the culprit, a wiry young male now scurrying bucket in hand towards his cohorts gathered near the toll booth.
"Bloody better not be paint,"
Perry said, a flush spreading under his garden tan towards his hairline. "It's soup, I think." She extended a finger to touch it. It was disquietingly warm, almost body temperature. Or pizza sauce, maybe. It's quite thick. Passata?
Passata? Are they eco-warriors or something? Like those cretins who threw custard over the Rembrandt?
I think they're the Not Just for August crew. Charlotte craned for a better look at the group, most of whom were either masked or obscured by the signs they brandished. Signs with slogans like, "Holiday homes kill communities," "Go back, summer people." And yep, there it was. #NJFA.
"Hey! Stop!"
Perry cried, as an approaching Volvo received the same treatment, the liquid splashing into the driver's open window and provoking a furious roar. An old Ford Focus had been allowed to pass without interference, Charlotte saw, even though the telltale paraphernalia of the second homeowner was visible through its rear window. No one took a garden hose or an electric drill to a holiday rental, which suggested a grading system that lacked nuance. Energized by Perry's challenge, the group swarmed closer to chant directly into his face, "Local homes for local people! Local homes for local people!"
"Get off the road!"
he yelled. "Go back to London!"
"Fuck you!"
Perry ducked past them for the toll booth. He was not a tall man, and his heft was more marked from behind, arms jerking back and forth as he strode. Further back, car horns blared at the delay, upsetting Mango, and Charlotte opened the boot to calm her before locating a roll of kitchen towel and removing enough of the gloop to facilitate a safe onward progress. She nodded good-naturedly at a hovering protester who'd become separated from the pack and raised his placard like a shield. "Second home scum," she read. "That's not very welcoming, is it?" There'd been opposition to holiday homes in one form or another throughout the 15 years they'd owned Cliffview. But until recently, it had been a low-key fringe affair. Questions raised at council meetings, the occasional march along Old Beach Road and up Bird Lane, where the village's most photogenic cottages were situated. Features in The Voice highlighting the unfairness of key workers living in caravans while NIMBYs blocked plans for new housing estates. A presence, certainly, but it was not what you'd call a campaign. Not coordinated. Not militant as it was now. Not immediately associated with a single group. She had to admit that as rebrands went, this was an impressive one. Perry came stomping back, sweating.
"The guy's called the police. Wants us to hang around till they get here."
Charlotte pulled a face. "They'll be ages. Why don't I ring them on Monday, and they can just log it then?"
"If they even bother. Probably just give the little brats a pat on the back."
With a resettling of sunglasses and a clunking of doors, they pulled away again. During the entire episode, Charlotte's heart rate had not altered. It would have been different had they been travelling at 70 when the attack took place. But as it was, no real harm had been done. And just minutes away, Cliffview and her beloved nook, where this evening they'd drink rosé on the veranda and watch the neon sky dissolve into inky darkness. Then, in the month ahead, dips in the limpid waters of the old beach, snoozes in the pine-scented shade, walks with Mango on mirrored sands, and her tax consultancy work shrunk to a single client managed from the kitchen table. Oh, and Benedict arriving in a few hours' time. The first time they'd seen their son in 6 weeks. Pine Ridge paradise, basically. Wait, it's the 1st of August, isn't it? She remembered. Given the name of the protest group, it was no wonder they were out in force. Taken the day off from jobs that in all probability serviced the very people they'd come to harass. Had they begun as soon as the ferry service got underway at 7 a.m? If so, their antics would be all over social media by now. We obviously chose the wrong day to arrive.
Yes, unless they're going to do this every day for the entire month,
Perry said. He applied the wipers to dislodge more tomato smears.
And they call us scum.
Surprise, surprise. There were NJFA daubings on their white-painted front wall, in dripping red for a nice crime scene effect, and she took photos to submit to the police website, where they would no doubt languish unseen for all eternity. At least the walls of the house itself were untouched. Cliff View was one of 4 original clifftop properties built from local grey limestone and slate, and easily the best placed, with one aspect to Old Beach and one to open water. It was the largest, too, the 3 smaller ones belonging to, and unlikely to be released any time soon by, 2 other couples from London and 1 from Winchester. In between these originals was a collection of one-offs built as and when land from gardens had been sold off, including their direct neighbour, Villa Pino, a Sandbanks light edifice owned by Tim and Madeline of Twickenham. Thanks to their sensible decision to install railings rather than a wall, they tended to escape the vandal's paintbrush. Leaving Perry to unload the car, she took Mango for a little tour, reacquainting herself with the many period features: flagstone flooring, vaulted ceilings, huge inglenook fireplace. They're cleaner. Charlotte had always employed locals rather than using the housekeeper's agency and pool that most holiday homeowners favoured. Had been in to run the Hoover around and make the beds, which meant her only job was to slide up the sashes to let in the sea air. It was divine today, fresh and salty, almost astringent, curative. Next, she headed out back to check on the nook. Just a few feet from the public footpath, and defended only by a low wooden fence, their summer house was far more vulnerable to vandalism than the main house, not to mention more exposed to a potential audience. Walkers passed frequently along the mile-long path that linked Old Beach to Little Bay and the area's best hotel, the Needles. It was, everyone agreed, a treasure. Its 8 windows and stable door were glazed with antique leaded panes, and the lines of the slate roof designed to echo those of the main cottage. Both the cladding and veranda were painted the colour of summer cloud. She'd see pictures of it sometimes on social media, hashtagged Dreamhouse or hashtag Coastal Crib. But she wasn't possessive of its image. If you were on public view, you had to expect to share. Peering through the glass, she saw that the bed had been made up in here too, even though it was unlikely to be used this trip. Their only guests were Benedict and his new girlfriend, who'd be sleeping in the main house. She stood for a moment on the deck, positioning herself so that all she could see was sea and sky. Stainless, limitless. Like this, you could imagine yourself in a wartime vignette, looking out across the blue and contemplating the horrors in France. Thinking yourself, knowing yourself, to be one of the lucky ones. It certainly put the passata into perspective. "You stay here," she told Mango, closing the gate on her and taking the steps down to the beach, a somewhat hair-raising shortcut to the old part of the village that Perry predicted would soon be closed by the Health and Safety Brigade. No sign of trouble on the sands, only the familiar rows of buttercup yellow loungers and umbrellas for hire, a patchwork of towels and throws for everyone else. Parents smearing lotion on toddlers' faces while 20-somethings toasted inked skin. Could you still get cancer on skin tattooed with dragons? And others queued for the Aperol spritzes and locally churned gelatos served from attractive wooden counters. What else? Beach tennis, volleyball, that new ball game involving a mini trampoline. A cluster of smiley people in life jackets being briefed at the water's edge before a paddleboard lesson. Not an activist in sight. She was queuing at the deli on Old Beach Road when Amy messaged,
You've landed. Just saw Perry with his paintbrush. Anxious crying emoji. LMK, when you're free to play.
Free to play meant free to invite us over, or at least that was how it had been at Easter. Amy and Linus's first proper visit to their new retreat, a ramshackle bungalow unsuitable for even the most casual hosting. Neighbours in London, Charlotte and Amy had met almost a decade ago at the newfangled hot yoga studio on Lordship Lane that they'd both tried and quickly abandoned for the unheated original. And now here in Pine Ridge, they were going to be seeing more of each other than they did their own families. But, as Charlotte pointed out to Perry, you chose your friends, didn't you? She searched the shelves in vain for no-low options for Perry, who no longer drank, and hoped he'd remembered to bring his own stocks of Lucky Saint from London. She imagined him ranting to Amy about the ferry shenanigans. The Shaws had travelled down at the weekend, when it was still July, and likely been spared the mayhem, which was ironic because you had to assume they were part of the influx that had inspired the NJFA to up their game in the first place. Like other city folk, they'd only been reassessing their priorities when they'd bought a second home, reshaping their work-life balance following the COVID lockdown. But from down here, it had looked suspiciously like they'd taken advantage of suffering. It looked cruel. "Can I help?" said the girl at the till, who had fine gold-red hair and a distinctively English high colour. Did she share her fellow locals' anger? She looked so placid. A tag on her apron bore the name Shannon. "Hi, Shannon. Are you new?" "Been here nearly a year?" the girl said, her tone bright but impersonal. "Ah, well, it looks like it's going to be amazing weather for the next few weeks, doesn't it? Have you got any of that crab dip with the samphire? I couldn't see it in the chiller." "We're sold out. We've got the mackerel and horseradish, though." "I'm not so keen on that. Not to worry." The girl scanned her items. "That's 45.43. For a couple of dips and a box of cheese straws." Charlotte tapped her card with a grudging respect. For a community that harboured so many anti-wealth fanatics, there was some seriously good business sense on show.
"They're putting in a summer house," Perry said. "Disruption will be minimal."
Charlotte dumped the shopping inside and took a seat next to him at the terrace table. "Amy and Linus? Is that still hot?" She helped herself to coffee from the French press, even though she normally cut the caffeine at noon. It was Le Creuset, Marseille Blue, one of the items she associated so strongly with Pine Ridge, she could experience an almost erotic sensory lurch if she came upon it in John Lewis.
"It's a flat pack number that goes up in a few hours. If they can get it delivered quickly, they might even sleep in it this trip," she said. "Or let the kids. Huck's got a French exchange student coming, and one of their bedrooms has still got a boarded-up window, apparently."
"Linus hasn't got a clue about DIY, Charlotte said. "Maybe you could help him out."
"Maybe."
Perry was rather less keen on Linus than he was Amy, the two being on opposite sides of the current South London controversy involving low-traffic neighbourhoods and equally resistant to compromise. Other rivalries were at play too, Charlotte knew, with Linus's cycle insurance business taking off at exactly the same time as Perry had semi-retired, which was just the kind of hierarchical rupture Perry struggled with.
"Look, she sent me a pic."
Perry passed her his phone. "Well, that looks familiar," Charlotte said, studying the chalet-style edifice with its wraparound veranda and sloping slate roof.
"I know. Wait for this. She's going to call it the niche. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, I suppose."
Charlotte was untroubled by this. 8 years older than Amy, she had been happy with the tone set early and naturally in their warm, frank friendship. She shared her wisdom, and Amy received it. It would be churlish to resent her acting on it. In any case, the Shaw's new garden room could not be exactly like theirs, because the nook was a vintage treasure. a one-off salvaged from an estate in Sussex and restored by specialist craftsmen. Perry's and her phones now pinged in unison, and they tended to their notifications like surgeons on call. Hers was a new message from Amy, saying much the same as the first. "What time shall I say to come over?" she said, and Perry looked up, startled.
Who?
"Amy and Linus, of course." She cocked her head, intrigued. "Why? Who's your text from?" He pocketed his phone, holding her gaze in that unyielding, almost brazen way he did when he lied.
No one,
he said.
Chapter 3. Amy. Hi, Tim and Madeline. If you're here, I'd love to keep you in the loop about our building works. There shouldn't be too much disruption over August. Then we start properly in September. Pop round any time to discuss. Amy, the bungalow. Kiss. How much of life was spent in activities you knew to be futile, she wondered, posting her note through the stainless steel letterbox of Villa Pinot, the cool white new build that separated their bungalow from Cliff View. She'd continue to think of them as the people in between, long after she'd learned their names. Tim and Madeline Rickman. They only came in July, Charlotte said, adding that they'd moved to Southeast Asia for Tim's work, which had something to do with the evil oil industry and involved a fat, tax-free salary, and their kids' earlier school holidays meant they could avoid the British August bun fight. Nor did they choose to rent to holidaymakers while away, which was good in that there was no noise from partying groups or young families with screaming toddlers, and bad because second homes standing empty was the very reason for local antipathy. Back at the bungalow, she found her son, Huck, standing in the garden, mostly immobile, only his hands and feet twitching, as if he'd just been beamed there from the Starship Enterprise. "That's where it will go," she said. "Right where you're standing." He half-turned, reminding her that he'd recently grown a man's jaw and long bony nose. "What will?" "The niche, our new summer house." His lip curled. "Why are you calling it that?" "I just like it." She hoped Charlotte wouldn't think the name copycat and weird. She'd been on thesaurus.com and everything. "French for kennel," Huck said. "Really? I might put up a beware of the dog sign then, or get Julien to bring us one in French when he comes. What would that be?" "Attention au chien." "Your French has improved. Maybe you should think about doing it for A-level?" But this drew the same glower his sister produced whenever academic study was invoked. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Beatty at the window of her bedroom, changing her clothes. She did this constantly. As the girl pulled her top over her head, she turned, naked, to the glass. There was no one coming along the path, but still, Amy would need to have a word with her. With only the picket fence defending their rear garden from the public footpath, security was minimal. As Charlotte had explained, it was a straight choice between your privacy and the view, and since Pine Ridge was virtually crime-free, and they'd all bought the houses expressly for the view, it was a no-brainer. As if reading her mind, Huck advanced to the fence and eyed the water below, with an air of not quite believing it was there. They all did this, and presumably would continue to do so for months, maybe years, because it really wasn't something you could be blasé about. The sea, right there. A powerful force at your service. Even Linus agreed it was sensational, dismayed though he was that the path was too narrow to cycle. Both Huck and Beatty had declined his offer to go cycling this afternoon. When they were younger, they'd enjoyed this dedicated activity with Dad, but since he'd joined the cult of Strava and basically become deranged, what did Perry call them? Strav arseholes, that was it. He was on his own. His kid had travelled with them from London and was sharing space in the old garage with their DIY stores and general crap, which was a lot to ask of a space designed to hold one narrow 1960s car. She'd yet to figure out where everything was going to go when it was demolished at the end of August to create the access necessary for the build to begin. The council's rule that noisy construction work could not take place between the May and August bank holidays meant they could do very little before then, and were resigned to summering and virtual dilapidation. "They'll level the ground, won't they?" Huck said, turning. "I sincerely hope so, or it might slide off in the rain." "I was thinking, Huck, If it's up and ready by the time Julien comes, maybe one of you can sleep in it. I know it's a bit tight in the house. When Huck had stayed with his French counterpart earlier in the year, he'd been hosted in a historic property in Rennes. Not super grand, but it had certainly boasted a full complement of windows. Or you could camp out, she added. The French love camping, don't they? Huck made no reply. She patted the pouch of her dungarees for the tape measure she often carried, but found only a wad of leaflets she'd picked up from the doormat when they'd arrived. She added no junk mail sign to her mental list for the B&Q run tomorrow. Other than offers to trim hedging or clear guttering, most of the flyers involved calls to action against the very people they'd been delivered to, which struck Amy as another act of futility. Triple council tax for holiday homes. Sign the NJFA petition to stop second homes. In preparation for their month in the spotlight, the NJFA activists had left their mark on several of the front walls up and down the street, including Charlotte and Perry's. Poor things. Just awful to have to deal with graffiti on the first day of your summer holiday, not to mention that business at the ferry that Perry had told her about. They've stepped it up, he'd said. Got themselves a proper game plan. But if they think they can intimidate me, they've got another think coming. In its current state, the bungalow didn't attract the vandalism directed at the flashier holiday homes. Maybe that was why the flyers had been posted through their door. Hopes of a cuckoo in the nest, perhaps. A double agent right in the seat of privilege. She continued through the flyers. Join Citizens Against the Elite. Vote Vicky Marks for councillor if you want the DFLs out. She hadn't even known what DFL meant when she'd first seen it. Is that like do not resuscitate? She'd asked Charlotte, who had chuckled. They wish. No, it means down from London. But how could they get us out? I don't understand. They can't. Last time I checked, English councils can't actually seize a person's property. What they mean is no more. Cap the numbers. What, so me and Linus might be one of the last to be allowed to buy a house here? If they get their way, yes. They have a register of second homeowners, you know, like a sex offenders register, Perry says. Is that legal? I suppose it must be. It's a handy resource for the haters, anyway. Amy had overheard some of the haters talking in the Gull when she'd come down on her own in May to meet with the builders. A copy of The Voice had lain open on the table between the group. 4 of them, as they chatted, the headline visible, First-time buyers kicked off coastal property ladder. In Cornwall they say emmets, someone said in a briefing sort of tone. It means ants. What do you say? A second voice asked, evidently an out-of-towner. Grockles. Grockles? Yeah. Or cunts. They'd all howled with laughter. Charlotte had advised soon after that the Gull was best left to the locals. They had the beach bar till 7 p.m, or better still, the bar at the Needles, which was 5 minutes away by car, or a short stroll along the cliff-top path. Amy and Linus had gone there for lunch at Easter, and it was all golf buggies and kitchen gardens and yoga on a decked dais. A gorgeous stone pool lay between the manor house and the beach. A separate building housed a spa and gym, and the rooms looked sublime, palatial yet boho. Linus had made a quick mental calculation. With the stamp duty they'd paid on the bungalow, they could have spent 6 months in the hotel. But only in a standard room, he conceded. At the buzz of a text notification, Charlotte, drinks at the Nook at 6. Amy surfaced from her reverie and finally located the tape measure in her back pocket. Huck, could you do me a favour and hold the other end? Silence. She hadn't noticed that he'd sloped off. She opened the gate to the footpath and stepped out. Instantly she had the feeling that something was out of kilter, the path more exposed than the last time she'd stood on it. Had something been removed? A tree or an old fence post? The low wall of rocks looked the same, the grasses and what she thought might be samphire growing in between. To the right, just visible at the outermost point of the cliff's curve, was a concrete pillbox from the war. Huck! Huck! She peered over the edge and down to the water, half expecting to see her son clinging to the rock, or worse, bobbing lifeless in the water. Nothing. Just the sea, rolling and curling. An animal in a state of stress, frothing at the mouth.
Chapter 4. Tate. "Thought you'd be sat outside," Ellie said, entering the caravan's bedroom, or, more accurately, hovering in the doorway about 6 inches from the only piece of furniture, a mattress enclosed on 3 sides and plonked on top of a set of drawers that provided their main storage. "I was gaming." The console was on the duvet next to him. He'd been, for the last half hour, catatonic, just staring at the ceiling. "Right." She leaned across and flung open the curtains, her face creased with disapproval, as if it were a crime to close them, as if she were his mother, not his lover. "It got hot," he said, blinking. For a few hours a day, you had the double whammy of the sun beating down on the aluminium roof and streaming through thin windows, and it was all you could do not to bake like a spud. "Then go out," she snapped. "It smells rank in here." He eyed his girlfriend with wariness. Somewhere, beneath the almost nun-like severity of the high-necked overalls and pinned hair required by her employer, was the girl with sexy raven hair and wild eyes he'd lusted after and pursued the previous summer, who'd wanted only to please him. None of this moaning and criticising. Seeming to read his mind, she changed tack. "You weren't arrested, then?" He pulled himself up with a satisfying display of core strength. "No, just got a warning. I think the police agree with us, to be honest. Look at Ethan. Still in his mum's spare room." "Oh, I forgot he'd started his training. Was he there?" "Yeah. Looked about 12 in his uniform." "Wish I could have come." This was an ongoing frustration for Ellie. Though she helped NJFA behind the scenes, her boss at the Needles Spa would not take kindly to an employee being seen to attack their own clients. Not that it was the hotel guests they targeted, of course. It was the second home owners. But both groups arrived in high-end cars, and it wasn't easy to tell them apart. The compiling of a list of registration numbers was underway, complicated in its own way since a lot of these rich DFLs had second cars as well as second homes. All right for some. "How was work?" Following her into the living area, he saw how knackered she looked in the light. She'd come back for her lunch break, which she didn't get till 4 on Fridays and Saturdays because treatments ran back-to-back till 9 p.m. "Fine. Had this woman just now for a full body. She goes, 'It was much more vicious in the Thai spa I went to.' She kept saying that word. 'You can be more vicious, Ellie.'" "Hope you were." He slid onto the bench at the fold-down table and opened his tobacco tin to roll a smoke, thinking it had been a while since he'd felt her trained touch on his body. Weeks, maybe a month. Full body. The words made him shift on the bench seat. "Did you pick up the gas?" "Not yet. There's still enough for a shower," he said. Hoped. Running out of hot water mid-shower made a shit experience soul-destroying. Robbie's description. Robbie was a bit of a wordsmith. Alongside his job at the garage and role as leader of the NJFA, he was frequently asked to quote to media outlets covering the housing crisis. Hoping Ellie wouldn't start on about the laundrette, he'd failed in that task too, on account of not having the right coins, he dug in his pocket for a lighter. "Not in here," she said sharply. "I can't go back stinking of smoke." "I was going out." She had no choice but to submit to his touch as he eased by. It was impossible to give someone the cold shoulder in a space measuring 300 square feet. "Chill, babe." "Chill, babe?" she scoffed, less like his mother now and more like her own. "Are you listening to me?" That was Tracy's catchphrase as she henpecked Phil, who, sap that he was, gave every impression of getting off on the arrangement. Well, Tate didn't. "Don't say it," he thought. "Don't say it or I'll be out of here and you'll never see me again." Fine, so she'd be able to find him easily enough at work at the beach bar. Seeming once more to read his mind, Ellie settled on an instruction. "Get the gas while you're out, yeah?" Normally, he smoked at the white plastic table and chairs under their awning, but this time he felt the need to put some space between Ellie's mood and him. His own mood was harder to escape as he walked down Adventure Way. What adventure did they have in mind, the clowns who designed this place? Lined on both sides with the 50 or so tourers, occupied by a mix of summer workers, illegal permanents like them, and actual holiday makers, before turning onto the main gravel road through the site. Paradise Avenue. What a joke. On his left was the statics section, housing mainly older people, who would sit outside in their tiny decked squares, sometimes all day long, in the heat and dust, like there weren't beaches and dunes and meadows less than a mile away. They were noticeably friendlier to young locals like Ellie and him than they were to the seasonal workers, though the most hated group, according to Robbie and Shannon, who'd experienced the arrival of a 10-strong convoy in the neighbouring field earlier in the year, was the travellers. After a brief battle with the permanents, they'd moved on, leaving behind a ton of litter and shit. Tate was in range of the shower block and toilets now. Easier to go there than use their own chemical toilet, which involved yet another chore. And the office and shop, which was often closed and usually out of gas or whatever else it was you needed in a hurry. He'd drop in on his way back. He noticed how his legs knew how many paces there were between his van and the gate. How comfortable he was here now. Like this was it. Tragic. As if his body had stopped resisting, stopped striving. Even the NJFA stuff, he couldn't say what was in it for them, besides the political protest, the being on the right side of history. No more second homes? Fine, but if those properties were offered to the market as long-term lets, would their rents ever come down to anything near the £400 he and Ellie paid here? "We're paying it forward," Robbie said. "Doing it for the next generation." For all his knowledge of the facts and figures, and his own family history, which was totally, undeniably grim, Robbie retained a capacity for optimism. Speak of the devil, he was already at their favoured picnic table on the mound across the road from the entrance, smoking. The garage closed mid-afternoon on Saturdays. Yo. Yo. The choice of greeting was not so much ironic as ingrained. They'd been addressing each other like this for 2 decades. Ellie's dad called them Beavis and Butthead, which, if Tate could be bothered to take offence, which he could not, he would say was fucking rude. "They can't take this away from us," Robbie said, gesturing with his fag to the view of the sea, a thick band of blue curving south from Pine Ridge to Little Bay and beyond. "Well, they can," Tate said. "They could sell this land to some developer." No one would want to build a house 20 feet from a caravan park. "They could sell the whole park, push us back even further, back by the A road probably." "Someone's full of the joys," said Robbie, whose wry, knowing tone, he had no accent either, or at least it had been so neutralised as to no longer register to Tate's ear, contrasted with his dangerous bulldog looks. He slipped out his phone and began thumbing. "This'll cheer you up if you haven't seen it already." It was the video posted on social media of the morning's stunt. A 30-second clip of an Audi A8 crawling into range, then the sudden, shocking bloom of red. Brakes, angry voices. "What are you doing? You're a disgrace!" Then a voice Tate knew to be their mate Rio's. "No, you're the disgrace, twat!" A chorus of, "Not just for August! Not just for August!" "Golden," Tate said. Robbie was right. It did cheer him up. It also answered his question about what he got out of this. Tribal energy. The release of frustration. "How many cars did you get?" Robbie asked. "Oh, loads. This one bloke rolled down the window and got it in his face. What a loser. How was the garage? Any slashed tyres to sort?" This remained a preferred method of Crowland-based pressure group, citizens against the elite. There'd been a time, before Robbie turned a bunch of resentful barflies into a pressure group who understood realpolitik. Well, he understood it anyway, when it had been theirs too. But Robbie had seen that what got attention now was not rendering vehicles immobile, but throwing stuff at them, the brighter the better, and trying to get the video of it viral. In London, the Just Stop Oil people had just spray-painted the windows of a showroom full of Lamborghinis neon orange. It was all over the news. First rule of NJFA: no death threats. Not for them the stories coming from other coastal hotspots of councillors too intimidated to eat in local restaurants, or estate agents calling the police about suspicious packages slung on their doorsteps. As well as the food throwing, graffiti was acceptable, and stickering, yes, but not smashed windows or other destruction. No dog shit through letterboxes either. That was beneath them. Above all else, Robbie said, any act had to involve words. If the message wasn't evident, it was a wasted opportunity. They were laser-focused activists, not some rent-a-mob. Robbie pocketed his phone. Glancing up, he gave a low whistle. Look at this, mate. A tall, slim girl of about 20, maybe late teens, was strolling up the lane. She wore flared jeans, tight as a second skin on her thighs, and a tailored shirt with a psychedelic pattern unbuttoned low enough to give a glimpse of bra. Her hair was long and shiny, like someone had poured maple syrup over her shoulders, and her face was, well, now it came closer, it was lovely, dazzlingly lovely. It was perfect. Tate felt a whoosh of adrenaline and lust, possibly his favourite pairing of bodily sensations. But at the caravan park gates, the girl stopped and looked about her, and the dismay on her face as she clocked the sight punched him in the gut. This was how normal people reacted to this crap, low-grade place, to his home. Robbie seemed not to have noticed. He called down to her, all cheerful. You all right there? You look a bit lost.
I think I am, actually.
Posh voice, easy smile, straight teeth. Figured, some influencer staying at the Needles. Where you headed, the Needles?
Yes.
Maybe she was the chick who'd wanted the vicious massage. Tate felt a response in his groin at the thought. Sorry to have to break it to you, but this is about as far from there as you'll get, Robbie told her.
Really? But my mum...
She corrected herself.
I was told it was only 15 minutes away, and I've already been walking longer than that.
I meant aesthetically, Robbie said, smirking. Philosophically. Tate flicked him a look. He liked to do this, display his knowledge, his vocabulary. I might be a mechanic living in a caravan, but that doesn't mean I'm not educated. Tate, on the other hand, was the looker. It had been this way since the two of them were at school together. Smart cop, hot cop. He was aware that he needed to speak. If he didn't, she'd forever know him as Robbie's mute friend. Tell you what, you can check in here and we'll only charge you £10. Special rate for models. He gave her his best smile. Helpless, boyish, a touch of brooding. She blushed.
I'm not actually staying at the hotel. I just wanted to see what they've got there.
What they've got? They've got everything. His girlfriend works there, so he should know, Robbie said, with a hint of slyness only Tate would catch. Why did he have to go and say that? Robbie stepped towards her and gestured to the way she'd come. If you came up from the village and down Crowland Road past the meadow, you must have veered off to the right instead of keeping straight on. Go back down here, then take a sharp right. A few minutes down and you'll see the sign for Little Bay, and the hotel's right there.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
They watched her retreat. Her bum was incredible. Probably the best Tate had ever seen, and in his line of work, he'd seen thousands. When they turned back to each other, he gave his friend an unimpressed look. "What?" Robbie said. "You know what." "Horny bastard. She looks a bit young, do you think?" The caution in his voice was mild but unmissable. "Gorgeous, though. I'll give you that." "I'll give you that." The phrase struck Tate as profound, though he couldn't say why. But he sensed it then, within himself, the knowledge that he was going to do something this summer that he would almost certainly come to regret, and yet had absolutely no capacity to prevent. "She's a fucking goddess," he said.
Chapter 5. Charlotte. Benedict's taxi pulled up just as the first bottle of rosé was uncorked and plunged into the ice bucket, the unerring instinct of the student. They greeted him at the door with tight hugs. He smelled of the crowded Saturday train he'd arrived on, of clothes and hair in need of a wash, before turning to welcome the petite, dark-haired girl by his side.
"This," he said, and he paused for effect, "is Tabitha."
"It certainly is," she said, and the two of them dropped dusty, swollen backpacks to the floor with the air of wanting nothing more to do with them. "Hello, doggo," she added, spying Mango, who remained aloof, as she always did with newcomers. Tabitha, who was 2 years older than Benedict and about to start her master's at Bristol, had an intriguing sense of contradiction about her, Charlotte thought. An impish smile to soften the impact of a sharp, intelligent gaze. A well-cut playsuit of pink and silver vertical stripes, undermined by battered yellow Crocs. Fine white fingers sharpened with punky, dark green fingernails. She looked fragile, but Charlotte could already intuit was anything but. "Welcome to Cliff View. Benedict's been coming here since he was little." "He told me. It means a lot to him." She had an attractive voice, melodic and warm, as she complimented the sequence of cosy rooms she was now steered through, finishing in the kitchen with its view of their beautiful garden, of the ornamental grasses and rugged stone paths and slender pines, and, of course, the glittering water beyond. She turned to Benedict. "What trees are they?"
Pines. Pine Ridge, yeah?"
"Is this the ridge?"
"No, that's at the back of the village," Charlotte said. "You probably came the Beach Road way, did you? There's an upper road as well, over the ridge, but the pines are everywhere."
The students seized the glasses of rosé Perry handed them.
"Yay, bitch diesel," Benedict said. "You'll be drinking a lot of this while you're here, Tabs." "How was your drive down?"
he asked his father in that new adult way he did since leaving home. Sometimes it was hard not to feel wonder for what was natural, even mundane.
"Fine, until we got off the ferry," Perry said. "Then we met a load of troublemakers, or social justice warriors, as I believe they prefer to be known."
Benedict sniggered.
"Watch what you say, Dad. Tabs is one of those."
"I am," she agreed. "You're looking at the new chair of the Bristol Uni Progressive Society."
"Oh."
Perry's gaze narrowed.
"Were you one of the ones who tipped the Colston statue into the harbour during lockdown?"
"No. I was back at my mum's place then. We were online that year. Wish I had been, though. They were total legends."
"Where's your mum based, Tabitha?"
Charlotte asked. After she had replied, near Rutland Water, and yes, they had done the full circuit hike many times, though a disappointing portion of it was not on the water, Perry said,
"What issues are you interested in?"
as if the women's exchange had not taken place, and Charlotte had a sense of where this evening, this holiday, might be going. "I guess I'm drawn to anything to do with DEI," Tabitha said.
"That's diversity, equity and inclusion,"
Benedict translated.
"Thank you, darling," Charlotte said,
But I did just do some work for a protein drink brand whose MD is 35, an uber millennial, so rest assured I've been re-educated.
Hard to know how humanity managed its moral compass before millennials,
Perry said. I'm not sure it had one, Tabitha said with a glorious smile. Why don't you take your drinks down to the Nook? Charlotte said. I'll organise some snacks.
Good plan, Benedict said. Wait till you see it, Tabs. It's dope.
Are you coming, Mango? Tabitha cajoled, and the dog took a pace back.
Stranger danger, Benedict said, laughing. I hope this isn't one of those, tropes where the baddie has everyone fooled except the family pet.
I'll win her over, Tabitha said. The tide had that effervescent quality it sometimes did, rousing in Charlotte a false sense of camaraderie as she approached the summer house, as if it were rallying expressly to support her, and not simply going about its business as a deadly expanse dominating most of the Earth's surface. Interesting that she should already feel in need of support. The tray of nibbles heavy in her hands, she arrived on the veranda just in time to catch Perry's defensive growl in response to something Benedict was saying. She was going to have to remind him to go easy on the youngsters, especially Tabitha. Benedict was, after all, smitten with the girl. In every conversation they'd had this last term, however brief, he'd brought up her name.
Are you, Dad? He teased. I bet you are.
Bet he's what? Charlotte said. The deck was deep, the rattan seating arranged in a sea-facing crescent around a narrow driftwood table, upon which she now placed the various bowls and plates before settling next to Perry. Their son, taller than both of his parents, was on the sofa, his outstretched legs a tripping hazard, and Tabitha sat next to him, cross-legged, barefoot. Her toenails were the same green as her fingernails.
Trolling Sadiq Khan on Twitter,
Benedict replied, scooping baba ganoush with a breadstick and crunching down on it. Perry placed his phone face down on the table.
I admit he's top of my list of public servants I'd like to send to the tower. But no, I wasn't trolling anyone, just having a quick shufti.
He began rolling up his shirt sleeves.
Wait, can I still use that word? Is that cultural appropriation? Just quaint boomer slang, Dad. I told you he was addicted,
Benedict added to Tabitha. Charlotte had looked at Perry's feed once or twice to see what kind of thing he posted, and his echo chamber appeared to be one of motorists who despised cyclists.
For fuck's sake, are there any boroughs left in London where you can still drive at 30?
This is discrimination, pure and simple. Cyclists should pay road tax as well. No exemptions.
At Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, you are a hypocrite. And a bellend.
Still, at least he wasn't going to be stopped for drunk driving.
What's that white on your elbow, Dad?
Perry rubbed at it. He bit his nails, and so wouldn't be able to pick it off easily.
Oh, it's just a bit of paint.
He's been covering over the latest hate, Charlotte said, explaining to Tabitha. Every time we come down now, there's graffiti on the front wall.
Who by? The same people who were at the ferry?
Benedict lifted the bowl of olives and balanced it on the arm of the sofa.
What did they write?
NJFA, short for Not Just for August. That's their name now, meaning a house is for life, not just for August. You know, she told Tabitha, as in a puppy is for life, not just for Christmas. Oh, right. That's quite clever, Tabitha said.
If you consider criminal damage clever,
Perry said with a visible clench, and Tabitha pulled herself upright, the wine in her glass sloshing. No, it's just, from their point of view, it's justified, isn't it? It must be terrible to see outsiders buy these amazing houses in your hometown and only use them in the summer, when you can't afford one to live in all year round.
Sure, Perry said. I feel the same when I walk through Kensington and Belgravia. No one there from 1 month to the next. That's my hometown. But I don't daub obscenities on their wall because they can afford it and I can't. I go back to my own less valuable home and get on with my day.
Okay. Tabitha's expression remained agreeable. But your home is, I don't know, a really nice place in Dulwich? She turned to Benedict for confirmation, and he nodded, still munching. Eager fingers caressed the back of her neck, and Charlotte imagined them depositing flecks of dip in the girl's hair. He'd always been a finger-licker, Benedict. Both father and son had an oral fixation, which was not a pleasant thought. Their home might be someone's living room floor, Tabitha continued earnestly. Maybe even a tent. Charlotte focused on the sky, on the fluorescent blue that preceded sunset. A single bird moving across it. A hobby, perhaps. Bird life in August was sparse, most skulking in the trees before waiting to migrate.
So, what do you suggest? Perry said. That we swap? I can assure you, they'll take one look at the running costs of this place and beg to have their tent back.
Then maybe the running costs could be part of the deal, Tabitha said, with the air of being happy to run with a good idea when she heard one.
What deal is that? Can't I just fund the system that pays their benefits like I always have, with my decades of higher rate tax?
Before Benedict could rile him by pointing out that he currently paid no income tax at all, Charlotte intervened. The locals aren't on benefits, Perry. They work incredibly hard, in tourism, for example, making our holidays more enjoyable. But it was too late. Perry had hit his stride.
Levelling down. That's what you young people seem to want. Here's a question for you. Who was it who said the problem with socialism is that sooner or later you run out of other people's money to spend?
Benedict shot Tabitha a look of comic long-suffering.
Churchill? Nope. Orwell?
Orwell was a socialist, Charlotte said, though he was alert to the corruptive nature of all types of power, obviously. She wished she hadn't added the obviously, when Tabitha looked like she might not know who Orwell was, much less what he'd been alert to. This should have beggared belief, but sadly did not with this generation. The girl had not, after all, been able to identify a pine tree.
It was Thatcher.
Perry spoke with excessive satisfaction, and Charlotte read the looks Benedict and Tabitha now exchanged. Is our whole holiday going to be like this? Hers.
I did warn you.
His. And even though the interpretation was entirely her own, she couldn't help feeling a little betrayed by her son.
Right. Thatcher. Okay.
With an air of magnanimity, Benedict helped himself to more wine, and Charlotte was pleased when Perry let the debate end there. They were going to need to find some other topics of conversation as afore, because going at it hammer and tongs on the culture wars was not how she intended spending her precious holiday with her only child. Meanwhile, let the youngsters share their outrage at the wealth hoarders while drinking £20 rosé, supplied by said group. They were students. It would be far worse if they were hard-hearted, dreaming of boots stamping on a human face forever. Congratulating herself for remembering a quote she'd committed to memory over 30 years ago, she peered up the footpath and wondered what was keeping Amy and Linus.
Chapter 6. Amy. "Guys!" she yelled. "Time to go!" Beatty appeared first, coming out of her bedroom and making a big song and dance about checking the soles of her feet for splinters. Though Amy had laid out a crazy paving of cheap rugs where the previous owner's carpet had been pulled up, they slipped easily out of place. "Can you not shout, Mum?" she said, her face displeased. "Like we're in the world's smallest house?" "Hardly." Amy watched her daughter put on a pair of sandals she'd not seen before, ancient Greek style, with braided gold straps. "And be careful who you say that kind of thing to around here. It could sound a bit tone-deaf." Why? Who would want to live here? I'm getting total condemned building vibes. In a disappointing reversal of her original position as Amy's chief ally when renovation plans were first discussed, Beatty had developed misgivings when confronted with the reality of staying in the before model. There was no way she was inviting her friends here, she'd declared on arrival, having initially liked the notion of bringing them to hang out on the beach after dark with the local talent. Italy would have been better, obviously, because Italian boys were so fucking hot. But yeah, it'd be sick, or fire, or whatever the latest import was. It was all an act, her dumb Love Island thing. She was an A-star student, an academic scholar at her academic school. At first it had irritated Amy, but Charlotte had advised a different approach. As long as her grades didn't slip, let her try out these different personas. In the end, it was only clothes, makeup, language. It wasn't her soul. It still ranked as one of the best days of Amy's life when the scholarship offer from Spencer had come through and they were able to share the news with their circle, exchanging shining, prideful looks with the fellow successful and groans of commiseration with those whose children had not made the cut. "I knew she'd get in," she'd said to Linus. "She always makes really bold eye contact with authority figures. They love that in a candidate." Sometimes Amy felt embarrassed by how unquestioningly she'd bought into the Spencer cult in those early days. There'd been, she realised, a lack of self-awareness on her part. A renewed focus on her own work as an administrator had helped her restore a sense of balance, albeit now paused, on account of her project management duties down here. Gradually, she'd learned to give Beatty the space to develop. Into what? Best not to think about it. With Huck, who went to the local comp, she was just glad to see him leave vaguely on time in the morning and come back in the afternoon the same gender. "How was your wander?" she asked. "Did you pick up the treatment list from the Needles Spa?" It had been her idea that Beatty should go and take a look at the hotel, to satisfy herself that there were plenty of glamorous, structurally sound places to retreat to in Pine Ridge. "No, I didn't even get there. I took a wrong turn." "But it's a straight road." "I know, but it kind of forked off and I wasn't concentrating. I ended up by a caravan site, maybe?" It was hard to see how there might be any doubt. "Up near the ridge? That's Golden Sands Park. I think Charlotte said some of the summer workers live there." "Well, we can check out the hotel tomorrow, if you like." But the mere inference of a mother-daughter expedition was enough to silence the girl. Never commit. That was Beatty's motto, which was ironic because the motto of her school was always commit. At least she was ready to leave for the Tuckers, done up to the nines in the knock-off designer gear she'd recently adopted. The 70s jeans, shirt, and grey-framed sunglasses propped on her head were all fake high-end labels. But when you were 17 and gorgeous, you didn't need the real thing. She'd looked just as good in her previous incarnation, a kind of ironic granny chic that had involved penny-pinching thrifting on her part and expensive dry cleaning on Amy's. "Boys!" Amy advanced through the ramshackle kitchen and took a bottle of wine from the fridge. "Here, miss," Linus said, arriving just ahead of Huck. Both had showered, nut-brown hair combed, pale skin newly charred. Unlike Beatty, both were underdressed to the point of downright disrespect. Huck in the same shapeless clothes he travelled in and made dusty, schlepping around the garden. Linus in fraying shorts and a T-shirt pasted to his back. It made Amy feel a bit squeamish to see the muscles and sinews bulging in his oversized cyclist's calves. "I was thinking," she said, "why don't you ask Perry if he wants to go on a bike ride with you?" "You're having a laugh, aren't you? There's more chance of hail freezing over than him saying yes to that." Owing to his mild delivery, with its trace of a Scots accent, Linus had the ability to present the steeliest of criticism as gentle fun-poking. "I just thought it might be nice if you did some activities together." She and Charlotte had agreed this first summer together offered an excellent opportunity for the men to bond. Besides drinking. "Why? He's fine with that," I thought. I didn't mean him. Perry, a reformed alcoholic, had been more than fine on the occasions they'd had dinner together in Dulwich. Sometimes, when a debate was raging, Amy suspected him of goading the less clear-eyed. "I was thinking about us, actually. We're here for more than 4 weeks. I don't want to booze every night." "Really?" Linus said. I'd do. As they approached the beautiful corner plot of cliff view, the nook resplendent on the near side, Amy wondered why it was that she always thought of the house as Charlotte's, as if some old money inheritance had paid for it, and not Perry's bonuses from his years in the city. In any case, though the house was 10 times grander and more comfortable than their bungalow, the Tuckers had paid less for it than they had theirs. No point being galled. They'd all benefited from soaring house prices in London. Respect to the Pine Ridge pioneers, that was Amy's attitude. "You're here!" Charlotte cried in imperial holiday mode, her expensively streaked bob freshly tousled, yoga slim waist accentuated by the smocked bodice of a floral print dress. Designer, no doubt. She worked her Net-a-Porter loyalty card hard. She made introductions for the benefit of the slight, pretty girl cosied up to Benedict, and Amy, Huck and Beatty squeezed into the remaining seats. Linus stayed standing, however, his back to the railing and the sea, as if he didn't intend staying long. "Heard about Passatagate?" he said to Perry. "Let's not confer a grandeur on the episode it doesn't warrant," Perry said. "What would you call it then?" "I'd call it infantile nonsense. I blame Greta Thunberg for all this food throwing. It's tantrums, basically. I mean, why in God's name would you want a teenager as the leader of a global movement?" "I agree," Charlotte said. "What about Roger Federer, now he's retired?" "No, wait, hasn't he got a private jet? He'd have to give that up." "Not at all. Hypocrisy is overlooked, if not actively encouraged." This was standard Tucker banter, but Amy could tell Linus was going to play it straight, to rile Perry. "It wasn't about the climate, though, was it? This protest at the ferry?" "No, it was about HHH, Perry said, casting a glance at Benedict's new girlfriend. Holiday home hostility, for those unaware of the phenomenon. "You need to drive down in your Peugeot," Linus said. "Range Rovers are always targets. Can't think why." Amy sent him a warning look before turning to Tabitha. "Tell us all about uni. Beatty's about to apply. We'd love your advice." "What subjects are you thinking of doing?" Tabitha asked Beatty. "Maybe economics or business studies?" "I thought you wanted to do natural sciences," Amy said, and Beatty just flicked her hand at her, as if it were none of her business. "I didn't decide until I was literally filling in the UCAS form," Tabitha said kindly. "Like, how are you supposed to know at 17 how you want to spend your time, even a year later?" 100%, Beatty agreed. Amy had long given up campaigning for the reintroduction of the word yes into her daughter's vocabulary. The way she arranged herself, one arm hooked around a weathered wooden post, the dusk sky behind her, she looked like a starlet magnanimously opening her home to Architectural Digest. Her mind wandered to their own summer house. She'd offered it to Huck, or his exchange student, but maybe she and Linus could sleep there. Let the kids have the 2 habitable bedrooms in the bungalow, and make the niche a kind of love nest. Would Linus go for that? Watching his eyes flash as he described to Perry and Benedict the episode in which he'd been knocked off his bike by a rogue cockapoo, resulting in his threat to report the animal to the police, it felt less a stretch than a full-blown Disney fantasy. And since Perry was not only a cyclist hater, but also a dog fanatic, this was not a story to charm his host. Mango, possibly the most handsome animal she'd seen in her life, lay under her master's chair with outstretched legs and bent elbows, watching the cliff path for intruders. She tuned back into the girls' conversation. Tabitha was talking now of her extracurricular pursuits at Bristol, recommending societies, recalling the past year's protests. She had a lovely natural look, Amy thought. Pale skin with a pretty pink flush, navy blue eyes with feathery lashes. "You don't have these crazy false eyelashes all the girls have, Tabitha?" she said, when the girl drew breath. "Mum, don't be judgy," Beatty said. "I've got hypersensitive skin," Tabitha said. "I actually think they look really great, though." "I'm quite tempted myself," Amy said. "Mine are stubs." "They look stupid on you," Beatty said. "They're not for old people." Amy felt no hurt, or at least countered the hurt with the reminder that to declare it only fueled the teen's appetite to punish harder. Better to focus on the fact that Huck was laughing with Benedict. Actually, really laughing. She wished her two had had more of Benedict's influence these last years. But since the advent of exam season, first his, now Beattie's, the families had rarely come together like this in London. All the more reason to celebrate this new era. "That's not what I said," Perry objected on her other side, sounding far from celebratory. "Course I'm in. Looks piss easy." "We're going to get paddleboarding lessons together," Linus told her, with a mischievous smirk. "Me, Perry and the boys. A nice shared activity." "Oh, great." She couldn't help wishing the one he'd chosen did not involve taking Huck out to sea. He was not as strong a swimmer as his father. "I want to come," Tabitha said, but Benedict overruled her. "Just the boys." "That's exclusionary." "Not exclusionary, exclusive," Perry corrected her, in a tone that struck Amy as a little sharp. "I don't see why men shouldn't be entitled to a safe space like every other group." "What, the middle of the English Channel?" Charlotte said, hooting. "They're welcome to it, aren't they, girls?" Tabitha gave a surprisingly girlish giggle. Beattie laughed her sardonic drain laugh, a nice girl, acting mean. And Charlotte began telling them about the history of Cliff View, how it used to have a garden twice this size, until the previous owners sold half the land, and a generation later, the Rickmans bought it and built Villa Pino. "It's very nice inside, quite understated and Scandi. They're out of the UK, so you won't meet them this time." "They must be able to charge a fortune on Airbnb," Tabitha said, which made Amy think of her own bullish financial projections for the bungalow. "Oh, they don't do holiday lets," Charlotte said. "Why not?" "They don't want the hassle." "A choice they are fully entitled to make," Perry put in. "So you think their place will be empty for the rest of the year?" Amy said. "Why?" Charlotte chuckled. "Thinking of asking if you can rent it while you do your building work?" "Over my dead body," Linus said before Amy could answer. "We're already paying for 2 houses. No way are we paying for a third." It was almost dark by the time they left. Dim enough for them to have to pay attention to their footing on the rough path back to the bungalow, their steps inaudible thanks to the noisy slosh of the full tide below. Lights inched across the horizon. A ferry, Amy guessed, bound for France or the Channel Islands. As they passed Villa Pino, it occurred to her what the weird sensation she'd felt earlier might have been, when she checked Huck hadn't fallen over the edge. Because she was having it again now, fainter this time, but definitely the same strain of anxiety. It wasn't the feeling of something bad having happened, of someone having slipped or fallen. It was more a sensing of inaction, a cold, deliberate stillness. The feeling of being watched.
Chapter 7. Robbie. Monday, 28th of August, 7:10 p.m. Instantly, people are yelling to each other in panic, running barefoot, shoes snatched up or abandoned. Some are even shielding their kids with their bodies, like a plane just broke up in mid-air and an engine's about to smack down and make a crater of them and their family. This seems like a bit of an overreaction, if you ask me. I mean, I'm the one who's going to be in the firing line for this, not any of them. "I think they think the cliff's collapsing," I tell Shannon, and we stay where we are for a minute and just watch the spot where the house went in, where an almighty fountain exploded from the water. It's actually kind of satisfying, the way the sea jumps and sloshes as it rearranges itself around this new entity. A ship gone down, a dog swallowing a treat. In a second, there'll be a bigger wave than usual on the shore. Then there's going to be smashed glass washing up, timber, tiles, furniture, God knows what else. I'll have to close the beach and clean up. "I can't believe this, Robbie." Shannon cast me a fearful look, an out-of-her-depth kind of look. "That's right where we were the other night." "I know. Up goes Plod, look." One of the police officers working the festival is taking the steps up to the cliff path, his high-vis jacket vivid against the dark rock, while a second positions himself at the foot of the steps, presumably to bar entry to gawkers. There are more of them than in previous years. They've been expecting something, some climactic hijinks. They just didn't know what. And now they'll think this is it. "Can't see anyone else rushing up," You think the owners would be up there like a shot. Right. Where are they? Shannon doesn't question the assumption that the owners must be here on the beach. August Bank Holiday Monday, great weather, a festival for all the family. This is the Pine Ridge experience. Unless they've already gone for dinner. Sounds about right. They hung around long enough to judge, correctly, that the band was crap and hightailed over to the Needles for a last lobster burger and thrice-cooked truffle fries or whatever they serve down there, before hitting the road back to London first thing tomorrow. Because they're DFLs, of course. Even if we hadn't had the interaction with the Pine Ridge Road residents that we have, we all know what they are. A voice that isn't the singer's comes over the system. I'm very sorry to advise you that for health and safety reasons we need to end the festival early. We apologise for any disappointment this causes. Please be patient exiting the car park. There's a hideous screech of feedback, and then the mic cuts out. After that, the band starts packing up, and the remains of the crowd start making their way to the car park and bus stops. Looks like the bar's stopped serving. Pints left on the tables half drunk or dropped on the sand. There's no sign of Tate, so he must be out back or, not ideal, on his break. Just so long as someone can vouch for him. I fish my phone from my pocket and put in a call to him, but it goes straight to voicemail. Let's go to the Gull, I say to Shannon. I'll see if the others are around. Rio was here a minute ago, wasn't he? As we head over the dunes towards Old Beach Road, I look back across the beach and notice a new arrival at the foot of the cliff steps. Young, female, up on tiptoes as she cranes over the shoulder of the officer. Even from this distance, you can see how self-assured she is, how determined. I know who she is, of course. She's been a presence this summer. She's been a presence today. By the way, your flies are undone, Shannon says. You didn't piss in the dunes, did you? That's so gross. I zip myself up. The flush in my face is purely from the alcohol. I swear. Seriously, I tell her. You don't want to know.
Chapter 8. Charlotte. Earlier in August. As Beatty Shaw got to her feet and began flicking grains of sand off her long bare thighs, Charlotte thought of that old Stranglers song about beaches and peaches, because there was not a male eye in range that did not swivel in the girl's direction. She'd been in jeans and a long-sleeved top the previous evening, and it was only now she wore a swimsuit that you could fully appreciate her metamorphosis. When it had taken place, Charlotte wasn't quite sure, for Beatty had been absent for most of Easter, away on a school trip, and in any case, it had been too cold for swimwear. But last summer, when the Shaws had rented a cottage on Bird Lane, she'd been fleshier, paler, draped in oversized hoodies even when on the beach. Now she was the product of regular gym workouts, fake tan of some sort, high quality, no smears, and wore an extraordinary plunging black halter-neck swimsuit with a hornbuckle at the waist. Her honey-coloured hair was partly pinned on her head, partly loose on her shoulders, with cute bleached tails. Truly it was like Bardot had rocked up in Pine Ridge. What must Amy think? What must Linus think? Well, nothing right now, since they'd driven on this glorious August afternoon to the B&Q in Bournemouth. Charlotte remembered those early months, years really, of holiday home-owning. Everyone assumed you were sitting at the water's edge, shucking oysters and knocking back the bubbles, when in reality you were standing in the queue of a DIY superstore or plumber's merchant, wondering where you were going to find the washer you needed to fit the shower, since they'd inconveniently sold out and didn't have the first idea when it would be back in stock. I love your sunglasses, Beatty, she said. Can I try them on? Sure. The girl handed them to her. They had large amber lenses and a fine, well-crafted feel to the frames, and said how nice they looked on her, even as Perry laughed out loud.
You look like you're in some 70s Amdram production.
What's Amdram? Beatty said, and Charlotte explained.
2 generations divided by a common language,
Perry quipped, which meant nothing to Beatty either. She took back her shades and picked her way across the sand to the water. As she entered the shallows, famously clear, Caribbean placid, there was something very sensuous about the way she put one foot in front of the other, as if savouring the drag of the water on her shins. Really, the cut of that swimsuit at the back was stunning, contriving somehow to extend the girl's legs while preserving her modesty. Too many other women, and God forbid men, were wearing thongs this summer.
What's stunning?
She turned at the sound of Benedict's voice behind her. She hadn't realised she'd spoken out loud, and looked across her husband's prone figure towards the 2 students. Benedict was on his front, Tabitha her back, her head propped up on a wedge-shaped inflatable. Their legs were intertwined, Benedict's longer limbs overshooting the beach blanket, his bony toes digging into the sand.
Beatty's swimsuit, she said.
It's fake designer, Tabitha said. She gets stuff online from Vietnam. She's going to send me the link. She seemed to catch herself, presumably realising that consuming counterfeit fashion was a little unethical for someone with her credentials. Charlotte vaguely remembered seeing an article about students marching in protest down Counterfeit Alley in Manchester, or wherever it was.
Wouldn't mind having a look myself. Honestly, she looks just like that famous Vogue shoot with Jerry Hall.
Who's Jerry Hall? She suppressed a sigh. Clearly this holiday was going to involve a fair bit of explaining cultural references to the Zoomers.
You know, the model. Tall and blonde and Texan. Married to Mick Jagger and Rupert Murdoch. Maybe someone else as well, actually. Not all at the same time. That would be polygamy. Polyandry, when it's a woman who's doing it, Perry said. Well, she's got an amazing wardrobe, that's for sure. I only ever see her in her school uniform at home.
Beatty was submerged now, a bobbing golden head in the glitter. Not far beyond her, a jet ski was weaving through the yellow buoys, treating them like slalom poles. It was far too close to the swimmers. At the lifeguard station, 2 guards chatted, necks bent over a phone. There'd be a horrible accident if they didn't watch out, Charlotte thought. Banned on Old Beach, but hired out from other centres on the coast, jet skis were, in her view, a menace.
What's the subject of your masters, Tabitha? She asked, regretting the question even before learning the answer, which had something to do with the persecution of non-binary groups in North Korea.
She didn't blame Perry for draping his forearm over his face, his hand covering the ear closest to their guest.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing there, she said.
I wouldn't call it a thing, Tabitha said. She was extremely precise about language, Charlotte had noticed. The problem of inherited gender roles is a lived experience across the globe.
You don't plan on going out there, do you? To do your research? It is possible, isn't it, if you get on one of those government-sanctioned tours?
Maybe. I'll probably just reach out online, Tabitha said. It's terrible how people don't care, she added, casting her gaze beyond their own group, not so much critical as wounded. Benedict gave her arm a little squeeze. Just so long as he didn't book himself a flight to Pyongyang, Charlotte thought. She was starting to wonder about an Aperol from the beach bar, but she tried to avoid daytime drinking in support of Perry. She admired his sobriety. Of course she did. She depended on it, knew how hard it had been to achieve and continued to be to sustain. And yet there were times when she secretly admitted to herself that he was a less appealing playmate for it. A bit diminished. Shameful, but true. Voices carried from the shore, posh London ones, a mum and a dad. "Move your arms, darling. That's it."
"Well done, Isabel."
Look at your sister swimming. Isn't she clever? Clever, Isabel.
She's going to be in the Olympics one day.
Had she and Perry been this emphatic, this public in their praise of Benedict? She was fairly confident they had not. Certainly not as a couple, anyway. Perry, if he'd been there at all, had been on his Nokia or BlackBerry or whatever the device du jour had been back in the noughties. Beer in hand or something stronger, leaving Charlotte to do the heavy lifting. Not that she minded particularly. The problem with men being involved in things was the positive reinforcement they required. Just children by another name. She felt the tickle of hot sand on her legs as Benedict and Tabitha tripped past her to join Beatty in the water.
Pity the poor North Koreans, Perry groaned. How long's she staying? Do we know?
Charlotte checked that Huck was safely out of earshot. He had earbuds in, and his head nodded gently to music, before replying. At least 2 weeks, I think. Their plans are fluid.
I bet they are.
She's harmless, Charlotte said. Let's not fall out with them, Perry. We can save our outmoded views for when we're on our own.
Outmoded?
He scoffed, and removed his sun hat to reveal a band of sweat-dampened hair.
I notice our bank account's current enough.
Ha! As Perry flopped back, Charlotte stood to adjust her parasol. The sun was fierce, and there was not the breeze they got up on the headland. Before resettling with her book, she reached to touch the sarong Beatty had left on her towel in a jewel-coloured pool. Expecting to feel something cheap and synthetic, she was surprised to find it was pure silk, and as beautifully stitched as a made-to-measure wedding gown, which made no sense at all. She scooped up her phone and took a picture of the label.
Chapter 9. Amy. Settling in the hollow where the top of the cliff steps met the barrier of granite chunks that protected pedestrians from the drop, she pinched the screen of her phone and zoomed in as closely as the camera app would allow. She wasn't the type to spy on her teenagers, God no, but occasionally she burned with the primitive need to know they were still alive. Maybe it was to do with that weird turn she'd had last night. It had occurred to her on waking that there might be an obvious explanation for this feeling of being watched. The Rickmans might have let Villa Pino after all, and one of the occupants been standing at the window. But when she tried the bell that morning, there'd been, once again, no response. The windows had plantation shutters, so it was impossible to peer in. The scene on the beach looked innocent enough. The couples on the posh yellow hire loungers, some sharing with toddlers in sunsuits and hats. Elsewhere, round-bellied, spindly-armed older men and their younger counterparts, with the reverse, narrow waists and bulked-up arms. The middle-aged women in impressive nick, their daughters lean and lovely, except for their terrible tattoos. Tattoos were Amy's greatest parenting fear, bordering on a phobia. She'd Googled it and found it was called tattooisophobia, which sounded made up, to the extent that she could no longer watch dramas involving Yakuza or look at those photos of prisoners in El Salvador's mega-prisons. The breeze blew a strand of pale hair over the camera, and she tucked it behind her ear. Ah, there was Charlotte, stretched out on a lounger in a blue swimsuit and straw Panama hat, hardback novel propped on her bent knee. And Huck, only half parked on a ruched-up towel, relaxing with his music. She hoped it wasn't grime, like the vile song she'd heard coming from his room about Maine hoes sucking elephants, or whatever it was. Linus had to have a word. It had been the effect on Huck when they'd first come to Pine Ridge for a weekend with Charlotte that had led Amy to set up the alert for the Coastal Home Agency and the other property sites. Withdrawn and sullen for the whole of Year 9, he'd been relaxed and cooperative during their stay, with significantly fewer disaster documentaries consumed. A subsequent 10-day stay in an Airbnb on Bird Lane had elicited a similar boost to his mood. Once the decision about the holiday home had been made, there had been quite a wait for a property to come up. Agents were getting thousands of calls a day, the media reported, sharp-elbowed city folk buying places sight unseen in a bid to base themselves somewhere more bucolic. She still remembered holding her breath as she read a travel piece in the Times entitled 10 Best Beach Villages for Lockdown Leavers. Mercifully, Pine Ridge had missed the cut. It was only as people were trickling back to the office that the bungalow had come up. Having not been modernised since it was built in the 60s, it was not listed on Coastal Home or the smarter sites, but that hadn't stopped it from being grossly overpriced. Amy's friend Julia, who worked for one of the big estate agencies in London, said that even though everything that came up for sale on the south coast was either vastly overpriced or disastrously flawed, it still went under offer instantly. It was literally money for old rope, she said. Well, only if the house is made of rope, Amy said. Actually, the bungalow had rope incorporated into its garden design, but she'd already torn that out. Nautical styling was the ultimate holiday home cliché, according to Charlotte. Predictably, Linus had balked. That can't be the right price. For a place that size? 1 floor? I'd expect a massive beach house with a pool for that. Come on, even Perry and Charlotte haven't got a pool. They devalue a place, I read. The running costs put people off. Plus, this is right on the cliff path. It would destabilise it. Wait, Pine Ridge Road? Then it must be right next door to their place. Not right next door. There's a house in between. Oh, well, he said. In that case, they won't find it creepy at all. I genuinely think it will make all the difference to Huck. The only times in the last year I've seen him look happy were when he was down there. London can be very harmful to more sensitive teens, and we all know how demonised middle-class boys are right now. We don't want him rebelling, Linus, getting mixed up in county lines or something, doing drugs. Linus's eyebrows shot up. Drug abuse, the dead-eyed injecting themselves between their toes, was to him what tattoos were to her. Then let's talk about moving out of town. Get somewhere decent, not this wreck. We can't take Beatty out of Spencer. Besides, all their friends are here. And ours. True. A business plan had been produced to illustrate the vast sums they could earn in holiday rental once the place was done up. For the next 3 years, their visits would be restricted by school terms, which left most of June, July, and September to let it out at high season rates. A few reminders about the challenging cycling routes inland, and Linus was persuaded. The mortgage was added to the existing one on the Dulwich house, swollen with equity. The cash deposit, a series of small inheritances that had become quite sizable with investment, was supposed to be for the kids' first flats. But they were only 17 and 15, and Julia said the average first-time buyer in the UK was now 34. Plenty of time to build the fund up again. Finally, she thought, there she is. Beatty, up by the water sports kiosk, at the centre of the cluster of young people that included Benedict and Tabitha, all with wet hair and sunburnt faces. She was in her new black swimsuit and that lovely teal and pink sarong Amy had admired that morning. Pario, not sarong, Beatty corrected her, and even though Amy suspected they were the same thing, she thought to herself, imagine knowing the word pario at 17. Perhaps Beatty was destined for a career as a fashion entrepreneur, which would be a shame, given her talent for science. But the girl wasn't quite so self-involved as to have missed the growing profile of her father's start-up, and was likely inspired by that. She was certainly proving adept at sourcing bargains. Her pulse picked up. Just a few feet from the group stood a man who was weirdly, unnaturally still, watching Beatty intently, and not even hiding the fact, shading his eyes with his fingers to get a better look. "All right there." She jumped at the weight of a palm on her shoulder. Perry, hot-faced from the climb up the steps. "Perry, hi! You gave me a fright. You're not on the beach with Charlotte?" He gave her an amused smile. Well, obviously. "Checking on Mango. Poor thing, cooped up here. Charlotte mentioned the petition about allowing dogs on the beaches all day, did she? The 10 a.m. rule is absurd." "Yes, I've signed it," Amy said. "What are you doing? Getting a few pictures for the socials?" Actually, I'm a bit worried there's some guy staring at the girls." "Sorry to have to break it to you, but males are biologically hardwired to stare at Totty." Totty? Sometimes he lapsed into what she assumed was his 90s banker parlance. Banter, mockery, casual misogyny. Stories of when he and the boys got spangled on private planes to Vegas, a hooker on each arm at the roulette wheel. Charlotte had confided that he'd been known to refer to #MeToo as #MeNeither, purely for shock effect, of course. I don't care. There's a point where it's harassment. She handed him her phone, guided it to the man in question. The one in the turquoise shorts. A vile, staring pervert. There are pervs everywhere, Amy, especially on beaches. If you go down past the Needles, there's a nudist beach. Did Charlotte tell you that? Not that I'm saying nudist are perverts. Just, more liberated than most. That's where I'd go if I really wanted to stare. He gave a hoot of laughter. Amy suppressed a sigh. Do you know him? Is he local? I have no idea. For a couple who'd had a holiday home here for 15 years, the Tuckers knew very few people beyond their neighbours on Pine Ridge Road and the other second homers. Their policy was to keep themselves to themselves and avoid local politics, unless it involved campaigning for an art house cinema or for dogs' rights to pee on sandcastles 24/7. Linus was shaping up into broadly the same beast, bar an interest in local road races, but Amy had different instincts. In her 5 months of ownership to date, she'd already attended 2 community meetings and planned to go to another this month that, according to The Voice, offered the opportunity to pose questions directly to the council's housing committee. The incidents at the ferry, the graffiti, the flyers, it couldn't be more obvious that there were serious issues. Perry handed her back her phone. He'll be gone by the end of the day. Supposed to rain this evening. As if rain deterred a sex offender. She tried to ignore the prickling suspicion that this man might have something to do with yesterday's mood of unease. Perry headed on, and she allowed herself another minute before returning to the bungalow, where Linus would by now have taken stock of the B&Q hall and be wanting to share the news that they'd forgotten something crucial and needed to go back. She reactivated the camera. The stalker was on his way to the water, while Beatty was on the move in the other direction, to the beach bar, where she'd joined the queue. Coke Zero was her tipple. She'd be getting one for £3, even though Amy had stocked them in the fridge to save unnecessary expense. Heading home, she noticed open shutters at the windows of the top floor of neighbouring Villa Pinot, the ones that opened onto a little sun terrace. It had views to die for, Charlotte said, though it was not for those with a fear of heights. Strange. Amy could have sworn all the shutters had been closed when she'd passed earlier.
Chapter 10. Beatty. She recognised him straight away, the dude from the caravan site. So he worked at the beach bar. That was a nice surprise, since she planned on hanging here on a daily basis. There was nothing else to do, after all. Staying up at the bungalow only got her roped into cleaning or helping her brother with some science project he would never have bothered with if their mum hadn't been totally fixated and constantly threatening to get him a tutor. Queuing, she thought how much hotter he was than she remembered. A total snack. Not super tall, but an inch or two more than her 5'9", with wide-set dark eyes, straight brows, a mouth that curled at the corners. He looked just like that singer from a million years ago who got screwed over by his creepy manager and they just made a movie about it. Elvis, that was it. There were 2 of them working the bar, but she got Elvis while his colleague served the group behind her. Hey, you're not lost today then? He spoke in a low growl, lifted by a cute local accent. Not yet. Nice office, she said, with a half-turn to the idyllic setting. She saw him check out her bare shoulders. She'd crossed her pareo over her swimsuit and tied the ends in a halter neck, which made her shoulders look muscular and strong. Best beach on the south coast, they say. She detected scepticism in his tone. What, you don't think so? Hard to say when you grow up here. You're just used to it. He shovelled ice cubes into the plastic cup for her Coke Zero. He had amazing Japanese tattoos all up his arms, with masks and blossoms and some kind of cool fish with perfectly drawn scales. He handed her the drink, held out the card reader. Beatty paid and took a slurp. The ice bobbed against her upper lip. There was no one waiting, so she stayed where she was, swaying slightly to the song playing on the bar's speakers, Female of the Species. Cool playlist. Yeah, my boss is pretty wedded to his 90s dance. Says it makes the Gen Xers spend more. So, are there any, clubs in this place? She already knew the answer, of course, because Benedict had been coming here for years. Last summer, she'd gone out with him a couple of times, and it had all been beyond lame. Probably not anything like you're used to, he said, smiling. Which is? London clubs. They're a million times better. She flared her eyes at him, aiming for playful, maybe a bit wicked. How do you even know I'm from London? It's just obvious. He met her gaze, challenging her to hold it, to look at him properly. Where do you hang out, then? Me and my mates go to the Gull, far end of Old Beach Road. He leaned across the bar to gesture to the newer part of the village, coming close enough for her to feel his body heat. The pub was in the distance, slightly elevated, grey and ugly. You should come. They might ID you, mind. How old are you? I've got ID, she said evasively. Not that being 17 was a problem, as far as she was concerned, but he looked a bit older, mid-20s maybe. She saw him glance over her shoulder, where some old guy waited to be served. You want me to go? No, stay. I'm almost on my break anyway. He directed the man to his colleague, then returned his attention to her, mouth curving. A lick of black hair fell onto his forehead, and he pushed it back with long, tanned fingers. Missing your boyfriend, then, up in London? No. Let him decide whether that meant no, she wasn't missing him, or no, she didn't have one in the first place. She already knew he had a girlfriend, because the guy he'd been with when they met had said so. Your girlfriend, who works at the hotel? What's her name? He drank from a bottle of water before answering. Ellie. Do you live with her? It was bold to ask, but useful to know, since she had no meeting place to offer, and, in any case, she'd found boys responded well to direct questions. Then, when he nodded, What, at the hotel? He chuckled. No chance. I mean, there is some staff accommodation, but we're in a caravan, in Golden Sands Park, opposite where we saw you yesterday. She sublets it from her parents' mates. I'd be homeless if I wasn't shacking up with her. This was a surprising admission, and she was fairly sure not just a line to make her think he wasn't really attached, but in fact a free agent. It was more like an unplanned confession to a stranger. Why would you be homeless? You've got a job. Yeah, but there's nowhere to live. No rentals, no council properties. Not in Pine Ridge, anyway. They're all holiday lets now. You grow up here, and you either stay with your mum forever, or you leave. We're not even meant to be in the caravan longer than a month, but management turn a blind eye, and the council, to keep us off their backs, because when there is a rental, there's 200 people going for that one place. That's terrible. Beatty knew better than to ask about the possibility of buying, because she knew from her parents' endless discussions that prices down here were almost on a par with London, even for the dump they'd bought. Her mum had already hinted that she'd get help for her first flat. Is it all right? I mean, is there water and electricity and stuff? Yeah, though apparently the pipes freeze in winter, so it can get pretty rough. I've only been there since April, so we'll see. Where are you staying? You said you're not at the Needles. Are you at the Staywell then? No, my mum and dad have just bought a house here. Seriously? He gave a short laugh. Not bitter, more ironic. I shouldn't be fraternising with you then. I'm a member of NJFA. Oh. She knew this was the anti-second homes group, but couldn't remember what the initials stood for. Is that the people who throw, ketchup over cars down by the ferry? It's soup, but yeah. We're against people buying houses and only using them in the summer. They're empty the rest of the time, while locals have to, like I just said, slum it in caravans and shit. Wow. She breathed out, gave him an apologetic smile. Looks like we've got a conflict of interests here. His gaze lingered on her mouth. I'm all right with that if you are. It wasn't a question, and was so much sexier that way. Behind her, a tremendous shriek rose from somewhere on the beach. Human or seagull, she couldn't tell, and neither she nor he looked up to find out. "So, how long are you around for?" he said. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, felt her thighs meet. "The whole month." "Amazing. If you give me your number, I can let you know if I hear about any parties. What do you girls call them? Motives?" Her smile widened. "If we're time-travelling back to 2018, sure. I'll bring my Glossier boy brow." "I have no clue what that is. Remember, I'm just a yokel." He grabbed his phone from behind the bar, held it aloft, smirking back at her. She told him her number, and he tapped it in. "I'm Tate, by the way." "BT," she said, spelling it out. She wondered if his girlfriend checked his phone for female contacts. He had to be the hottest guy in this place. She must be a bit possessive. BT was unusual, though, so maybe he could pass it off as male. "Promise I won't send you dick pics or any of that crap you probably get at uni," he said. "Sixth form college," she said, and watched for his reaction. He looked cool with the information. His gaze left her to take in a couple who'd arrived beside her and were surveying the drinks list. The woman was wearing a gorgeous bikini. BT had 3, one white, one pink, and a multicoloured one with swirls, but this one was nicer, black with red and white beads on the ties. She picked up her drink. "Bye then." "Bye, BT, he said, and he gave her a sexy, slow burn look she knew she'd bring to mind later when she was alone. As it was, she tripped away feeling really quite woozy, the beach and everyone on it lost for a moment in the post-Tate dazzle. God knew where they would hook up, if they did, because it was impossible to imagine him in her horrible little bedroom next to the kitchen, even if the bungalow was empty, which it never was. In her absence, a new blind had been fitted to her window. Her mum was in dungarees again, her thin blonde hair scraped back so you could see bits of grey in the roots, which made BT feel a bit queasy. "Make sure you keep it closed when you're undressing. You can see it from the footpath." "What are you talking about? There's no way anyone's looking from all the way down there." "Well, they're neighbours as well. I thought I saw someone at the window next door. Gave me the creeps a bit." You're really selling it, Mum. Anyway, Benedict's mum said next door's empty all summer." I'm not sure about that." At the sight of her mum's pinched expression, BT felt a bubbling of irritation. "You always do this." "Do what?" "Get all paranoid." "When have I ever been paranoid?" "Like when I lost my passport and you thought someone was going to steal my identity and run like frauds in my name?" After a short period of crisis, the passport had been found in BT's rucksack from her biology trip to Costa Rica. "Scoff all you like," her mum said, "but one day you'll cross paths with one of these fraudsters and you'll wish you'd taken me seriously. These people are sociopathic, BT. They empty bank accounts and destroy lives without a thought." "I'm sure they do, Mum." BT turned away. Honestly, her parents were maniacs. "I'm sure they do."
Chapter 11. Tate. After his shift finished, he took the path along the dunes to the far end of Old Beach for the NGAFA meeting and the Gull. With every step, his eyes drifted to the right, to the girls still splayed out in the evening sun, and it seemed to him that every flick of the hand was an invitation, every glance his way a come-on. Seriously, there were times when doing this job, spending all day handing iced drinks to women in bikinis and watching drops of condensation slide down their wrists to their elbows, made you feel like a fucking sex addict. His boss, Gav, said it was the opposite with him. All that nudity, summer after summer, had desensitized him. He was a surgeon who'd learned to overcome his natural revulsion for human innards. Tate thought that made him sound like a real psycho. It helped, sometimes, to focus on the marks on the bodies rather than the bodies themselves. Moles, insect bites, patches of leg hair missed by the razors, tattoos. He saw a lot of ink in an average day. birds on buttocks, flowers between shoulder blades, barbed wire around ankles, snakes and circles and love hearts. Occasionally, he'd recognise one as the work of his friend Des, who'd done most of Tate's own. He knew that his interaction with the girl, Beatty, God, even the name had an erotic ring to it, had upped the heat for sure, got his hormones racing. The sex drought at home was also a factor. No, not home. Since that horrible realisation that the caravan park had wormed its way into his muscle memory, he'd made a point of never calling it that. "We're not meant to be there for longer than a month," he told Beatty. And yet he'd been there for 4 so far. Towing bits of shell and pine cones from the sandy path, he wondered about the alternatives. The winter kipping in the box room at Rio's mum's hadn't been a total disaster. He'd only left because Ellie had asked him to move in with her, not because he'd been thrown out. Des had taken his place, but there were other box rooms, and it wasn't like he'd be sleeping rough. He left the dune path and crossed to Old Beach Road. The gull was heaving. He beat his way through the mob in the main bar to take the stairs to the smaller bar upstairs where the group met. This summer, NJFA meetings had become so frequent they were almost an every other day routine, those absent through work or other commitments updated by Robbie on their WhatsApp group after the event. Management was cool about hosting activists, most of their customers being locals or day trippers. They had nothing to lose. The enemy drank at the beach bar. Gav knew about Tate's radical tendencies, but was prepared to overlook them, Tate being such a babe magnet. Or till late, down at the Needles. This evening, there were about 10 of them, mostly on their feet for a view of the TV screen on the far wall, and Tate soon saw why. Robbie was on the regional BBC News. It happened now and again, when reporters were doing a segment about the housing crisis in coastal communities and couldn't be bothered to travel to Cornwall or Wales. He remembered now Robbie telling him about it a week or so ago. Ellie had given him a haircut specially for it. They had him standing outside his old house at the top of Bird Lane, with a reporter asking questions from off-camera.
"So, this is where you grew up?"
That's right. This is the foot of the ridge, so you've got the woods behind and the sea down below. From that top window you get an amazing view of the dunes and the water.
When did you move out, Robbie?
When I was 16, my mum got the eviction notice when I was doing my GCSEs, and we had to move to temporary accommodation. The landlord sold to the highest bidder, a couple from London who turned it into a holiday lets business.
What's the harm in that? We all need a break, don't we?
Yes, absolutely. It's not that we begrudge city people their holidays, but by definition, it's seasonal. For at least half the year, this place is empty. And you have to remember that every time the usage changes like this, it's one less family that gets to grow up here. Follow that to its logical conclusion, and eventually you have no permanent population at all. No families, no school, no library, no real community. It's basically extinction.
Tate had to admit his best friend was TV gold. He looked like a bit of rough, but sounded refined, intelligent and reasonable. He was never impatient, even though he'd been asked these questions 100 times before, or so angry he risked being dismissed as a crank or a gammon. When they'd formed NJFA during the pandemic, he'd been the natural choice for leader. He put in the hours, he knew the stats. And besides, he was a real victim of all of this. It was horrific what had happened to his mum, and typically discreet of him not to weaponise it on camera. Now he was walking down the path of the cottage and knocking on the door, the house number pixelated, though easily identifiable by any local. There was no answer. They were probably out paddleboarding or eating £5 gelatos, and he peered through the front window, turning to the interviewer with a rueful smile.
It looks nothing like it did when I lived here with my mum. They've knocked the downstairs room through and done it up. I can see a lot of beach knickknacks, you know what I mean? I'm not sure I'd recognise it if it weren't for the number on the door. It used to be a home, but if you ask me, what it is now is a trophy, hardly different from an elephant tusk or a tiger skin.
That's quite a disturbing image, Robbie.
I know. It's quite a disturbing situation.
Tate had known the cottage almost as well as his own home. Birthday parties, sleepovers, all-night gaming marathons, smoking weed out of the window in the turret room, polluting that fresh pine air with their illicit toxins. After a while, the view used to go all fuzzy, like the horizon was swarming with swallows or something. Not even 10 years ago, and yet it felt completely distant, unreal. Robbie had been all set to go to uni, but when his mum died, he had to scrap that and stay to sort things out. Went full-time at Jevons Motors in Crowland, which was owned by his uncle, and where he previously had a Saturday job. Lived with his uncle's family as well for a few years. Then he started going out with Shannon, who'd been living with her parents in their static in Golden Sands Park, and they'd kept an eye out for one of the tourists coming free. Just temporary, of course, but they all knew what that meant. Tate had passed his friend's caravan last night on his way back from the shower block, and it had been creaking, very faintly. You could tell what they were doing in there. Oh, stop bringing everything back to sex! He returned his attention to the news segment, in which a couple of dissenting voices had been rolled out, among them Gav. Figured. He had an "I'm all right, Jack" attitude, and had built his own house in Poole.
Obviously, here at the beach bar we're part of the tourist industry, and our policy is to treat every customer the same. People just want to have a good time, not be lectured about who's entitled to be here and who isn't. This is a free country, isn't it? Pine Ridge has always been a holiday destination. Everyone's welcome as far as I'm concerned.
Next was the familiar face of Katie, owner of Fleur, the boutique around the corner from the deli where Shannon worked.
It's up to the council to decide on housing matters. They're our elected representatives. To my mind, it's not right what the protesters are doing. We don't want Pine Ridge associated with violence and abuse. Local businesses value holidaymakers' trade. Why would we want to bite the hand that feeds us?
There'd be no reprisals for public dissent like this. Not from NJFA, anyhow, because Robbie said infighting was a distraction from the main cause. They would not fall for the old divide-and-rule tactics. Oh no, their fellow Pine Ridgers were not the enemy, whatever their views. No, the enemy was the rich second homers. People like the owners of Robbie's former home. People like Beattie's parents. The feature ended with video of the NJFA group assembled on the roadside, placards lowered as Robbie addressed them, like Gareth Southgate giving the lads a half-time pep talk. Not unlike the scene in the pub, where the group now clapped and whistled and cried out in celebration. Robbie held his hands up, modest, resigned to their adulation. "It's never too late to get our homes back," he said, more emotional than usual, and the cheer went up again. Then he outlined his latest idea, to name and shame the houses standing empty this month via time-lapse videos released across social media. Empty in August, they'd call it. He was keen on sub-brands, targeting the bastards who hadn't even bothered coming down in the height of summer. More approval from the troops, but Tate struggled to feel the same unquestioning zeal as his fellows. Robbie's mantra was that it was never too late, but it seemed to Tate that this was exactly what it was, not least because none of the locals ever squared up to their own complicity. The people of Pine Ridge, people like Robbie's mum's old landlord, born and bred in the village, had not had their properties seized by a fascist state. They'd not had family members held hostage till they signed on the dotted line. They'd willingly sold to the highest bidder. Simple as that. He tuned back in. "Wait till you hear the really genius idea," Robbie was saying, drawing fresh energy from the group. "It's going to take a bit of persuasion, mind." "Who of, Rob? The council?" Robbie snickered. No, the missus. Tate left the meeting early, claiming to be meeting Ellie, but, in fact, going back down to the beach and hanging out by the water sports hut. It was closed for the evening, the kayaks and pedalos stored on the sands in multicoloured stacks. He watched the last of the girls roll up their beach blankets and slip on their flip-flops and smooth their long hair over burnished shoulders and all the other things girls did, and he thought again of Beatty. She was up for it, that much had been clear. He took his phone from his back pocket and texted her. "What you doing?" Maybe he could get her to come and meet him. Get to know each other a bit. There were plenty of hidden places in the dunes, as well as the pillbox on the cliff top down past the meadow. There was not a person who'd grown up in Pine Ridge who hadn't taken refuge there for one reason or another. He waited for a reply, his foot tapping. He thought of Robbie and his innate command, the way he oozed purpose, and it made him feel aimless by comparison. He waited a bit longer, but there was still no reply. The last of the girls were walking towards Old Beach Road, so he got to his feet and went after them.
Chapter 12. Perry. "Right, everyone ready?" "Yes, Rio," they chorused, and his ear singling out Linus, Perry was pretty damn sure he detected a challenge in his tone. They and their sons stood on the shore in a ragged little sun-beaten squad, life vests fitted, paddles adjusted to the correct length, while Beatty and Tabitha took photos from the water and mocked them. He tried not to think of his pale breadstick legs being disparaged by strangers on Instagram. His nerves felt disproportionate to the experience ahead, as if they were about to be whisked to a crocodile-infested island for some survival reality show. Who of the four of them would triumph in a male-only arena? Would father sacrifice son, or son father? Would Linus savage Perry, or Perry Linus? It had been too much to hope that talk of paddleboarding remained just that, or even just a one-off. Linus, not content with racing the country lanes on his $8,000 bike, it hadn't taken long for him to drop that little nugget, had booked a course of 4 and paid in full, non-refundable. Their instructor dragged his eyes from the girls, now sauntering past and back to their towels, and led the group into the shallows. Rio, too young to have been named after the Duran Duran song, Perry thought, so it must have been Rio Ferdinand. They waded after him, getting used to the sensation of the leash around their ankles, and copied his technique for mounting their boards and finding a kneeling position. Perry had kayaked a bit with Benedict when he was younger and had forgotten how peaceful it was once you got past the pedalos and the swimmers. Only the louder voices carried. "The water's so clear! My turn! Can you still touch the bottom?" Then, causing a pang that felt unique in its treachery, "Time for a beer!" And Rio's voice, closer. "Everyone feeling steady? Stay spaced out!" he called as Benedict drifted a little too close to Huck. As the shore shrank, you really appreciated how undeveloped the coastline was, the ugliest buildings being the Gull and the Staywell, the latter up behind the new village, the mostly 1970s zone where the locals lived, and even that was discreet enough not to impinge on the ridge skyline. Best was the view of Cliff View. You could tell it had been there for centuries. It owned its spot. Unlike the shore's bungalow, which was scarcely visible beyond the pines, a nondescript slug of a thing, the street's poor relation by anyone's standards. He wondered if Linus was looking up and thinking the same. Probably not, since he was struggling to keep afloat, in contrast to Huck, who'd picked it up fast and was the first to his feet. Meanwhile, Benedict's height seemed to disadvantage him, or maybe he was exhausted by all that sex with Tabitha, the sounds of which were unmissable every night. Probably the only time she stopped going on about the oppressed. It had been too much to hope that the girl's well of causes might run dry once she'd surrendered to the luxury of privilege. On the contrary, it appeared to be a magic porridge pot, perpetually refilling itself. Only that morning she'd made breakfast pure torture by outlining her role in the university's Ink Bid movement, or was it Bid Ink? Either way, it was basically a campaign for inclusion that seemed to involve finding new ways to exclude anyone who disagreed with them. Would it not be in the spirit of inclusion to listen to the other side's views? Perry had asked her. Not if they cause people to literally break down, she explained in her warm, husky, helpful voice. People have a right not to be challenged. Perry and Charlotte had exchanged a glance at that. People have a right not to be challenged. OK, not quite the motto of student life in their day, or indeed of a democratic society committed to free speech, but it did have the potential to become a summer catchphrase. He'd work on that. Sometimes he thought that what he missed most about office life was the catchphrases, though likely they were censored now, even in the city. According to his old friend Charlie, emails were now subject to secret HR scans, and Stasi-like programs have been put in place to encourage colleague to shop colleague with evidence of problematic bias. Surely that could not be true. I wonder if you're still allowed to say the old lady, he said. Does she need to declare her pronouns, do you think? The old lady? Tabitha queried. Well, I hope so. It can really affect your mental health if people get it wrong. I wondered when the mental elves were going to get a mention. Perry muttered, not quite under his breath. Dad, Benedict protested. He means the Bank of England, Charlotte told their guest. The old lady of Threadneedle Street, where the Bank of England is located. Oh, Tabitha said with a show of goodwill, as if getting into the swing of their vintage brand of conversation. Under the table, Perry saw, Benedict trailed his fingers over her thigh. Linus was noticeably frustrated as they returned to the shore, his scowl an anomaly among the ranks of carefree holidaymakers. It was obvious he had expected to be a natural. What was cycling if not balancing? It didn't help that Rio said they'd need another session, maybe 2 of their remaining 3, before they could safely venture beyond the still waters of Old Beach and into more challenging currents. Perry couldn't help crowing. Not as easy as it looks, is it? Yeah, you're holding us back, Dad, Huck said to his father. Everyone will benefit from more tuition, Rio said. But by your final day, we'll be confidently heading down to Little Bay and beyond. You were great, Benedict told Perry as they returned their boards. Solid as a rock. Must be those extra pounds around the middle, Linus said in his joking but not really way. Natural stabilizers, like the QM2. Steady as she goes. He was such a sore loser, and quick to add that he had to rush straight off for a Zoom with the board. Hope you get on better with that kind than this, Perry said, matching his faux affable tone. Huck wanted to get ice cream, so Perry and Benedict wandered back up to the house on their own, zigzagging past the parasols and blankets and cool boxes, avoiding a quartet of vigorous, sleek-bodied athletic types playing spikeball. Near the cliff's steps, a table had been set up by the NJFA to collect signatures for a petition, and Perry stopped to see what it was all about, as if there could be any doubt. No more property sales for holiday homes. He scanned the signatures. They collected a fair few so far. Just seeing if there are any names I recognize, he told Benedict, winking. Names beginning with T, if you know what I mean. Dad, Benedict said, don't get all triggered, but can you ease up on Tabs a bit? Like, you don't have to challenge everything she says. Because people have a right not to be challenged, Perry said, thrilled at so early an opportunity. No, because people have a right not to be challenged constantly. A firm concurred to that, especially if it involves foodstuffs being thrown at windscreens. They waited while a line of walkers came down the steps, boots dusted with sand, and continued. You know, I had to take the Range Rover to the garage for a valet clean. "Oh, my God," Benedict groaned. "Could that be any more the kind of thing people would expect someone like you to say?" "Someone like me? I'm not apologizing for having a decent set of wheels, Ben." Perry thought for the 1,000th time how strange it was that people should object to success. Yes, envy was natural, but emotions, or deadly sins aside, didn't people know that it was the taxes paid by the successful that funded the services they took for granted? And by successful, he did not mean the super-rich. Everyone knew they were tax evaders, registered in the Bahamas or Luxembourg or whatever. No, the middle classes, paying more than half their earnings to the government and getting diddly squat in return, just a load of abuse. Obviously, people didn't know. Let's face it, there wasn't a great deal of understanding of economics in this country. It wasn't a compulsory subject in schools. Young people, like these passata-throwing, graffiti-spattering vandals, thought money grew on trees. They thought they could put nothing in and yet take out whatever they needed. Well, one thing was for sure. If Comrade Tabitha did sign her name to any of this anti-holiday home stuff, she'd be out of Hotel Cliffview on her ear, no matter how in lust Benedict was. They took the steps, steep enough to give Perry a vertiginous feeling when he looked down at the beach, even as the tableau gave him a pleasing sense of responsibility. For who were they? The nearest residents, if not protectors, custodians, latter-day lamplighters. At the top, his son made a fresh appeal. "You know what, Dad? Maybe it's not a bad idea to admit things have swung too far one way. You of all people know how important it is to have a roof over your head. I mean, you volunteer at Helping Homes. Tabs didn't even know that till I told her this morning." "Because I don't go on about it," Perry said. "Charity creates a multitude of sins after all." "Thatcher again?" "Oscar Wilde." Benedict rolled his eyes. "You never quote anyone from this century." "That's not true," Perry crowed. "I literally just quoted your girlfriend." This, at least, drew a grin of concession from the boy. "I need to head back to town tomorrow," he told Charlotte that evening as they shelled prawns for a salad. Through open doors, shouts of laughter could be heard coming from the Nook, where Benedict and Tabitha were chugging beers with the Shaw kids. Beatty had already been sent up to the house for restocks, tripping into the kitchen in a minuscule dress and trainers with peculiar patchwork uppers and corrugated soles that looked like they'd been designed by a blind man. "Why?" Charlotte asked. "We've only just got here." "The charity needs me, just for one day." That made him think of Heroes, and he sang the line, treating her to a few Bowie moves. "Thank you, Perry." Sometimes, just occasionally, she spoke to him as if she were an infant school teacher and he the gobby boy at the back. "I thought the whole point of volunteering was that you dictated your own availability." "Well, I'm not sure that's the whole point. I told you I'd probably need to go back once a week." "Did you? I don't remember you having to last year." "I was new then." He pulled a face. "Not quite so indispensable." She was cool about it, of course. It suited her that he was involved with a housing charity, supporting the less fortunate in a bodily, quantifiable way. It was good optics. Benedict had virtually said the same thing a few hours ago. Seriously, how had they reached the point in society when private citizens needed to concern themselves with optics? The prawns done, he took the red peppers his wife handed him and sliced into the first. A tickle of chill entered through the open door, not what you'd expect after such a roasting day. "I was thinking, with all this not just for August crap, there's actually no reason for us to be here in August. Not now Ben's at uni. We should come down earlier, when the natives are less restless."
Charlotte said. "Honestly, these avocados are still rock hard. I wish they wouldn't label them ready to eat when they're obviously anything but."
"Better weather as well," Perry added. "It was stunning when we were here in June." She glanced up.
"We? You came on your own. I was in the office."
He felt a flush creep over his face. turned to the cutlery drawer, even though he already had the knife he needed, a single stark thought rising. I'm a bastard and a fraud. He imagined himself saying it out loud, seeing Charlotte's confusion and denial. Anyway, she said, everything's set up for August. The night market, the bank holiday festival. We'll miss it all. What about your paddleboarding? Haven't you got a lesson tomorrow? Perry recovered himself. The next one's not till next week. We're having to work around Linus's global Zoom schedule. You'll be okay with just the moke, will you? The moke had been Perry's gift to her the last summer he'd been earning. A vintage Austin in green and white, perfect for trundling to the Needles or to the beaches beyond or down to the farm shop in Crowland. Benedict and Tabitha are using it tomorrow, I think. I'm fine, though. Always happy to get my steps in. She raised her left wrist, displaying the narrow black Fitbit she wore day and night. It made Perry feel a bit claustrophobic to think of a device monitoring your heart rate and REM and the rest of it, the kind of voluntary surveillance that could end up getting you fingered for a crime. Well, don't let them hog it if you need it. Trust Benedict, he thought. This time next year he'd probably have taken their bedroom as well, moved the young Marxist in with him, seized their property as reparations for thought crimes detectable exclusively by the young, like those high-frequency alarms audible only to teenagers and dogs. Will you be back for dinner tomorrow? Charlotte asked. She was on her phone now, and Perry glimpsed a shopping page of trainers like the ones Beatty Shaw was wearing. He hoped his wife wasn't going to order them for herself. If a teenage hottie struggled to pull them off, he didn't fancy her chances. I don't think I will, no. He gathered the last of the pepper slices and released them into the salad bowl with a satisfying splash of colour. It makes more sense to stay over.
Chapter 13. Charlotte. Oh dear. It was becoming a thing, Amy's suspicions. First there'd been the sex offender on the beach, and now she was convinced she had seen someone on the upper floor of Villa Pino. She wasn't on edge like this in London, so Charlotte could only assume it was new second homeowner anxiety, the natural byproduct of the stress of holidaying in a house 20 times less comfortable than the one you'd left behind in the city. In which case, did she really want to add to it? They were close, that went without saying, had been mutually candid from the off, in the way women destined to be good friends were. But even so, was what Charlotte planned to say, what was the phrase Benedict used all the time that meant out of order? Out of pocket. That was it. Was this out of pocket? They do have an alarm, don't they? Amy said, her dainty features crinkling with concern. The Rickmans. Her mood was at odds with the anarchic holiday cheer of the Needles Conservatory Cafe. It was the first Friday in August, and every seat was taken. Weekenders newly arrived and ready for fun, having booked their rooms in deep midwinter. It was mostly the Chelsea-on-Sea crowd, of course, the men dressed like yacht crew, the women Talitha Getty wannabes, whose drug of choice began and ended with Brad Pitt rosé. Younger children running riot, melting down. Yes, I'm sure they do, she assured Amy. I wonder if they've got cameras so they can keep tabs remotely. I doubt it. They're not very techy. Do you and Perry? Amy asked. No. It's always been very safe here. Mind you, he's talking about fitting something now we're getting all this graffiti. Wants to catch the vandals red-handed, take the footage to the police. But I told him they probably mask up. They're not stupid. I really do think they must have left the shutters open by mistake, Amy. Either that or the housekeeper's girl was doing her rounds. What's housekeepers? An agency that services holiday lets. Charlotte adjusted her seat a fraction to avoid a sunbeam. There was something vaguely colonial about the way the ceiling fans made the bamboo blinds flutter. They're based in Poole, but they do a lot of the properties here. Madeline's probably asked them to look in every now and then, air the place. You haven't got a key.
I don't, no. Amy, listen.
Charlotte leaned in, feeling rare trepidation now.
I wasn't sure whether to say anything, but, I don't have a daughter myself, obviously. But if it was Benedict, I think I'd like to know.
Amy lowered her coffee cup. Know what? Something to do with Beatty? Has she been rude to you? She placed a palm on her heart, her expression pained. She's usually quite nice to people who aren't her parents.
She is. She's charming. Absolutely. It's just, well, those clothes she's wearing this holiday, the shoes and bags and sunglasses. She didn't have them at Easter, did she? They all look very expensive.
I know, Amy exhaled in relief. Best fakes I've ever seen.
The thing is, Charlotte said, I'm pretty sure they're not fakes.
Amy frowned. Her fingers went to the pendant at her throat. Boss Mum spelled out in cursive letters. They must be. How could she possibly afford the real thing? That fake Fendi tote she takes everywhere, that'd cost hundreds, wouldn't it?
Over 1,000, I'd say. I thought maybe with Linus's business taking off.
But Charlotte suggested this with little hope. The Shaws were not ones to spoil their kids. No, Amy said. We haven't upped their allowances or anything. And even if we wanted to, all our spare cash is going on the build.
Some side hustle, maybe?
She does a bit of babysitting, but that just covers her gym membership. Amy paused. You don't think... Oh my God, you don't think she shoplifted all these things?
No.
Charlotte bit down on her lip.
They'd have security tags on them. Is there a boyfriend? Maybe someone older with money?
Not that I know of. Amy took a moment to consider. No, I really don't think so. She goes out at weekends, but just to house parties or the pub.
That could be when she goes off and meets him.
Amy looked doubtful. But she usually comes back with a girlfriend who stays over.
So maybe he's only wooing her at this stage,
Charlotte said, then realizing she needed to be more explicit.
Maybe what I mean is groom? Or something a bit more active on her part. There's this thing I read about in the Times a few weeks ago. Findoms. Have you heard of them? They're girls who interact online with men who want to be dominated.
Amy's mouth fell open. Dominated? Like, with whips?
No, not physically. Financially. Some of the girls have wish lists on shopping sites, and the men buy things for them from the list. It can be very lucrative, apparently.
At the sight of Amy's misting eyes, Charlotte reined back.
I'm sorry, Amy. I'm not accusing her of anything. I'm just trying to think how she might have come to afford these things.
Might, being the operative word, Amy said, retreating to the safety of denial. But how can you be so sure they're genuine designer?
I saw the label on her beach wrap the other day. It's Erdem, definitely genuine. And not really an obvious one for the counterfeit industry. And the sunglasses are Chloe. I tried them on myself in Liberty.
She'd Googled them and brought up an image on her phone.
Are these them?
Yes. Amy scanned the details and exclaimed, £350?
And the Birkenstocks she was wearing last night. I'm sure they're...
Oh, we gave her the money for those. For her exam results.
Did you give her £500?
What? No, they cost less than 100.
Not the ones she's got. They're a collaboration with Manolo Blahnik.
Again, Charlotte showed her the photo online. It was obvious Amy recognized the match.
And those trainers she had on the other night, I'm pretty sure they're Loewe. They're 600.
Loewe? How would she know these brands? Let's look up the Fendi bag. As Amy scrolled, her eyes grew wide with disbelief. There's not a single one under £1,000. Here it is with the embroidery. Bloody hell, Charlotte, £1,200. She gave back the phone, her hand trembling. I think I'd better look into this. Charlotte nodded. I would. Maybe start by taking a proper look at the labels. Are they made in China? Check what the authentic labels look like online and compare. She's been doing her own laundry, Amy said suddenly. I thought it was weird that she wanted to, but it's not like I'm going to turn the offer down. Of course not. No need to rake over old complaints of Beatty weaponizing homework assignments to get out of domestic chores. Benedict had been just as sneaky. Do you have access to her bank account? She's still under 18, isn't she? She uses an app. She'd never let me see. But did you help her set it up originally? You might have the login details somewhere, and you could get in via the website. Make sure you use the same device you used to sign her up, so she doesn't get an alert. My laptop. I've got it back at the house. Amy brightened a fraction. Good. Then you can look at the statements, see exactly how much she's spending, and where the money's coming from to fund it all. But if it was with this wish list thing you just said, the transactions would be the man's. That's just one possibility, Charlotte said. This is a process of elimination. Amy nodded. The only problem is, the folder with the login details is back in London. I could get Perry to go round and pick it up. He's in London today. That would be brilliant. Our neighbour's got a spare key. She gave Charlotte directions for finding the file, and Charlotte relayed them to Perry by text. All sorted, Charlotte said, both relieved that she'd put investigations in motion, and sorry she'd single-handedly added to Amy's troubles. What about a glass of rosé? The Miraval's lovely.
Chapter 14. Perry. In the event, the capital did not offer a warm welcome, at least not at first. The Friday traffic was typically blood pressure raising, with lanes closed for roadworks, not a worker in sight, naturally, and a filthy, almost acid drizzle smearing his windscreen as he crawled from red light to red light around the South Circular. The house on Macefield Road, a gently curving stretch of grand red-brick Edwardians overlooking the playing fields of Spencer School, was exactly as they'd left it, their trusty Peugeot run around in the off-street parking space, bins present and correct in the wooden shelter he'd built in the first weeks of his return from rehab. He let himself in, glanced at the post and did a cursory tour of the downstairs rooms before collecting his toolkit and departing in the Peugeot. He never took the Range Rover to Keeler House. Unlike well-heeled Macefield Road, with its robust neighbourhood watch culture, Ryland Street was in a pocket off Tulse Hill best described as vibrant, which was to say in no position to defend itself from undesirables like the drunks on the corner, there again today, whose spare clothes were spread out on the pavement like a picnic blanket, or from whoever had fly-tipped the skanky old sofa 2 doors down from Keeler House. The winos should relocate to the sofa, he thought, like in The Wire. There just wasn't enough joined-up thinking on Ryland Street. He parked up just opposite. Since his last visit, someone had sculpted BLM in the hedge, and he chuckled at the thought of activists taking to topiary art in Pine Ridge, on their hedge that screened the garden from the beach steps, perhaps. NJFA was too fiddly, hopefully, especially if they wanted to include the hashtag. He approached Keeler House and pressed the bell for number 2. It was a converted Victorian house with 12 units, and he'd been in all of them at one time or another to fix skirting boards, hang shelving, draft-proof sashes, and so on. When he'd initially volunteered with Helping Homes, a charity dedicated to resettling the homeless and facilitating independent living, he'd had in mind bookkeeping or fundraising, but those roles were held centrally, and the moment he'd revealed his rudimentary DIY skills, his fate had been sealed. The lock released, and he made his way down the narrow hallway, given a lick of paint last year but already badly scuffed, to the rear ground floor unit. The door was opened by a boyish, chestnut-haired figure, who blinked and smiled before stepping aside to let him in. "Hi, Jordan." Perry closed the door behind him gently, carefully, and lowered his toolbox to the floor. There was nothing gentle or careful about the way he manhandled the other man towards the unmade bed, pinning him to it with his full weight as he kissed him on the mouth. They'd met in recovery. Not the rehab bit. Perry had been to a private clinic for that, but in the sessions at the local community centre that he'd come to rely on since and still attended when at home. He'd noticed Jordan straight away, for he was easier on the eye than most, good-looking in a pale, fine-boned way. He spoke in private, under his breath, tones that meant you had to lean in to catch even half of what he said, which generally opened with a negative. "Nothing else to do," he'd say, or "No one told me," or "Never heard that." At 25, he was both heartbreakingly world-weary and almost juvenile in his helplessness. Not an uncommon contradiction in those who attended the meetings, but the only instance that provoked in Perry the desire to intervene. "Where do you live?" he asked him. "Nowhere." "Nowhere?" Jordan shrugged. "I'm on a mate's catch in Brixton, just temporary." "Then I think maybe I can help," Perry said. Soon after, he'd had his new friend rehoused by Helping Homes, who arranged for a support worker to check in on him weekly. In retrospect, it had perhaps looked all too easy, given Jordan the idea that Perry was not so much a mentor as a fixer. As for anything more intimate, there'd been a sense of come-on from the day he was installed, but Perry had assumed flirtation was the young man's standard operating procedure, as it usually was with the physically blessed. But given their age and economic differences, plus, let's face it, little chance of their getting shit-faced together and benefiting from the magic of disinhibition, he'd had no sense that it might ever transform into the carnal. But it did, in this very room. Jordan had been leaning out of the window, smoking a roll-up while smouldering over some perceived injustice, every inch the young shorn pen, when he turned to stare at Perry as he completed his task, plugging gaps with wire wool, if he remembered, following the sighting of a mouse. "What?" Perry said. "What?" Jordan repeated. "I asked first." He'd tossed the fag end out of the window and moved towards him, not so much self-assured as lacking the belief that he had anything to lose from rejection. Almost too surprised to resist, Perry did not. Jordan tasted of cigarettes, his tongue rough, halfway between human and cat, and his touch infectiously lewd and satisfying. It had become a regular thing. It was unsavoury, obviously. Not the gay bit per se. Even an upper-end Gen Xer like Perry knew this was a sexual preference to glory in. All the champagne socialists of Macefield Road flew the pride flag with, well, pride on designated days. Nor even the fact of the adultery, how Charlotte or Benedict might feel if they discovered the existence of this double life. This first affair, first gay relationship, for previous dalliances had been a case of too few to mention, and had occurred without exception when Perry was out of the country. As a student, travelling in South America and doing so many drugs, he would have slept with an alpaca if someone had suggested it. Once, thrillingly, with an escort on a work jolly to Monaco. No, what was unsavoury was that Jordan was technically vulnerable, and Perry's liaisons with him a clear abuse of his position within the charity. While Jordan had not yet said what their relationship meant to him, and Perry was wary about asking, for him it had developed into something all too familiar, a craving, something to feel incomplete without, not quite alive. I was going to ask you a favour, Jordan said, next to him on the slender single mattress, standard issue throughout the centre, as was the small chest of drawers and freestanding wardrobe. Perry had fixed the wardrobe doors for the previous incumbent when they had been hanging off their hinges. Is that what I'm doing? He thought, his hand resting on Jordan's chest, feeling its rhythmic rise and fall. Waiting for someone to put me back on my hinges? He'd found that there were useful metaphors to be found in DIY. There was no warden or live-in helper at Keeler House, not since last year's cuts, and residents had to call their off-site support worker if they had an issue. Luckily, Jordan's was not one to go the extra mile, which meant no inconvenient, unscheduled visits. "Oh, yes? What favour?" He could hear how artificially cheerful he sounded, like he used to when Benedict would try to tell him about his geography homework, and his tone would belie his sinking feeling because he knew it was going to be something really boring to do with carbon cycles. "This job's come up. A delivery. Super flexible, so I choose when I want to work. Thing is, I need a car." A shiver of disquiet passed through Perry. Oh, God, was he going to ask to use the Peugeot? In the room directly above, dialogue thundered from what he knew to be a super-sized TV. You couldn't complain directly because the guy, Trev, was an intimidating specimen. Weight-trained, inked to within an inch of his life, and homophobic too, if Jordan's rather hammy accounts of verbal abuse were to be taken seriously. He was also known to hog the bathroom, taking hour-long soaks in the residence's only bathtub. Keep out of his way and stick to showers, Perry advised, stopping short of promising to arrange alternative accommodation. "There's this Astra I can have. My mate Tom's. He says I can have it for free. It's just an old banger." Jordan paused. "I was wondering, could I register it in your name?" Perry frowned. "Why not yours?" "My licence never came back, did it?" He'd complained about this before, something to do with a renewal that had not been dealt with, the suspicion that his licence had been lost in the system. "Have you rung the DVLA to chase it up?" "Couldn't get through. Didn't want to use all my data getting put on hold for hours." "Use my phone," Perry offered. This they now did, but there were over an hour's worth of callers ahead of them on the helpline, and Perry didn't have all day, especially now Charlotte had messaged him to ask him to pick up something from the Shaw's place, an errand he could have done without, even if he would enjoy having a little nose to see what high-end toys Linus had treated himself to now his annoyingly well-marketed bike insurance business was turning a decent profit. "It's an absolute disgrace," he said, cutting off the call. The passport office was the same, he'd read. The UK was sliding into a banana republic. Wait, were you allowed to say banana republic these days? He'd asked Tabitha. She'd soon let him know if it was now deemed a slur against Hondurans or fruit-eaters or whatever. Instruct him on the correct terminology. "As soon as I get it, I'll change it to mine." Jordan shrugged the duvet from him. He overheated easily. "But I need to take it now or he'll give it to someone else." Pointless to suggest he ask a family member. He'd estranged himself from them during the drinking years, and suggestions by his support worker that he might make efforts to reconcile had been met with caution. "This address or mine?" Perry asked. "Suppose it'd need to be yours, would it?" Hard to think this through with a naked body jammed against his and fresh stirrings of arousal under the covers, but Perry tried. The whole thing could be done online, he imagined, but even if there turned out to be a couple of letters from the DVLA, he was confident Charlotte wouldn't open them. She was the breadwinner now, but certain traditional gender roles still applied, and cars were his department. MOTs, services, insurance, breakdown coverage, parking fines, the whole shebang. He had a sudden flash of his wife and the rest of the Pine Ridge gang, limbs shiny with sunscreen as they floated on their backs in the crystalline waters of Old Beach, and it was like experiencing interference from life forms on a planet far away. He couldn't tell if the bleak feeling in his stomach was love or guilt or disgust. "Sure," he told Jordan. "If it's just for a few weeks, I don't see why not."
Chapter 15. Robbie. Monday, 28th of August, 8 p.m. We're sinking the pints like there's no tomorrow, trying to sedate our racing hearts, make sense of this carnage. From our table in the upstairs window of the Gull, we can just make out the emergency vehicles gathering in the beach car park, the cluster of police at the top of the cliff steps, silhouetted against a tangerine dust sky that's all wrong, like it thinks it's the backdrop to a marriage proposal. The wind's picked up, and it's got to be tricky navigating the tide on its way out now, but still lashing at the headland. So my guess is they'll wait for it to go right out before attempting any proper clean-up. I can't see any media yet, but they'll be here by first light, you can be sure of that. Cliff House tumbles in festival horror. The police won't be the only ones wanting to interview us. There's 4 of us so far. Me, Tate, Rio, and Shannon, who's on the phone to her cousin, Ethan, a police trainee who's on shift today and with any luck, part of the response crew. Des and Ellie are still at work and missed the whole thing. It was surreal, I tell Tate, who wants to hear for the second time exactly what I saw. They don't have a view of the cliff from the bar, so it took them a minute to figure out why people were dumping their drinks and getting hysterical. It was like it was on wheels or something. "I thought the cliff must have fallen away," Rio says. He's got the worst sunburn on his face and neck, livid against his white neckline. "No, it's not going anywhere, that cliff," I say. "They stabilised it a few years ago, remember?" They all ask, apparently, the rich Londoners who view houses on Pine Ridge Road. "Is the cliff solid? How bad is the erosion? You inbreds do know there's a climate crisis, don't you? If it's safe enough for the coastal path, it's safe enough for the houses," the agents parrot. Shannon gets off the phone, bright-eyed with news. "It wasn't a house," she announces. "As in the main, actual house. It was one of those summer houses at the bottom of the garden. Got to be one of the ones we hit the other week. I'm trying to remember. There were 2 right next to each other at the beach end, weren't there?" A summer house. If I'd been sober, I'd have worked that out for myself. We all know most of the second homes have additional buildings. Garden rooms, guest cottages, shepherd's huts. Up by the ridge, someone's done up an old horse box as a cocktail bar. As we suspected, the property belongs to a posh couple from London, though Ethan is either unable or unwilling to confirm any names. "Maybe it's the bloke who lamped you," Rio suggests, and my tongue explores the swollen side of my mouth, pretty much healed now. "Maybe." "Good job you were on the beach, otherwise you'd be suspect numero uno." "Probably still will be," I say, chuckling. "They'll say I was a digital avatar, and the real me was heading for the M3 in the JCB. JCB? Rio looks confused. Yeah, large objects don't move by themselves, do they? That summer house wasn't pushed off the cliff by a mobility scooter, I'll tell you that for nothing. So, if it wasn't one of us, then it must have been the citizens. I was thinking that, Shannon says. Explains why they've been so quiet this summer, been saving themselves. So you don't reckon it could have just been an accident? Rio says. An accident involving a JCB? Yeah, sure. In which case, someone take back their license before they shovel the whole fucking village into the sea. We snigger into our drinks, all except Tate, who's gone very quiet, grey around the gills as well. Finally, he breaks his silence. There's been construction kit up there this weekend. At the old bungalow, I think. The bungalow? Rio grimaces. That's my paddle-boarding guy's place, Linus. Who's married to Amy, who just happens to be the DFL I dislike more than any other. It's unusual for me to differentiate one from another, to think in terms of an individual rather than group dislike. But from the minute she arrived back in the spring, she got my goat. She came down more often than they usually do, mostly on her own, and that seemed to be all it took to make her feel like a proper native. That, and reading The Voice, and turning up to council meetings, where she talked about the environment and, what was it again, at that last one? Understanding our plight. That was it. Back in May, there was an open forum about the rental crisis, and she stood up, her face all twisted with sincerity, and went, "I'm new to the community. Tell me what I can do. I want to be part of the solution, not the problem." Silence is violence. All the clichés. She wanted us to know she considered Pine Ridge her first home, her spiritual home, even if, formally, for tax and stuff, i.e. everything except holidays. Her London place would continue to be her main residence. I thought, yeah, right. One thing I'll say for most of them, they don't pretend. They're not acting like it's some quirk of fortune they got their second home, and now they need to wear a hair shirt or whatever. They're more like, I've worked hard, I've got the money, so why shouldn't I have a holiday place by the sea if that's what I fancy? But she wants it both ways, this Amy, which is so next-level elite. Anyway, I looked up her London house online. Easy enough to find out the address, down Dulwich Way. And I can tell you for nothing that it's enormous. I mean, you could almost get the whole two homes thing if they were in some shoebox the rest of the time, like the people trapped in tower blocks during lockdown. But no, it's massive. Must have 4 or 5 bedrooms. It's the Pine Ridge house that's the shoebox. "Robbie!" Shannon's speaking in my ear really loudly, almost yelling. "Stop doing that!" Resurfacing, I blow air like I've been holding my breath. "Doing what?" "Going into a trance." "Sorry, still a bit wasted. What were you saying?" "The JCB. Tate's seen one up at the bungalow, and they've got a summer house." "Oh, yeah. Well, it could have been them. It was hard to tell which garden it was, the way the cliff curves, you know? Could have been any of them." I try to catch Tate's eye, but he's staring into his glass, eyeballing the last inch of his pint, as if it's all that stands between him and survival. And I have a really strong instinct there's more to come. More news. More damage. "Well," Shannon says into the void, "whosoever it is, they're not putting it back together any time soon. So let's hope they were insured." "Or let's hope they weren't," Rio says with a wicked little smile.
Chapter 16. Amy. Earlier in August. "Yes," she celebrated, but under her breath, because Linus was in the room, inconveniently spending his Sunday morning on work emails. The kids, at least, had hightailed it to the beach at the first suggestion they might help with a spot of dust containment. The login details buried in the file Perry had brought back from London yesterday had worked, and she was into Beatty's bank account and scrolling through the last 6 months of transactions. Most of the payments were under £20. Starbucks, Grind Coffee, their local pusher, Uber, TfL, Amazon, debits to friends that she guessed were for drinks bought by those who'd already turned 18. The account had an automatic lock on payments to pubs and bars. No cash withdrawals. The Zoomers didn't use cash points. As for clothing, there was one purchase at Urban Outfitters, another at a cancer research shop, but no retailers of designer clothes, and not a single payment out over £50, much less the hundreds, even thousands, charged by the labels Charlotte had identified, and others she had been able to authenticate with minimal research. As for deposits, there was only Beatty's monthly allowance, plus the £100 they'd given her after her latest stellar exam results, gifts from grandparents and other relatives on her birthday back in April, the occasional payment from local families for babysitting jobs, though Amy knew many paid cash. She scanned the debits a second time, reassuring herself that there was indeed nothing rogue afoot. How then to explain the mystery of her daughter's luxury shopping habit? Logging out, she reread the article in the Times that Charlotte had forwarded.
Pay pig loses home after debt spiral. A man who became embroiled in the BDSM world of findom, or financial domination, has declared himself bankrupt and lost his home after debts to a dom spiraled out of control. "I was addicted," John Gibbs told Warwick County Court on Tuesday. I willingly gave away control of my bank accounts. I have no one to blame but myself, and I am very sorry to let my creditors down."
It read slightly as if someone had written the apology for him. His dom, perhaps.
Men like Gibbs are known as pay pigs, part of a consensual relationship that involves the transfer of financial power from the submissive to the dominatrix. The motivation is predominantly erotic, explains sex therapist Rena Powell. The submissive finds the dynamic sexually arousing, despite their not meeting the other party in person.
Thank God for that.
The transactions involved in FinDom relationships vary from one-off payments to regular transfers of money and even, as in Gibbs's case, the surrendering of login details and passwords, allowing the Dom to take control of their bank accounts. A Dom may construct a strict punitive budget for the submissive or create a shopping wish list from which he permits the submissive to make purchases for her.
Amy paused and read the last sentence again. This must have been the point that caught Charlotte's eye, too.
While Gibbs picked up the pieces of his life and hopes that psychotherapy will curb future urges to enter into similar relationships, his former Dom, whose identity was protected during the court proceedings, will not be charged. Whatever her motives, she has committed no crime, providing her financial gains are declared to HMRC.
Closing the laptop, she walked out of the bungalow, down the back garden, along the cliff-top path, and up the Tuckers' garden to the open door of their kitchen, where Charlotte, dressed in yoga top and wide-legged pants, sat in front of her laptop, the screen split into multiple documents. "Are you working on a Sunday as well?" Charlotte had commented more than once that while people envied them their month-long vacation, the reality was she worked more weekends down here than at home, what with the beaches teeming with day trippers and the restaurant service harried. "I can do this later," she said, and gestured to Amy to take a seat. "I've looked at Beattie's bank statement, and there's no sign of anything suspicious," Amy said, plonking herself opposite. "So I think what you said about the FinDom thing could be right." "Hi, by the way." "Hi. You know you said she did some babysitting?" Charlotte had the ability to enter a conversation with minimal warm-up. "I was thinking, is there anyone who might have given these things to her? Someone who works in fashion, maybe?" "No, they're just regular families. They barely want to pay the going rate. There's no way they're handing out designer clothes as a tip. I have to face it, Charlotte. Beattie's got use of some saddo's account. All these items are on a wish list and he's buying them for her." Charlotte nodded. "I have to agree it might be something like that, though I'd question whether we're allowed to use the word saddo anymore. Self-esteem non-normative." But Amy couldn't laugh. Instead, she felt a horrible fluttering in her heart as adrenaline surged through her. The question is, exactly what does she have to do to get a Fendi bag? Even if it is just online. There must be images involved. He buys her the clothes and wants to see her in them? Or taking them off? Oh God, are there videos of her out there? You read about this stuff turning up on Pornhub without girls' consent and ruining their lives, driving them to suicide. Should I get onto the police, do you think? "You have no evidence whatsoever that there are images of her out there," Charlotte said calmly. "Not even in the possession of this one individual, if he exists in the first place. It's all just a theory at this stage." They looked at each other, and Amy was touched to find her own pain reflected in Charlotte's eyes. This was a young girl who'd somehow got herself in the clutches of someone, at best not quite right, and at worst dangerous. She had a new thought. "You know, I saw that man watching her on the beach. I'm wondering if he has anything to do with this. Maybe he's found out where she lives and is stalking her. Let's not let our imaginations run away with us," Charlotte said, meaning you're, but Amy appreciated the adjustment. "The good news is she seems perfectly happy. I saw her earlier, laughing away with Benedict and Tabitha. You haven't noticed she's been more anxious or angry than usual?" Amy considered. First off, Beattie was never anxious. Unlike 99% of her peers, she gave no impression of harbouring self-doubt or of disliking her appearance or personality. On the contrary, she seemed a little too thrilled with her assets. Her delight in male attention positively old school. Last night when Tabitha had cheered news of the outlawing of wolf whistling, she'd looked amazed. Angry? She'd certainly been annoyed by the state of the bungalow. Also irritated to discover you had to be 18 to use the gym at the Needles, but she had brightened when Amy offered to drive her to the branch of gym lads in Bournemouth, which would be covered by her membership. If anything, I'd say she's grown in confidence. A bit of humility wouldn't go amiss, to be honest. Good, Charlotte said. Then whatever's going on, it isn't making her feel victimised. We need to get into her messaging apps. Benedict's great with IT. I could ask him. No, she'd never forgive me if I involved one of her friends. Linus? He must know all the tech tricks. I think I'd rather not escalate it quite yet. What then? Amy took a breath. Crazy as it sounds, I think I'll just ask her direct. Wow, Charlotte said. When? Maybe tomorrow morning, when the boys are out paddleboarding. Good plan, Charlotte said. Till then, hold your nerve. As she left Cliff View, a seagull took flight from the roof of the Nook and plunged towards her almost in attack. She felt silly for cringing when it angled away at the last moment, especially when two walkers passed by on the cliff path and laughed. Passing Villa Pino, she noticed the gate swinging open. OK, she was definitely not imagining this. And if Charlotte was right about there being agency workers going in and out, then she'd simply introduce herself and ask for a business card. This time next year, she might need their services. She padded up the garden, a chic, low-maintenance design with broad stone paths winding through beds of shrubs and lavender, and approached the back door. This too gave way, so she took a breath and stepped inside. Hello? She walked through a vast sky-blue kitchen diner towards the door on the far side. Even in the dim, shuttered light, you could tell the place had been professionally designed, one of those interiors they described as a symphony, all the elements, colour, texture, shape, conceived as a whole. If she hadn't been trespassing, she might have taken out her phone and got some shots for her mood board. Moving deeper, she reached the hallway, where a heap of mail sat on the doormat. On instinct, she gathered it up and stacked it neatly on the jade-coloured console table at the foot of the stairs. Then, hearing a hoover starting up overhead, she called out again. Hello? Housekeepers? A young woman in grey leggings, cleaner's smock and white plimsolls appeared on the landing. You gave me a fright. She spoke with an accent Amy couldn't place. I'm so sorry, are you from housekeepers? She descended a few steps, giving Amy a searching look. Sorry, who are you? I'm the next-door neighbour. I shouldn't have just walked in, but the gate was open, and I know the Rickmans are away, so I thought I'd better check. I'm Amy. Ah, yes, that's right. Housekeepers. You work Sundays? Weekends are our busiest times. Which made sense. Holiday-let changeover days, second homers arriving late Sunday evening when the traffic had eased. Is it a regular time you come, or just whenever you're passing? I'm probably being silly, but I've just had a feeling someone's been in here. Like yesterday. Were you here then? I don't think so. We're only here once a week and the house is locked up the rest of the time, with the alarm on. The girl looked a bit sorry for Amy, who could feel her worry lines deepening. I'll give you my mobile number and you can phone me if you think it happens again. If you think. Thank you. Yes, that would be great. Amy added the number to her contacts. Back at the bungalow, she checked in with Linus. I just saw inside Villa Pino. It's really nice. Villa Pino? Next door? Oh, right, he said vaguely. It was clear he had not yet fully engaged with this trip. I was thinking, let's go out for dinner tonight. Just the four of us. We haven't actually done that yet. I'll see if they've got a table at the Needles. Sure, Linus said, returning his attention to his laptop. Wouldn't mind a break from the Tuckers. It was maybe a little early in the holiday for him to be voicing this sentiment, but Amy said nothing, just opened her contacts, still showing the housekeeper's girl, and dialed the restaurant.
Chapter 17. Tate. I need to talk to you about something, Ellie said in a low, grave voice, and he saw apprehension in her eyes, which he knew from a lifetime's observations of female dynamics ought to make him apprehensive too. She'd made a big deal of tonight. The comped meal in the brasserie, Food only, not drinks, which were double the price of the beach bar. Some kind of reward for having attained a certain level of client satisfaction. The great table her mate would fix for them on the terrace, which was obviously the prime spot. The view across the sloping lawn to the pool and sea had a Mediterranean glamour to it, with fairy lights twinkling everywhere you looked. Strings of them wound around the trunks and branches of the trees. Not just pines, but imported palms as well. They clinked glasses. He had a vodka cocktail, and she had a glass of very pale pink wine that caught the light as she raised her glass and glowed like a gemstone. "Never seen such a tiny amount of wine in such a massive glass," he commented.
"It's fine," Ellie said. "I'm not up for a session."
Shame. He hoped what she wanted to talk to him about wasn't to do with his flirting with the girls at the bar, which was not only encouraged by Gav, but also an impulse beyond his own control. To ask him to stop was like asking him not to breathe. "Did I tell you I saw Robbie earlier? He's decided on Thursday for his stunt. Says he wants it front of mind at the housing meeting the week after."
"Where's he going to do it?"
"Up on Pine Ridge Road. There's a couple of places that have been empty all season, apparently." Despite being the resort's premier road, Pine Ridge Road hadn't had much of NJFA's attention this summer, other than the first day of the month graffiti, partly because they'd been concentrating on the new builds at the edge of the village, up past the staywell. It was far less picturesque a zone than the main village, but nowhere was safe from DFLs now, not since the Needles had opened. It was their gateway drug. They came for a weekend and left with thoughts of a permanent habit. It was paradise, this place. Or, as Robbie said, paradise lost.
"I'll see if I can swap my shift so I can come along to that,"
Ellie said. "Great." Tate rubbed at an itch in his nose, smelling beach bar lager on his fingers. You couldn't get rid of it with tepid showers. Same for Robbie with oil and petrol from the garage. There were worse smells. Imagine working in a sewage plant or something. He smeared butter, green butter, what the fuck, on a piece of warm bread and popped it in his mouth. "So, what did you want to talk about?" But the hostess was seating people at the next table, and Ellie seemed to want to wait for this to finish before spilling. A couple in their 40s, the woman gushing about how heavenly the terrace was, the guy agreeing as if conceding the point, and a teenage boy, dressed like he surfed but who had probably never seen a wave over 5 feet his entire life, making no comment. And now, appearing in Tate's eyeline, oh fuck, the girl from the beach. The girl! Beatty the Beautiful, in a white dress with bits cut out at the sides, like those paper snowflakes they'd made at infant school. In the days since they'd first chatted, they'd exchanged a few texts, and pictures, that had fired his imagination in a big way, made him sweat, in fact, but had not yet led to a plan to meet. She saw him straight away, clocked who he was with, what this was, and looked away. "What?" he asked Ellie a second time, and she gave a nervous laugh.
"I genuinely have no idea how you're going to react to this."
"To what?"
How many times did he have to say it? "I'm pregnant." It was how he imagined being taken down by a sniper. Out of nowhere, fast and deadly, robbing him of breath, of a heartbeat. "Say something," Ellie said.
"Think. I can't deal with this. I definitely can't deal with this when the girl I'm obsessed with is sitting right there, almost in touching distance. Say something. Anything." "You can't have a baby in a caravan," he said finally. She frowned. "You?" "Big mistake. We can't have a baby in a caravan. It's not a proper home."
Okay, well, I was thinking we could see if we could move to a static. Shannon's on the wait list, and I thought if one came up, she might let us jump the queue. He grimaced. A static. The same, but fixed. Not just for now, but forever. Pensioners for neighbours, or middle-aged people like Shannon's parents, who were nice enough, but deathly dull. The smell of nappies on top of the stink of the chemical toilet, and the food odours that never cleared no matter how hard you scrubbed. He took 2 huge swallows of his drink, basically finishing it. Or we'd get on the council's emergency list, probably, Ellie said. A couple with a baby gets priority. It wouldn't be in Pine Ridge, obviously. More likely Crowland. The council's emergency list. It was so fucking sordid. Not to mention surreal, discussing it in this high-class place, where a room for the night probably cost more than whatever their monthly rent would be in said new emergency accommodation. A couple with a baby. He wasn't sure he even wanted the couple part, let alone the baby. At the next table, wine was being tasted, approved, poured. Even the younger kid, Beatty's brother, he assumed, was allowed some. Tate would be sacked if he was caught serving alcohol to an underage kid at the beach bar. But here it was different. No one challenged posh parents. He rose to go to the loo. "You're not leaving?" Ellie said in alarm. "No, just need a slash. Order some more drinks, will you?" The loos were quite a distance from the restaurant, through the bar and down a corridor that smelled of something sweet, caramel maybe, and down a short flight of stairs. In the men's room, he stared at himself in the mirror. A father? The idea was ludicrous. He'd barely stopped being a child himself. He had a seasonal job earning minimum wage, one step up from a kid's paper round. Ellie said it herself sometimes, and not always as fondly as she might. He needed looking after. When he came out, someone was waiting to the side of the door, and fingers fluttered in front of his face. Fingers with long baby blue nails and clusters of rings. Beatty! Even standing at a gawky angle, her legs crooked, she looked wildly sexy in the dress with the cutouts that flashed her tanned skin. Her feet were in pimped-up Birkenstocks, velvet and jewels and whatever. "Awkward," she said, and he had no idea if the shyness in her smile was real or a total act. "You look incredible," he blurted. "I know." She reached out and took his left hand, using her other hand to push open the door to the ladies, pulled him into the cubicle nearest the entrance so violently he banged his hip on the edge of the door. Then they were kissing. Frantic, savage, as if someone had told them they had 5 minutes left to live. He had one quick, rational thought. How could it be that this was the best he'd felt in his entire life when he'd just heard possibly the worst news, before allowing physical sensation to obliterate it? Their hands were everywhere on each other, under their clothes, on the skin. His fingers inside the scooped-out bits, then under her bra, inside her knickers. Both of them were moaning, getting past the point of no return, but there was no way they could have sex here, in this cubicle. "We have to stop. Someone's going to come in." "I know. We need somewhere to meet," she said, a hot, breathless whisper. "Your place?" He thought of the caravan, Ellie's work rota on the corkboard. Was it possible? She never missed a shift. You couldn't keep rich clients waiting even 5 minutes. Ellie was pregnant. Knowledge only minutes old and already the most haunting thought in his entire head. "Yeah," he said finally. Friday daytime should be all right.
If he remembered correctly, this was the next time Ellie was working, and he was not. Beatty opened the door.
Coast's clear. You go first.
But, opening the main door, he bumped into a punter who looked at him askance.
Gender fluid,
he said, and he heard Beatty giggle behind him.
Of course,
the woman said, all earnest.
No problem.
His lips felt chewed and swollen. He hoped he didn't have makeup smeared on his face as he rejoined Ellie, thanked his lucky stars for the fading light.
You okay?
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to,
she said, and he averted his gaze, frightened by what he suddenly saw across the table, saw behind her eyes. A maternal, sexless caregiver under the skin of a pretty young woman. A cute avatar to catfish him. Their food arrived then, which bought him a few minutes. He was both ravenous and nauseous as he plunged his knife into the aged steak and watched red juice leak from it. His hip throbbed, and he had a residual ache in his trousers that was not going to subside until he had her. Beatty. Shit. She was back at her table now. He could hear her saying, "You are such a worm, Huck." Then the dad was berating her, and the brother was grumbling, and the mum snapped, "Let's just try to get on, shall we? We're supposed to be on holiday."
I'm having a great time,
Beatty said, and Tate didn't dare catch her eye in case Ellie picked up on it. She'd have to do a 180, but still, she probably had an enhanced radar for rivals now she was pregnant.
I know it's a shock,
she said, because she hadn't meant it when she'd said he didn't have to talk about it. She just meant that she would spoon-feed him his lines if he wasn't capable of delivering them independently.
You could say that,
he said through a mouthful of fries.
We just need time to get used to it.
He used the arrival of their drinks to sneak a glance at Beatty. She was forking fingernails through her hair, sucking in her lower lip before letting it slide slowly back. She was so exactly the solution to his chronically frustrated libido, he feared he might have imagined her. Ellie noticed him looking, turned as well. God, he'd been right about her radar.
That kid's checking you out,
she said. What the fuck? But she meant the boy.
Likes your tattoos, I reckon.
The mum followed the kid's gaze and said,
Over my dead body, Huck. What? Dad's got one?
His is tiny and on his ankle, not covering his whole arm like that.
Nice,
Ellie said, flaring her eyes at Tate. Her second drink was water, he noticed.
We'll be all right, though, won't we?
He knew what she wanted to hear, and it wasn't complicated. Just reassurance. 3 words, or, better still, an extension of them. I love you, and I'll love our baby too. She needed it. She deserved it. But he couldn't say it.
Chapter 18. Amy. Of all the trepidations that a lifetime of Monday mornings had flung in her path, none quite matched this one. Ideally, she'd have waited for Beatty to emerge from her room of her own accord, but the paddleboarding lesson was only an hour long, and she didn't want to risk it. As soon as Linus and Huck left, she made 2 oat flat whites and knocked on her daughter's door. Beatty? She was stretched out on top of her duvet in pale blue cotton pyjamas. On her phone, of course. Every hour spent on a screen took 13 minutes off your night's sleep, Amy had read. But tell that to the digital natives. At least she looked her age, first thing in the morning, makeup removed on little reusable pads she left lying around the bathroom. It had been hard at dinner last night to watch her, in her little dress, lips pouting, eyes glittering, drawing glances from all the men. She'd wanted to hustle her aside and say, "Who are you, you siren, and what have you done with my daughter?" "I brought you a coffee," Beatty reached to take the cup. Hey, thanks. Do you have a minute? I wanted to have a chat. Instantly the girl's gaze darkened. She made no attempt to help as Amy cast about for somewhere to perch. The only available chair was heaped with clothes, and so Amy transferred these to the foot of the bed and sat on it. Beatty took a sip of her coffee before speaking in a husky drawl. Seriously, whatever you want to say, I've already covered it in PSHE. Have you covered FinDoms? There was a beat of surprise. What? FinDom. Financial domination. I have no idea what that is. Beatty sounded genuinely puzzled. Wait, is that like coercive control? We had to talk about domestic abuse and raise money for that shelter in Streatham. Was she bluffing? Amy couldn't tell. No, this is girls who have online friendships with men who want them to control their finances. Sometimes they have access to their banking and dictate all their spending. They call the girl a financial dominatrix, and the man a pay pig. And there's a sexual element to it. In no way would the girl be to blame, she added, especially if she were young and had entered into it sort of accidentally, you know, if she'd been groomed. Beatty continued to frown. Is this like OnlyFans? Mum, whatever site you mean, I'm not on it, I swear. It was the trace of pity in her voice that made Amy believe her. Pity for the tragic middle-aged woman diving headfirst down another internet rabbit hole. Out of touch. Clueless. What social media do you use these days? Beatty proffered her phone, and Amy itched to take it, but she knew it was a trap. To accept only signalled her mistrust, inviting potentially terminal consequences. She'd already trawled through the girl's banking, which had been risky enough. What if Beatty had been alerted to the access? It's okay, she said. Before it was withdrawn, the screen lit up with a notification, too fleeting for Amy to read the message, but she caught the sender's name. Tate. Who's Tate? Beatty shot her a defiant look. Just one of hundreds of skanky old men I'm fin-domming, or whatever it was you just said. Want to give him a call? Ask him if I've taken control of his bank account and paid his gas bill on time? Amy felt her cheeks flame. There's no need to be so challenging, Beatty. You're the one who's challenging me. The girl's eyes flashed with outrage. Why would I even want to do something weird like that? Amy breathed deeply and took a beat. She remembered how decisive she'd sounded when discussing it with Charlotte. I'll just ask her direct. It struck her that she'd asked the wrong question. Can we start this conversation again? Beatty slurped her coffee. If you want. I need you to tell me where you're getting all your expensive clothes from. I know you don't have much money of your own, so I'm worried someone is buying them for you, hence my questions about FinDoms. Which I obviously got wrong, and I'm sorry. But I do want to know how these things came into your possession, and I think it's reasonable to ask. Beatty lowered her cup. A flush rose in her face as she glanced at the heap at her feet. Amy looked too. Sod's law, the top item was a cheap nylon top from H&M. Her gaze returned to Amy, steady again. I told you, they're fakes. I don't think they are, Beatty. At least they may have been sold as fakes, but they are actually genuine designer. The Fendi bag, the Chloe sunglasses. And before you object, I haven't been snooping. You leave stuff all over the place, and I've just used my eyes. Or Charlotte had. In any case, there was a fractional concession on her daughter's part. I suppose some could be. The ones I got from charity shops. In fancy places, you know, like the King's Road and High Street Ken. Amy remembered the cancer research item on the bank statement. Just one. Had there been several, she might have gone along with this undeniably attractive line of defence. Lord knew she didn't want the answer to be sordid. There's loads of, billionaires out there, Beatty continued. Arabs and Russians and stuff. They buy something in the wrong size and they don't bother taking it back. £1,000 is 50p to them. That's how I got the bag. The shop didn't even know it was worth so much. I didn't. How could a bag be the wrong size? I don't mean literally every single thing. Just, that's how these people think. They buy something, it's not right, so they give it away. Amy found this hard to believe. No wealthy person she'd crossed paths with deposited untouched designer handbags in charity shops. What about the Birkenstocks? I can't imagine you wanting to buy shoes second-hand. I got those new. You and Dad gave me the money? Come on, Beatty, I looked them up and they're limited edition and on sale for £500. Please be honest. I am, she said with a flare of indignation. They're seconds, and not even this season. I got them on an auction site. I told you this when you gave me the money. Amy was certain she had not, and nor had anything resembling an auction site appeared on the bank statement. But she could hardly say this. What auction site? Beatty scowled. It's called a miss. You won't know it. OK, if you show me a receipt, that would put my mind at ease. I can't. Lexi ordered them on her account. I paid her back. In cash from babysitting, she added with preemptive pique. You're always making everything into some mystery, like you want me to be in a crime ring or something. A crime ring? That took Amy aback. It also dislodged a distant memory of a movie about teenagers in LA who broke into celebrities' houses and pilfered their clothes and jewellery. I don't want to talk about this anymore, Beatty said, returning to her phone. I'm getting like weird obsessed vibes here. Amy considered her position. She was by no means any clearer on the source of her daughter's shopping budget, but she was at least satisfied the girl wasn't being sexually exploited, and that was enough of a win for now. OK, but just be aware that if you're going to swan around Pine Ridge like a Kardashian, there's tension between us and some of the locals. Economic tension. It was a pathetic, cowardly swerve of focus, and again Beatty looked at her with pity. Fine, Mum. I'll try not to let my shoes cause social unrest. Since Linus was not one to hide his light under a bushel, his glum mood on returning from paddleboarding could only mean that this session had been as inglorious as the first. Amy didn't dare ask if Perry had once more proved to be a natural. When's the next one? Not for a few days. Rio's booked solid. Well, at least you can practice in his absence. This was the sort of remark that made the kids bristle, but worked well with Linus, especially if she invoked one of his cycling mantras as she now did. Hate it now, love it later, and all that? He nodded. Pain is temporary. Everything okay with Beats? I haven't seen her today. Fine. Feeling guilty for excluding him from her investigations, Amy reached instead for the consolation of a secondary mystery. Linus, you know I told you I met the woman from Housekeepers when I went into the house next door? Oh, yes. Well, there was this huge pile of junk mail on the doormat, including the note I posted the day we arrived. I recognised it because the envelope is pink. So? So why didn't she pick it up? A touch of impatience crossed his brow. I don't know. Maybe she does stuff in a certain order. But it wasn't pushed to the side by the front door opening. The back gate was open, so I think she came in that way, which means she came up from the beach, or all the way along the cliff path from the meadow. Why would she do that? Everyone comes the roadway, except the residents themselves. Ourselves. But Linus just gave her a droll look before turning from her, his mind already on the next task. The riddle of the cleaner's routine. There's an episode of Sherlock right there, on the cutting room floor.
Chapter 19. Beatty. This was going to be the last time, definitely. OK, so last time was supposed to have been the last time, because there'd been that notice up that had literally made her heart stop, but she'd been looking online, and there were a few more things she had to have. If she was going to do this, if she was going to have sex with Tate when they met tomorrow, she knew exactly what she wanted to wear under her Adidas X Gucci dress, the most expensive item in her collection. What she wanted him to remove. And that underwear was not available in Pine Ridge or Bournemouth, even if the conditions in the branch of gym lads she'd used down there had been right, which they had not. She'd ended up just doing a workout and leaving. I have to go up to London, she told her parents. I've forgotten some textbooks I need. Can't we just get new ones delivered down here? Her dad said. They're too expensive to buy again. Plus, I want to see Sienna. She was careful to reference a different friend from Lexi, in case her mum started going on about S&M gimps and receipts for shoes again. She got the feeling her dad wasn't in on these pervy suspicions, but there was no way her mum had worked out that the stuff was properly designer on her own. Her idea of a luxury brand was the Sweaty Betty sale. No, someone was on to her, and the sooner she shut this down, the better. It turned out Benedict's dad was driving up to London again, and he offered to give her a lift. He was okay, Perry. One of the less handsy dads, even though he literally worked as a handyman, which was pretty funny. "Why is he going up again?" her dad asked her mum. "He's already been once." "He's needed to do stuff for his housing charity, I think." "What stuff? He just put shelves up. He's not even paid. He's completely economically inactive." "Don't say that," her mum said, meaning not in front of Beatty, which was such a joke when everyone knew how judgy parents were. "I'm economically inactive as well. It doesn't mean we're not valued citizens." Her dad looked caught out, which was always fun to see. "You're just taking a few months off while you sort out this place. It's game over for him." Beatty's mum sighed. "I feel for him, Linus. It can't be that easy." "Looks pretty fucking easy from where I'm standing," her dad said. The Tuckers had a seriously posh car, with creamy leather seats and aircon you could barely hear. Everything was clean and soft and swishy. With her pods in, she wouldn't need to speak to Perry, but they weren't even at the ferry when he was already trying to get the conversation going. She plucked the pod from her right ear. "Sorry?" "I just said, do you want to listen to the same music, since it's just the two of us? We always do when it's just me and Benedict." Okay." Idiot. She should have said she was listening to a podcast for school. Adults never questioned schoolwork because they were all so super competitive. It was the one thing that was untouchable. "You choose," he said, kind of pathetically pleased. "Do you have a playlist or something?" "No, whatever you want is cool." He fiddled with the display and chose a radio station called 80s Smash. Some weird folky thing with fiddles filled the car. "Do you know Dexys?" Perry asked. I don't think so." This wasn't their best, actually. I was just a kid when they were big, in case you're trying to work out just how prehistoric I am. She wasn't, but she smiled politely. They managed the ferry crossing and drive through Poole without any more chat, but then they stopped at a red light, just as the radio signal went all crunchy, and Perry took this as his cue to try again. "Got a lot of reading this summer then, have you?" "Not much." Then, remembering this was the reason she was so urgently returning home, yeah, quite a bit. I've got uni applications next term, so I've got to say what I'm reading in my personal statement. The light changed and the car reared forwards, making her stomach flip. "I'm sure Benedict will help you if you need any advice on that," Perry said. "No, wait. You're an academic scholar, aren't you? It's all coming back to me, your amazing GCSE results. You must have been over the moon." "Yeah, super gassed," Beatty said. GCSEs were 100 years ago. After that, there was a good hour, maybe 2, when Perry didn't say much, just hummed along to the songs. The occasional bit of commentary. "I'm not sure this one stood the test of time," and "We used to think Adam and the ants were the dog's bollocks." There were sweets in the glove compartment, he said, if she fancied one. They were the fruit ones in a tin with icing sugar, like you'd have if you were in a care home or something. She took one shaped like a raspberry and had a lovely daydream about Tate while sucking it. "So, what are you youngsters watching on TV right now?" Perry asked. "That druggy one, Euphoria, is it?" She squirmed a little. "Loads of stuff." "Like?" He was getting all animated, like he did when the families were together and he argued with Benedict and Tabitha. "Go on, what was the last thing you watched?" Probably Dharma?" "The serial killer guy? You didn't find it a bit disturbing?" She shrugged. "Wow, that blows my mind." She waited for him to explain. "I'm just surprised you're not sickened by something like that." "I'm not sickened," Beatty said. "I just think the show is good. Makes you see how he came to be this weirdo monster. Are you doing psychology at A-level? He asked. No, why? I just thought that might be why you're interested in serial killers. It was bizarre, the way parents thought you were only interested in something because there was a link to what you were doing at school. It was the opposite, mostly. I'm doing maths, biology, and chemistry, she said. But it seemed like he hadn't heard, because he checked his mirrors and made an aggressive overtaking manoeuvre before saying, I've developed a bit of an interest in psychology myself. You probably know I used to have a problem with alcohol. Still do, he corrected himself. Oh. This was interesting. She turned to him, the sweet tin in her lap. What's it like to be, an addict? I mean, do you still get, tempted? He nodded like she'd said something really insightful, and his eyes checked the mirrors. The simplest way I can describe it is it's like a wound that's going to take your whole life to heal. You have to know the tools to stop yourself from picking at the stitches. It was a horrible image, and she didn't reply. Just looked at the cars weaving in and out on the motorway like this was F1. She'd like one of those vintage Porsches, she thought, and imagined herself gliding past all the middle-aged people with their questions and their tracks that hadn't stood the test of time. It's always there, Perry continued, as if minutes had not passed since he last spoke. That yearning, like a lover lost at war or something. You miss them. You didn't get a proper goodbye. Hearing himself, he laughed. Listen to me going on. She took another sweet and held the open tin close to Perry so he could take one without crashing the car. Benedict liked the lemon ones, he said, but he chose his randomly, and it was so coated in icing sugar she wasn't sure which one it was. He crunched it rather than sucked it, and when she looked at him in surprise, he explained, I don't like that feeling when you've rubbed away your upper palate. Again, she could think of nothing to say in response. They didn't speak again until they were in London, and she recognised the A road off which Sienna lived. You can drop me here, she said. I'm seeing a friend before going back to the house. Sure thing, Perry said, pulling over on the red line, so the driver behind got mad and blared his horn, and even before she'd jumped out and closed the door again, he turned the music up and gave this freaky little cry of joy, like finally there was a song that made him feel how he wanted to feel.
Chapter 20. Charlotte. When the trespassers arrived, her first instinct was relief that Perry was out of town, even if she did suspect him of disappearing this second time purely to demonstrate to Linus that he too had work to do, clients to service. Of all of them, he was the most easily wound up, the most apt to overreact. Then again, there was such a thing as being too tolerant, too passive in the face of invasion. She happened to be out front when it came lumbering into view. A caravan about 20 feet long, towed by an old Skoda Yeti. At first, she assumed the driver had taken a wrong turn and would now set about making a painful reversal or three-point turn before continuing up to Golden Sands Park. She even lingered in case they needed any help judging clearances. Instead, they drew to a halt opposite the Shaw's bungalow, and a young man jumped out of the passenger seat, a pair of bolt cutters in his hand. He crossed the road to Villa Pino, and without a glance in either direction, broke the chain holding the padlock on the driveway gates. He then opened the gates, and as the Skoda's engine roared back to life, gestured for the driver to enter. Charlotte strode towards him, thinking there was something familiar about his hustling, tenacious demeanour. "Hello? Can I ask what you're doing?" But he held up a palm to her and continued directing the vehicle into the Crescent Drive until the tourer was satisfactorily positioned, pretty much parallel with the front of the house. The driver killed the engine, got out, and joined him. He was older, with similar colouring, possibly a relative. "What's going on?" she asked again. though it was as plain as the nose on her face that they were disconnecting the tow. Once that was done, they set about securing the caravan's wheels with yellow clamps, intending, presumably, to leave it there, immobile, immovable. They were staging some sort of sit-in. The younger one, who'd broken the lock and now directed the clamping, finally looked up and deigned to engage with her.
"Nothing to worry about,"
he said, his eyes squinting in the sun. He had the calm and persuasive manner of the born liar.
"Well, I think it is something to worry about,"
Charlotte said. She was starting to sweat under her cotton leopard print dress.
"You can't just abandon a random caravan here."
"It may be random to you, but it's not to me. It's my home, and I'm not abandoning it. I'm very much staying with it."
It came to her then who he was. The leader of the NJFA. She had seen him on TV and in The Voice. She spoke more forcefully.
"Unless you have the owner's permission, this is trespassing and criminal damage."
"What criminal damage?"
"I saw you break the padlock, and so did your friend."
"Didn't see nothing," the friend said, laughing. She noticed they didn't address the trespassing accusation. There was probably no such thing when you were a Trotskyist, or whatever they were. Private property must be abolished and all that. Everything for everyone. That was the Soviets' cry. Or wait, was it the Welsh?
"I know you're from Not Just for August. Robbie something, isn't it?"
"My fame grows."
He straightened and thanked his compadre.
"Sorted, mate. You head, yeah?"
Moments later, the car departed, and Robbie unlocked his caravan door and went inside. Charlotte glanced down the empty street. It was one of those unsettlingly still days where the sky looked more like a ceiling fresco than a real cloudscape. As if she might not be flesh and bone at all, but a figure conjured out of pigment and lime plaster. She wondered whether to call Amy and get her back from IKEA in Southampton, but that seemed a bit of an overreaction. She noticed a woman emerging from a house further down. Not the owner, who Charlotte and Perry had had drinks with many times, but a stranger in a beach caftan and flip-flops, and she waved to get her attention.
"Hi there. Have you seen this?"
The woman waved back.
"We're just here for the week,"
she called apologetically. For who would want to waste one of their precious 7 days involved in some neighbourhood wrangle?
"Not to worry."
A few cursory knocks at other doors revealed exactly what you'd expect of a beautiful afternoon in August. Everyone was out. Returning, she found that a banner had been affixed to the Rickman's railings. Empty in August, #NJFA, in huge red letters. That explained the selection process. And to know Villa Pino was empty, they must have been watching the place. She went inside to find her phone and call the police. By the time she came back out, Linus had arrived home from a bike ride and was in discussion with Robbie, sweat rolling down his face. Joining them, she found they were talking not about the flagrant act of audacity taking place in front of the resident's eyes, but the lightweight beauty of his bike.
8 kilos,
Linus said in a proud, boastful tone.
"You're joking me,"
Robbie said.
"No, seriously. Some of them only weigh 7. That's mad, that is. How do—"
"Can I have a word, Linus?"
Charlotte interrupted, and steered him towards his own driveway. He was giving off serious body heat and smelled very animal.
"That man is the leader of Not Just for August, and this is some sort of stunt."
"I gathered as much, Charlotte."
"Well, you don't seem very bothered."
"I'm not. He says he's only here for a short while."
"What does that mean?"
Until the stunt served its purpose, she supposed, which must mean media coverage.
"Do you think he's planning on staying overnight? He's got no utilities."
Linus paused to ponder this.
"They use gas canisters, if I remember."
What about the loo? And please don't tell me you're going to offer your facilities. Amy wouldn't like that. She's already worried about Beatty getting attention from the locals. This at least elicited a flicker of concern, but no more. Amy worries too much. Anyway, they've probably got one of those chemical loos. Perry not back from London yet? Not till tomorrow morning. Linus nodded, satisfied, and Charlotte tipped her head, trying to figure him out. Pragmatism was one thing, but there was something about his manner that suggested he was taking a perverse pleasure in this turn of events. It felt like an extension of his tendency to support Tabitha in her political disagreements with Perry. As she had anticipated, supporters were now populating the street, and Robbie soon began lobbing sound bites to people filming with their phones. God knew who they were. It was hard to tell these days if someone was bona fide media or just a moocher with nothing better to do. "What message are you sending to the council, Robbie?" Robbie thrust his hands in his jeans pockets and raised himself onto the balls of his feet, instantly taller. "The message I'm sending is we'd like a little less conversation and a little more action, if you know what I'm saying." "What sort of action?" "For starters, we'd like to see the licensing of all second homes in Pine Ridge. We're also calling for the piloting of a scheme that allows locals to access unused accommodation." "Are you for compulsory purchase?" This was met with a friendly chuckle. "In an ideal world, yes, but we have to be realistic about what the law will allow. I think we can agree that to have a house like this standing empty is heartbreaking for those working families crammed into a B&B, or, like me, confined to a small caravan." It soon became apparent that all photography and video was set up to showcase a shocking contrast between the ancient, discoloured caravan in the foreground and the gleaming new villa behind it, with grand cliff view to its left. There was no mileage in having the bungalow represent Millionaire's Row, so the photographers set up on the Shores Drive for their shots. Linus did nothing to stop this, even stepping aside to allow more of the mob access, and Charlotte approached him once more. "Linus, you do realise this is bad news, don't you? For us, I mean. For all second homeowners. Not us, Charlotte. Just these people in between." He didn't even know their names. "But you know they twist things to make us all look guilty. You've heard what they say. We're selfish and greedy, complicit in hollowing out communities." She frowned, felt the sting of SPF in her eyes. "I don't understand. Why would you support them and not your own neighbours?" "I'm not supporting anyone." "It looks like you are, Linus. What's going on? Is there something I need to know about?" Then finally, she guessed. "Wait, is this to do with the paddleboarding?" She had gathered from Perry's preening that they'd developed a rivalry, one they were struggling to keep amicable, spending more time bickering about the scheduling of the sessions than actually out on the water. Perry was frustrated by Linus's work commitments. Linus, according to Amy, by Perry's unnecessary trips back home. A terrible thought struck. "You didn't. You're not feeding NJFA information, are you? Is that how they knew Villapino was unoccupied?" He gave a scornful laugh. "This isn't Bridge of Spies, Charlotte. Seriously, can you back off? I get more than my fair share of conspiracy theories from Amy." She gave him a last hard stare. "Well, as far as your new friend is concerned, I seriously advise you to develop a few of your own. He might not be interested in the bungalow now, but he sure as hell will be once it's done up." She turned from him with a parting shot. "And when that happens, you just might find you need your neighbours after all."
Chapter 21. Beatty. She had no intention of visiting Siena, not least because her friend was in Corfu with her family, but took the tube to Bond Street and continued by foot to the Marylebone branch of Gym Lads. As she tapped in and eased through the barrier, She thought about her first time in her home branch in South London. Not that it had been much like what she did now, because the bank card had just been sitting there under the bench in the changing room, presumably having fallen from someone's pocket or bag. She'd had no idea if the woman whose name it bore, Miss Joanne Whittaker, was in the next room busy on the cross-trainer or had already done her workout and left. As if controlled remotely by someone else, she'd snatched it up, slipped it into the pocket of her hoodie and left. Walked across the park towards Brixton, where there was a department store with a ton of brands, mostly lame. She flipped through the racks of clothes, struggling to find something she wanted. Then, just as she was giving up, saw the pink Ugg fuzzy slides. The contactless worked like a dream. She worked her way down the high street, buying bits and pieces. It was a confusing escalation of feelings, because she was getting both more confident as each transaction cleared and more nervous as time ticked by and poor Joanne Whittaker got closer to noticing she'd lost her card and decided to phone her bank. She'd binned the card before getting on the bus. At home, she told her mum she'd spent her birthday money. "You got a lot," her mum said, in a praising tone. "There was a sale on," Beatty said. She found out later that after a certain number of contactless payments, they asked for your PIN, so she must have been lucky. She'd have crapped herself if that had happened. Maybe it would have put her off trying anything again. Who knew? Now, in the changing room of Jim Ladd's Marylebone, she could see at once that the conditions were perfect. August, not too busy, but not so empty that there'd only be 3 of them tapping in and out if anyone bothered to check. She went to do a quick workout. Leaving within 10 minutes of arrival would be a dead giveaway, before returning to survey the women getting changed and using the lockers. Quite a few yoga bunnies, undoubtedly here for the 90-minute advanced class that started in 15 minutes. They liked to go in 10 minutes early to get the spot they wanted, or to fuss about with layering mats and arranging bricks or whatever. Then afterwards, they'd stand around with their water bottles, chatting about how scented they felt. All in all, she could count on having almost 2 hours. Once the changing room emptied, she approached the chosen locker and took out her shim, sliding it into the gap to force the lever aside. Inside was a kit bag and a handbag, in which phone and wallet were conveniently stored together. She took the phone and selected the debit card for a well-known high street bank, checking the name was an ethnically plausible match. Susanna Rice. Good. She left the wallet where she'd found it, having learned that most people didn't go immediately to their wallets to see if everything was there. Their phones? Yes. But she knew that if it were her, she'd just think she'd left it at home. Well, she wouldn't, obviously, not now that she knew what evil geniuses like her got up to. The entire time, she acted exactly like this were her locker. If someone came in, which had happened once or twice, she knew to slip off her hoodie and shove it in, do up her shoelace or something. Leaving the gym, she noticed the same sign she'd seen in a previously visited branch. "Thefts have been reported in branches of Gym Lads. Keep your belongings safe." And asked herself a tough question. Would it have deterred her if she'd seen it on the way in? Maybe. Then again, she did really need this spree before tomorrow's meet with Tate. She dipped into a Starbucks and picked up a skinny caramel latte with extra and surprisingly nice vegan whipped cream, her victim's treat, and set about downloading the relevant banking app to the secret iPhone she'd bought with cash saved up from babysitting jobs. Going rate in her neighbourhood, £12 an hour. Average job, 4 hours, usually rounded up to £50. Up came the message, always a variation of the same. "We have detected a new device. A security passcode will be sent to your registered device." Instantly, the notification popped up on the stolen phone. It was only visible for a second, but long enough for her to memorise the code. Sometimes people had their notifications turned off, in which case she had to ditch the phone and be content with the contactless purchases on the card, with its frustratingly low £100 limit. She tapped in the code, reset the access details and Apple Pay security, and checked out the available balance. Shit. This Susanna Rice bitch had over £20,000 just sitting there. She indulged a brief fantasy of transferring the whole lot to her own account. Of course, instantly traceable, since she only had her young person's account, not some, offshore thing, before slipping from her seat, phone and latte in hand. Selfridges was her chosen store today, and she went straight to the underwear department to buy the Agent Provocateur corset and knickers she'd seen online, plus a bra or two that caught her eye. A pair of zebra print silk pyjamas, a cute silk eye mask. She'd need to cut the labels out and tell her mum she'd got them at the market or something. She didn't need another interrogation like the last one. At the till, the total was £1,570, and the girl didn't bat an eye. Rich teenagers came in the whole time and dropped thousands. Emerging into Oxford Street, she didn't feel entirely sated. Could she risk going down to the Apple store on Regent Street and getting some new AirPods? Maybe another iPhone to sell or stash? She did. Her haul included phone, AirPods, a few silicone wallets, and a couple of HomePod minis that would be good birthday presents for friends. Afterwards, with barely an hour on the clock, Ms. Rice would still be doing her warrior poses or whatever. She deleted the banking app from her phone and turned it off. The stolen one she ditched in a bin. She always felt bad about the phone, knowing how her own life would be basically over if she lost hers, but it was too much of a risk to return to the gym and deposit it somewhere. Maybe even hand it in and say she'd found it. How twisted would that be? Also, for all she knew, it might have recorded information about the new device it had sought verification for. Yes, she'd bought the phone with cash, but it might still be traceable to the Apple store, where old security footage could be requisitioned. You had to be one step ahead in this game. She took the steps down to Oxford Circus Tube, picturing herself at home in an hour's time, getting rid of the packaging and labels in a neighbour's bin, before stuffing everything into her day pack with the textbooks she had no intention of reading. Perry was staying in town overnight, so she'd need to use her own money for the train fare back to the south coast. All in all, seriously exhausting for the sake of a date with a man in a caravan, even if he was the hottest dude she'd laid eyes on in the entirety of her 17 years and 4 months. She approached the barriers down to the Victoria line. She became aware of someone behind her, a second before feeling a tap on her shoulder. She turned, heart jumping, to find a tall, slender woman in her 20s, dressed in normal work-type clothes, blonde hair tucked behind her ears. Store detective? Police? Not Susanna Rice. What? Beatty said, wondering if she should bolt and, if so, whether up or down would be better. In movies, when people were chased into subways, they were always lucky and the train was right there on the platform, the doors snapping shut in the enemy's face. I'm with Fire Talent. I was wondering if you'd ever thought about modelling? She was a scout, trying to give Beatty a business card and smiling, all gooey and sincere, like that was all it would take to persuade her to sign up. Had it been the first time, Beatty might have been tempted, but she'd been approached before, both in person and via Instagram, and after discussions with Lexi and Sienna, had decided to wait until she was 18, when she'd have more followers and, more importantly, her mum wouldn't be able to interfere. Insist on accompanying her to a shoot for Nike or whoever, and start accusing them of scamming her. What a freak. Maybe when I've left school, she said politely, pocketing the card. My mum says I have to concentrate on my exams this next year. And she gave the woman a little shrug, obviously she was going to do what her mum said. A girl like her wouldn't dream of breaking the rules.
Chapter 22. Charlotte. As the press and hangers-on finally began to drift away, she ventured back out. Terrible electronic music was coming from the caravan, not at an antisocial volume, but still irritating in its tinny, insistent way. Through the window, she could see Robbie at his laptop, his expression intent, every inch the keyboard warrior. She imagined him posting the kind of ripostes she had seen online under newspaper guides to finding the perfect holiday home.
Stop promoting community destruction. This is obscene. Shame on you.
Why are you encouraging the rich to steal from the poor? These people are second-home scumbags.
UK's property Ponzi is only going one way.
She could no longer put off texting Madeline Rickman. Sorry to report that you have visitors. I've called the police. We'll keep you up to date. Her attention switched to a weary figure in work overalls strolling down the street. Her flat shoes squeaked with each stride, and she had a plastic carrier of food shopping that looked like it might break under its own weight. Another familiar face. "Excuse me," she called, as the girl took a right into the Rickmans' drive and approached the caravan door. "You work in the deli, don't you?" The name came to her. She was very good with names. "Shannon, isn't it?" The girl spun, her face impassive. "That's right." "Do you know Robbie?" "He's my boyfriend." "You mean you live in this caravan as well?" Shannon nodded. Charlotte couldn't tell if her glacial expression masked wariness or dislike. "Did you know about this? This change of pitch?" She must have, of course, or she wouldn't have known where to come. "What he's doing is illegal, you know. I wonder if you could have a word with him?" To her surprise, the girl's face broke open, and she laughed freely, as if Charlotte had made her day with so enjoyable a quip. "You don't know Robbie?" "Who doesn't know me?" Here he came, down the steps, all cocky like Mark Rylance in Jerusalem. Then, realizing who it was his girlfriend was talking to, he gave Charlotte an insolent look as if to say, "Still here?" The very question she should be demanding of him. "Since the police don't seem to be coming, I thought maybe I would call a breakdown service for you," she said in a level tone. "Or I could ask at the garage in Crowland if they could come and tow you away." "That would be theft, though," Robbie said affably. "It also happens that that's where I work, and we're a bit short-staffed, you know what I mean? Not sure we'll be able to get anyone out to you before the weekend." The little shit had an answer for everything. As Shannon climbed into the van, a cab pulled up at the bungalow, and Beatty's tanned legs emerged, her feet in scuffed black plimsolls. The rest of her lacked the usual high-fashion regalia too. Black denim shorts, grey hoodie, hair scraped back. She clocked the caravan and held up a hand to Robbie. "Hey." He stepped towards her, smiling broadly. "We meet again. You been off somewhere?" "Just back to London. I needed some books for school." She patted her backpack. As the cab roared off, Robbie lit a cigarette. His manner was easy, avuncular. "What are you studying?" "It's just biology stuff," Beatty said, and grimaced. "A-level year coming up." "Tough one," Robbie said, exhaling smoke to one side. And as he proceeded to advise the teen on study techniques, Charlotte gave a huff and retreated inside. This was absurd. What was wrong with the Shaws? It was one thing to show face at the council's meeting about housing next week, as she knew Amy planned to do, but quite another to fraternise with the enemy like this, to sanction criminal damage. She poured herself a glass of wine, a surprisingly powerful white from a local vineyard Perry had supported before, and partly during his dark days, and tended to her thread with Madeline, who must have been thrilled to have been woken in the early hours with news of drama 6,500 miles away.
WTF? Have they broken into the house?
"No, on drive in own caravan. They've damaged the gates, but otherwise peaceful."
Are they travellers?
"No, locals. Activists."
But the police are there?
"Not yet. Maybe call them too."
Will do. Thanks, Charlotte. Really appreciate this.
Soon after, Benedict and Tabitha came back from a trip down the coast. When they appeared in front of her, sandy and sun-kissed, she felt suddenly weary, disconnected. Their carefree laughter felt like something from ancient times.
"What's up out front?"
Benedict said. She felt her mouth twist with irritation.
"What's up? Is those activists have decided to squat in the Rickman's Drive." "Why?" "It's about the house being empty in August, which is evidently tantamount to evil."
She heard Perry's outrage in her phrasing.
Yes, I know they have a point to make about their lived experience, but I'd prefer it if they made it somewhere else. Now our house is going to be plastered all over the news." "Sounds like doxing to me,"
Benedict said. "If they've identified the owner," Tabitha clarified.
"They've identified the house and the street. Isn't that enough?" Charlotte said. "We're private citizens. We have rights like everyone else."
Oh, God, she really was channeling Perry, which begged the question of whether she needed her husband's contrary spirit nearby to activate her own level-headedness. But no. She was perfectly calm and wry in other situations, such as the workplace, known for her sang-froid. This was about Robbie the activist and his infuriating sense of entitlement to disrupt their hard-earned holiday, to treat them as mere emblems, to make an example of them, when he knew nothing about them and their private struggles. Nothing at all.
"Are we still going out for dinner?"
Benedict said. And this too irritated her.
"I think we'll just fend for ourselves now that this emergency has arisen. I need to liaise with the Rickmans if the police come."
Since the police had not come, it seemed unlikely that they were treating it as an urgent matter. Perry would be back tomorrow in any case, and unlike Linus, whose dynamism began and ended with his featherweight bike, he was a man who rolled up his sleeves and got things done. If he had to, he'd remove the wheel clamps and tow the damn thing away himself.
Chapter 23. Perry. He was singing along to Feeling Good as he cruised at 80 between speed cameras on the M27, because he was, well, feeling good. Driving on his own was possibly his favourite pastime. Not that he hadn't enjoyed chatting to young Beatty on the way up. He much preferred her type to student radicals like Tabitha. Happy to dress like a female. No guff about heteronormative fragility or unconscious decolonization or whatever other gobbledygook they came out with. She had something about her, a confidence, an air of hedonism that he could relate to. That was how youth should be experienced. Enjoy it while you looked good and someone else paid the bills. Don't look for reasons to be miserable. Her father was a twat, but you couldn't have everything. As always, he'd synchronized his rendezvous with Jordan with genuine errands at Keeler House, one of which had been for alpha neighbour Trev, who had a taste for the monstrously oversized, be it in his own musculature, the words brick shithouse sprang to mind, or in the TV screen that filled the whole of one wall of his room. The space smelled like a locker room, a consequence, presumably, of the impressive set of weights in one corner. Normally, when Perry got going with a job, especially if it involved his electric drill, the resident would slope off to the kitchen for a cup of tea or out to the garden for a roll-up. But this guy stayed right there, breathing audibly. "Don't touch my stuff," he said when Perry eyed up the weights. "I'm going to have to move them so I can get to the wall behind. Perhaps you could do it for me." This Trev did, grudgingly, before sitting on his bed and watching Perry through narrowed eyes as he removed the damaged section of wall. God, had it been kicked with a hobnail boot or something? And began fitting a new piece of plasterboard. The job didn't take long, and as he got back to his feet, he was startled to find the guy's face right there. He hadn't been aware of his having moved, and Trev jeered at his surprise. His teeth were like something out of Dickens, tongue studded with silver. "All sorted," Perry said, unable to stop his heart from hammering. "The plaster's wet, so be careful for a few hours." "Hours?" Trev echoed, as if Perry were out of his tiny mind if he thought he was going to inconvenience him to this extent. "Hours," Perry confirmed, and made no further eye contact. "He's not right in the head," he said to Jordan later. "I told you," Jordan said with a shudder. He stayed overnight in Jordan's room, which he had never done before, slipping away early and going back to Macefield Road to switch cars and shower before getting back on the road to Pine Ridge. 60s smash radio pounded from the stereo, hence the Nina Simone. There'd been the usual sullied skies in South London, but on the coast the sun blazed from an immaculate dome of blue, and the air sizzled with dry heat. On the ferry, he scrolled through his Twitter feed. A post from NJFA was getting a lot of shares. Pictures of a caravan parked almost flush against the front of a smart white house, a young man standing next to a sign on the railings that read, "Empty in August." Wait, that wasn't Villa Pino, was it? He zoomed in. It bloody well was. He checked his messages. Not a dickey-bird from Charlotte. No doubt she hadn't wanted to bother him while he was busy, or, more likely, not wanted to set in motion a mad dash back and risk a fireball on the M3. The NJFA post was from last night. Checking, he found an update from that morning. The same chap barbecuing sausages, coffee mug in hand. A link to a TikTok reel of his overnight stay, complete with shots of Cliff View outlined against the dusk sky, all to the soundtrack of Two Tribes by Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Oh, for Christ's sake. He rang Charlotte. "Hi, Perry. Are you on your way? Where are you?" "On the ferry, just about to dock. Is that caravan I'm seeing on Twitter parked outside the Rickmans?" Charlotte tutted. "I knew it was going to be possible to identify the address. Is it still there?" "Yes." "Why the fuck haven't the police moved them on?" "They didn't come yesterday when I phoned them, but I've just tried again and said I write for the Daily Mail and they claim they're on their way. Honestly, I thought yesterday was a circus, but it's all happening now. There's even a TV crew. This guy knows what he's doing. I actually think he wants to be arrested. Maybe he even arranged it with the police. Listen, if I were you, I'd park the car at the beach and walk up in case they film you and show the reg on the news." "Are you serious?" Perry spluttered. Anyone would think they were the criminals. "Well, at least you won't get attacked at the toll booth. The entire group is in the street for this." "Is Benedict with you?" Perry asked. "He's still in bed. Amy's here, but her summer house has just arrived, so she's dealing with that. Linus is out on his bike again." Her voice lowered. "He was very unhelpful yesterday. I could really have used his support, but he was almost obstructive." "I bet he was. Listen, I have to go." The barrier was up and cars were moving off the ferry. Charlotte was wrong about the activists. A couple had been dispatched to pelt eggs, one of which cracked on his windscreen in a cartoon explosion. He rolled down the window and yelled, "Piss off!" seeing too late that a masked figure held her phone up, filming. The slime of the egg had created an annoying blind spot, but he gunned the engine and pulled away with less care than usual. There was a long queue waiting to enter the village via Old Beach Road, so he indicated right for the Ridge Loop. He was damned if he was going to do as Charlotte had suggested and park at the beach. He had a right to drive down his own road and park in his own drive, and if any bugger presented his license plate on screen in a derogatory light, then he'd sue them. He made the gentle ascent to the ridge on autopilot. Having not checked his rear view for a few moments, he didn't spot the bike till it swerved in front of him and he braked abruptly. But he could feel the car's speed exceeding that of the cyclist and made the split-second decision to swing onto the grass verge, which caused the seatbelt to cut painfully into his shoulder. At least the airbag didn't deploy. A second or two later, and he'd have smashed into trees, seriously injuring himself. He waited for the cyclist to loop back and check on him, but the bastard just kept on climbing. Perry fired up the engine and sped after him, pulled in front of him, blocking the lane sideways in a manoeuvre he'd seen in police documentaries. Now he had to stop. He dismounted, gesturing furiously at Perry, and began unstrapping his ribbed helmet. Perry jumped out of the Range Rover, mouth already working. "You ran me off the road, mate. Did you not see?" "Calm down, Perry, for fuck's sake." "What the... Linus?" They paced towards one another, mismatched boxers squaring off in the ring, Perry as conscious of his superior bulk as he was his lack of height. In his poncy cycling lycra, Linus was lean to the point of spidery, his hair flat and dripping, face burning with exertion and anger. "You were going way too fast. What were you thinking?" The accusation had a puritanical note to it which only intensified Perry's glower. "I was well under the limit. This is a 60, and I was barely doing that." "No, Perry, it's not a 60, it's a 40. It switches at the bottom of the hill, presumably because it's a difficult gradient and you're about to hit woodland." The fucking know-it-all. He'd been here 5 minutes and was telling Perry, a homeowner of 15 years, where the difficult gradients were. "What's that on your windscreen? No wonder you had a blind spot." "It's egg, courtesy of our friends at the ferry. Why aren't you at the house dealing with this squatter business? Charlotte says it's a 3-ring circus, press crawling all over the place." Linus shrugged, his bony shoulders almost reaching his ears. "What am I supposed to do about it?" "Well, not leave it to the girls, for starters. You know I've been away. For Christ's sake, Linus, be a man." "What? Like you mean?" This took Perry aback. Was that? No, it couldn't be a dig at his extracurriculars, could it? How could Linus possibly know about Jordan? "Yes, like me. I'm on my way there now to do what you should have done and protect the women and children from these fucking revolutionaries." Linus scoffed at him. "Do you want to dial down the rhetoric a bit, mate? We're not dealing with Che Guevara here. Last time I looked, the bloke was sitting on his step having a cup of PG Tips." Perry had had enough. He climbed back into the Range Rover and crawled off, comically slowly, Linus pointedly stepping off the road, arms raised as he passed. Over the hill, progressing at a painful 40 miles per hour, he approached Golden Sands Park and was surprised to spot another member of the Shaw family, Beatty. She was wearing an ankle-length blue dress with stripes down the side, a plunging V-neck revealing quite a bit of black lace. The quilted flip-flop things on her feet seemed a strange choice, like something a rapper would wear to relax backstage. He rolled down his window. "You need a lift somewhere?" She gave him a tight smile. "No, I'm cool." "Your dad's just behind on his bike. We had a bit of a near miss, actually." "Oh?" The girl looked completely unbothered, had no questions about her dad's welfare when he could be lying on the roadside ploughed down by Perry or some other motorist. He began to feel a little remorseful for the altercation. Quite apart from the friendship, neighbourhood politics of the thing, there was also the possibility that Linus had one of those cameras on his handlebars, or built into that snazzy helmet of his. "You want me to wait with you till he comes along? Make sure he's okay?" Beatty's gaze fell just beyond him. "No, it's fine. I'm meeting someone." "Okay, well, I'll love you and leave you then." She looked faintly disturbed by this farewell, perhaps did not know the phrase, and he hoped he hadn't blundered across yet another of life's new lines, offending with pleasantries that had previously, and for as long as he could remember, been, well, pleasant. Either way, the exchange was humiliating, and when he rolled up his window, he felt the desire for a drink hover around his head like a fly. As he visualized a rolled-up newspaper and swatted it away, he saw in his rear view Linus appear on the ridge, hurtling downhill at well over 40. Bloody hypocrite.
Chapter 24. Beatty. Beatty watched Perry's car roll out of sight before ducking into the entrance to the caravan park. She had no intention of waiting for her dad to ride by, seeing the stupid way he crouched over the handlebars like he was in the Tour de France or whatever. No, she was here for sex, and she could do without images of his big, sweaty face popping into her head and scarring her psychologically for the rest of her life. She studied the park map by the office. The central avenue of the park was clearly the most direct route to the tourist section, where Tate lived, but he'd recommended taking the perimeter path, where she'd be less visible to the gossips. En route, she took a selfie by a static and sent it to the girls. Tryst with local in a caravan, and giggled at the flurry of LMHO and oh my days comments it provoked. Some of the caravans were really small, not much bigger than the summer house being assembled in her garden right now. Her mum had been in a state of excitement. Stop. She needed an image of her mum in a state of excitement about as much as one of her dad dripping sweat onto his handlebars. Finally, reaching the right pitch, she found Tate standing in the open doorway of a stained, old-looking caravan, a dinky set of steps between them. "Hey, come in, quick." He moved aside, making no contact with her as she entered, which was somehow sexier than if he'd gripped her straight away. Inside, it was all a lot nicer than she'd expected. Retro and feminine, with cheesecloth curtains, vintage cushions, and cute little lanterns. This is actually quite cool. Yeah, Ellie's into these makeovers. It's a big thing in the community. You make it sound like you're travellers or something? She giggled. The police just arrested your friend Robbie, by the way. You know my mum and dad's place is right next door. The whole scene had been crazy, with neighbours watching and a whole bunch of people who might have been Robbie's squad or journalists or maybe just tourists filming on their phones as Robbie was guided into the back seat of a police car, just like on TV. He'd grinned like on TV too, at one point catching Beatty's eye, and she'd found herself smiling stupidly back at him, like fangirling. Mortifying. If Tate noticed her blushing at the memory, he didn't let on. "You've been up to London," he said. "Yesterday, yeah." Beatty leaned against the tiny kitchen unit, one foot flat against the other calf. "What's going to happen to him? He didn't seem very worried." "He'll be out later today," Tate said. "Tomorrow at the latest." "How do you know?" "He's been arrested before. I have as well." "Seriously?" "Yeah, goes with the territory. We may look like pussies living in these pimped-up dolls' houses, but we're criminals, me and Robbie." "Wow," said Beatty. "I'm feeling the gangster vibes here." "Come here and fill them properly." He slid open a door behind him to reveal a mattress. The bedding wasn't crumpled, but it wasn't smooth either. "Wait, there's an actual bed." He smirked. "How did you think we slept? In hammocks?" They smashed together then, nose-diving onto the mattress. It was too weird to think that this was where he slept with his girlfriend, the sad girl she'd seen him with at the Needles, and so she banished her face, as she had her parents. Better not to see at all, perhaps, only to feel, so she closed her eyes and enjoyed the feel of Tate's teeth biting her lower lip, his fingers at the front of her dress, fumbling for fastenings. The alliteration of that made her want to giggle again. Stop thinking. Jesus. Fuck. Wow. He'd seen the lacy corset. She opened her eyes and looked at his face. It was like something less than human, stripped back to the animal. "You like it?" "I bought it in London yesterday." She started to wriggle out of her knickers. "Keep the top bit on," Tate breathed. Something seemed to occur to him then. "Wait, you're not... Not what?" "You know, a virgin." "Why?" Beatty inhaled, every nerve super sharp, sensations overflowing. "Would you not be cool with that?" "I'd be cool, yeah. I just want to know is all." He was breathing very heavily. "Maybe you'd want to rethink if this is where you'd want to, lose it." She felt an exhilarating infusion of power as he paused to await this unexpected new level of consent that seemed to be to do with the caravan. "Well, I'm not," she said, "and I'm not rethinking anything." Afterwards, he fetched beers from the world's smallest fridge. "Do your mum and dad live around here?" Beatty asked. "My mum, no. She's up north now. No idea where my dad even is. Haven't seen him since I was 5. "Oh." She had a weirdly maternal feeling then, like she wanted to cradle his head against her breastbone, blended with guilt for having not waited to see if her own dad was unharmed after whatever it was that had happened with Perry. But your mum, when did she move? A few years ago now. Because of the housing situation? No, because she's got really bad taste in men. I tried to take over her flat, actually, but the landlord decided to switch to an Airbnb. She slurped her beer, felt the malty froth expand inside her mouth. Where was it? The estate on the other side of the village, behind the gull? Do tourists stay over there as well? They stay everywhere. Tate ran a sunburnt hand through his floppy fringe, clearing his forehead. The skin was paler there and baby soft. But you don't target them, only the ones who own somewhere, right? The second homers? They're always talking about it, you know. What did they say? Tate asked. Sometimes they said it was the politics of envy, but she didn't tell him that. My mum says it's a complicated ecosystem. You could say that. So did the same happen to Robbie? Is that the reason he's in a caravan as well? Worse. He snuggled close, snaked an arm around her ribs, and she admired the contrast between the blacks and reds of his tattoos and her smooth, unblemished skin. His family got put up in this skanky B&B. The damp was really bad, and his mum got this respiratory illness, had to go to hospital, caught COVID and died. That's terrible. How old was she? Like 50? No wonder he's, motivated. They had sex again, and then he checked his phone. We should put some clothes on, just in case. Sure. She wondered if Tate had had a fling with a tourist before. It would be useful to know if he was practiced in the logistics of deception. When's Ellie back? Not for ages, but if they let Robbie off with a caution, he'll probably come straight round. His uncle will be towing the van back any minute. Beatty's eyes went wide. That's it then? He just gives up? He's made his point. He won't want to spend a minute longer with the... Tate caught himself, remembering who he was with. With the what? Beatty said, laughing. What do you guys call us? He sent her a mischievous look. A lot of names. Blow-ins. Grockles. Grockles? She laughed. Sounds like goblins or something. Aren't there any nicer ones? Summer people, maybe? That's better, yes. Thank you. Dressed, they pressed together again to kiss goodbye. Feel like we've wasted a bit of time here, Tate said. I mean, you've been down here already, I don't know, how long? Maybe 10 days, but I don't go back till the end of the month, so if we... Beatty let the thought drop. See each other every day. That was what she wanted to say, what she wanted to happen. To see him here, every day, in his tiny caravan, where it was humid and confining and breathless, claustrophobic in the best way. Loads more time then, he said, his thought processes evidently briefer. She retraced her steps to the exit, her body aching where his had been, her mood never better. But at the top of the hill, just clear of the caravan park, she watched as a Needles-branded golf buggy pulled up, and a woman climbed out of the passenger seat. Fuck. It was Ellie, Tate's girlfriend. I hope you feel better, the driver called. I'm sure I will, Ellie said. It's just a stomach upset. Thanks so much. Whoa. Tate was going to get a serious shock. He'd probably have smoothed out the sheets and stuff by now, but would he have showered? She messaged him. SOS, your GF is here. You have 2 mins. This was so not going to work as a regular thing. They needed somewhere else to hang, and pronto. The dilemma lasted all of the walk home, which ended with her turning into Pine Ridge Road just as the caravan exited. Hopefully its return would be a helpful distraction if Tate's girlfriend was experiencing any suspicions. On arrival at the bungalow, she found the summer house already up and her mum testing paint colours on the sea-facing side. It was actually very cute, kind of alpine looking. She slipped a hand round her mum's waist. Looks really nice. When will we be able to use it? As soon as it's painted, her mum said, giving her a flashback to girlhood, the way she used to answer Beatty's incessant questions in a patient, adoring voice. Well, mostly. It'll take a couple of days. Fancy helping with the painting? Maybe. Will it have electricity? Not till the extension's done, but I've got some gorgeous LED lamps. I'll show you in a minute. I was thinking, Beatty said, maybe I could use it as my bedroom? It's my bedroom, a voice protested, and it took her a second to figure out that it belonged to Huck, speaking from inside the summer house. My bedroom, she mimicked, irritated. Oh, her mum said. I thought maybe Huck and Julianne might sleep in it. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable with you being down here on your own. This was not good at all. Inspiration struck. It's way too small to share. Julianne could have my room, close to the bathroom and everything. I'll clean it for him. There wasn't much chance of her mum believing in this sudden altruism, but she was fairly confident the true reason for her need for privacy remained unguessable. I don't know, Beatty. Mum! Huck yelled. Mum! Beatty echoed, even meaner now. It was crucial she crush his challenge. His pesky prior claim could not be allowed to trump her firstborn status. Well, it could work, I suppose, her mum said, if it's properly secure. She pulled the sentimental face that meant an embarrassing declaration of love was forthcoming. Honestly, darling, I don't think I could live with myself if anything happened to you. Both pleased and revolted, Beatty stepped away from her and out onto the footpath. Laughter from the beach carried on the breeze, followed by the rumble of a rogue wave rolling in, and the sky was a rich, flat blue, like it was in a Ghibli cartoon or something. She almost expected to see a magic castle up there. She was startled from her reverie by a more urgent call from Huck. Mum! I can't get out! The bolt's stuck! Why did you lock it? Her mum called back. To see if it worked. See, Beatty said, satisfied, as her mum switched to firefighting mode and began issuing instructions through the door, an edge of hysteria to her voice. It's totally secure already.
Chapter 25. Robbie. Monday, 28th of August, 11 p.m. Robbie, you need to hear this. I've been dreaming about my mum. A good dream, thank God. They were horrendous at first, for years, actually, like some VR horror game. I'd be trapped under her corpse, my breath getting thinner and thinner, or I was the surgeon who cut into her chest and saw the dead lung tissue, smelled the rot. But recently the darkness has lifted, and I see her as she was when I was young, and she was a normal mum, with a house and a job, and a body still free of disease. Robbie, wake up! I groan. Whatever she's got to say, I'm pretty sure I don't want to hear it, especially if it's to do with refilling the water barrel or details of the latest domestic between the couple next door. Fuck. Shannon, I'm sleeping. Caravan living is fine, better than people think, but it does mean you're in each other's faces, literally. When I open my eyes, hers are right there, inches from mine. She's urgent, agitated, and surprisingly not recoiling from my stale lager breath. We're in the living room, not the bedroom, both still dressed. The TV's playing an old Married at First Sight. What time is it? Just after 11. You dozed off the minute we got back. As I lift myself off the bench, it feels chillier than it should. There's the roar of rough wind up on the ridge, and I have an awful memory of last winter, how fucking freezing it got, wiping the condensation off the windows with icy fingers. And it's not even September yet. The weather's been gorgeous. Until this last week, the problem's been the heat. My next thought is unexpected. Tate's not going to be able to hack the winter. It's too grim. For me, everything we do with NJFA is about the principle as much as the personal. It's about the integrity of Pine Ridge, preserving its identity as a hometown, a community. But for him, it's all personal. He wants a roof over his own head, a roof made of local slate, sprinkled with needles from ancient pines and dusted with salt from the ocean. He wants girls and vodka and music. He wants to live like the summer people all year round. "There's news," she says, and perches opposite. News about what? About that house. It takes another moment for my feeble brain to catch up. The house. Summer house, falling into the sea. The aborted concert. Beers and the Gull with the gang after a bit of a session on the beach. A session on the beach. Well, that dislodges another fragment of memory that I instantly dismiss. Concentrate. "Well?" I say, and she sucks in her breath, nervous. I can tell it's real nerves as well, not just her stringing out a bit of gossip for effect. "Ethan just texted me. Apparently, there was someone in there." There's a silence. Though she could hardly have been clearer, I don't want to acknowledge what I've just heard. I don't want to face this. I want to rewind to 5 minutes ago and dream about my mum. "I don't understand. I thought the family were out." "They were, out of the main house, but it turns out one of them, someone, was in this building in the garden." We stare at each other for a moment, arms by our sides, keeping our balance in a tilting world. How are they only just discovering this? "The tide, I suppose," she says. "It'll be out by now, won't it? They've been able to get to the wreckage." I replay the action in my mind. The summer house nudging towards the cliff edge. Those agonizing seconds when I assumed I was hallucinating. 10, maybe 20 when it hung in thin air before dropping. How many feet is that? Must be 30. And clear as a bell, I hear my mum's voice cut in. "You like goats, you lot," she used to say, if she found us hanging above the seawall as kids. Further down past the meadow where the pillbox is, more times she'd call me her brave lion. I've forgotten that. My brave lion. I blink, swallow the grim, dehydrated saliva that's pooled in my mouth, blink again. What word did she just use? Wreckage. They'd been able to get to the wreckage. Could you even survive a drop like that? "I dunno." Shannon's eyes go all shiny, like she might cry. "But not in this case. Not according to Ethan. Whoever it is, they're dead." Part 2. Chapter 26. Robbie. Monday, 28th of August, 11:15 p.m. We're outside the van, both of us smoking, but the pain in my chest has nothing to do with the cigarette. It's the vice grip of dread. Because whatever that was up on the cliff top today, that prank, that stunt, someone is dead, and this is serious fucking shit. Shannon agrees that we need to get everyone together, now. Tomorrow morning will be too late. We have to be prepared to account for our every move before we get hauled in by the police. One by one, starting with me. I text Rio that we're on our way down to his place, and then we pick up Tate and Ellie from across the way. I feel a weird kind of sadness in the moments before we tell them, like we're about to corrupt their innocence. They react pretty much the same as I did. Disbelief, horror, in Tate's case, borderline panic. "Who is it?" he asks as we fall into step and start marching down Paradise Avenue to the next exit. "Does Ethan know?" "I don't think so," Shannon says, "but there's no way he'd tell me, even if he did. You have to notify family first. Right or left?" she asks at the exit. We choose left for the more direct route over the ridge and through the pine forest to the new village, where Rio's mum's place is. The road's unlit, and what feels like a fragrant canopy in daylight is seriously creepy at night. We bunch up, trying not to infect one another with Blair Witch vibes. "Were they talking about it at the Needles?" I ask Ellie. "About the house falling in? Yeah. Most of the guests were at the festival. Came traipsing back early, straight to the bar." "We need to find out who it is," Tate says, persistent, way more keyed up than the rest of us. Which fucking worries me, to be frank. We hit the upper reaches of the village and start the steep trek down. Rio's mum's place is just up from the Gull, where there are still lights on and voices carrying as the staff clean up. Best trade of the summer for them, corpse or no corpse. Rio comes to the door, and we give him and Des the news. They exchange a fretful look, chests rising and sinking, and I know they wish I'd just leave them to crash out. Des, in particular, looks shattered, like he's worked one shift too many, his normally close-trimmed hair growing over the Mohican tattoos that encircle his ears. Rio's mum and her boyfriend have gone to bed, and we cram into the front room and close the door. There's not that much more space in here than in the caravan, but it feels more sheltering. Jammed in its terrace, it's not going to rock in a gale. A light sprinkle of rain won't sound like bullets from a Kalashnikov. I settle on a wonky old dining chair by the window, and all heads turn to me. Normally, I enjoy being the leader, the ideas man, but not this time. Right. I know what we said in the pub, but now I need to know the truth. Does anyone need covering for? I spell it out. This could turn into a murder charge, so we need to make sure we've got everyone's back. Let's just go around the room. Anyone got any gaps we need to know about? No. Ellie speaks first. She was working a shift at the spa, back-to-back treatments, completely out of the picture. No. Des only got back from work at 8:30, and he took the bus and ferry, which means there'll be CCTV visuals of him somewhere between pool and here. No. Rio was on the beach, when not with Shannon or me. He was with his mum's partner and a whole bunch of their mates who can vouch for him. No. Tate was working at the beach bar, which closed soon after the concert was aborted, at which point he came to the Gull and joined Rio, Shannon and me. Finally, Shannon, who I don't even need to ask. I know for sure she was watching the band when it happened because she was right there in my line of sight. Not that she could operate heavy machinery anyway. She's never even learned to drive. Des speaks up. Whoever did it, if the idea was just to destroy this garden house thing, then they might not have known there was someone in there. Yeah, but it still counts, Shannon says. It'd be manslaughter, not murder, but that's still years in prison. I wonder if the victim died of their injuries or by drowning. I hope, at least, they were unconscious, with no clue that cold salt water was invading their lungs, claiming them. I don't get it, Ellie says. If you were in a building that started moving, you'd get the hell out, wouldn't you? There was definitely enough time to escape, I say. It's not like it suddenly blew up. Maybe the door got stuck. Maybe they were hammering at the window but there was no one around to hear. Or they were asleep, Shannon suggests. Had a bit too much to drink. You'd have to have OD'd on smack to sleep through the noise of a JCB, Des says. Or the band, Rio says. There was more feedback than actual music. A couple of us snicker. He's not wrong. Tate clears his throat, focused once more on Shannon. Ethan didn't say which house it was. What number? They don't have numbers up there, I point out. They have names. The summer houses have got their own names as well. That's right. The one on the end's got a little wooden nameplate. Shannon tries to remember. Something beginning with N, maybe? I spy with my little eye a death trap beginning with N, Rio says, with a little yelp of guilty laughter. That's not funny, Tate says. Ask Ethan, he tells Shannon, way too curt, and she shoots a look at him like, don't tell me what to do. I check the official NJFA WhatsApp thread. There was an exchange earlier, right after the house fell. A few images shared, but nothing in the later part of the evening. Of course, it was a dawn start for many. They'll be asleep. We're definitely the only ones who know, I say. Us and the police. I select a contact from the thread I haven't texted individually before and fire off a quick line. Just checking you're okay. The ticks pop up. It's been read. That's enough. I'm thinking it's bound to be someone I've served, Shannon says. I know, Ellie agrees. I might have had them in for a treatment as well. trying to think who I've seen around this last week. I'm ashamed to admit this to the group, but I'm thinking that if the dead person is a local and not a DFL, then it would at least take the heat off us. We would never knowingly harm one of our own. But, then, what would a local be doing in a posh guest cottage? I noticed Tate's left knee jerking, a spasm he can't seem to control. If I could choose, Ellie continues, but changes her mind. No, I'm not going to say it.
Go on,
Des says.
We don't care.
Just, if I had to choose, it would be that posh cow. Which one? Rio says. From earlier. She accused me of stealing. A complete bitch. Like I said, which one? We all crack up. All except Tate, who's glowering at Rio like he's going to smack him in the teeth. Why are you even laughing about this? What's wrong with you? Next thing, he's on his feet and striding out the door. Tate! Ellie's up now, tearing after him. We hear her call his name again in the street before she comes back in, hands upturned in despair. He's gone in the wrong direction. He's got the key as well. For God's sake, I really don't want to deal with the drama between those two. Let's all get some sleep, I tell the others. Tomorrow's going to be a nightmare. Walk back with us, Shannon says to Ellie. If he's not home, you can stay over at ours. What's up with him, anyway? Rio says. Fuck knows, I say. He's been acting off all night. I know what it is. Ellie's got tears wobbling in her eyes. It's nothing to do with this. And suddenly, like an attack of cramp, I get it. Whatever she thinks it is, she's mistaken, because it is to do with this. You twat, Tate. You devious, horny twat. I'll go and find him, I say, sighing.
Chapter 27. Amy. Earlier in August. Everything was ready for Julien's arrival. The niche was painted, a shimmering oyster grey to absorb the changing moods of the sea and sky, and Beatty installed, freeing up her room in the bungalow for their guest. The garden was prepped for the welcome barbecue, the dirt under the pines covered with an oversized kilim and dotted with what bits of garden seating she'd been able to cobble together. The effect fell some way short of the safari chic Amy had been aiming for, but at least the rain cloud that might have put it in jeopardy had rolled obligingly inland. The evening light was limpid and silky. She couldn't believe they were 2 weeks into the trip already, halfway through their what? Holiday, it wasn't, at least not in her case. She'd swum in the sea precisely twice, her city pallor improved only by the flush of stress. What then? Exploratory visit? Extended recce? Soft launch? Waiting for Linus and the boys to return from the train station, she had her first, and always best, glass of rosé, while scanning the new edition of The Voice, which had on its front page a report on the NJFA caravan stunt. Out till late at IKEA and a string of decorators merchants, she'd missed most of the drama, which was probably just as well because she'd only have been strong-armed by Charlotte into opposition when she really did have mixed emotions about this issue. As she'd tried to explain to the kids, it was complex. By all accounts, including his own, Linus had not covered himself in glory in her stead. She peered at the main image, a rather beautifully composed photo of the activists' caravan sitting plumb in front of Villa Pino.
Activist highlights injustice in Pine Ridge property market. Tensions between locals and incomers reached fever pitch in Pine Ridge last week when activists staged a sit-in at a holiday villa left empty for the summer. Crowds gathered on Thursday to support Robbie Jevons, leader of the Not Just for August pressure group, as he spent 24 hours in the driveway of the house on prestigious Pine Ridge Road, occupying a caravan usually pitched in Golden Sands Park. Arrested on Friday by the police on suspicion of residing on land without consent, in or with a vehicle, Jevons was released the same day without charge and insisted he had no regrets. "I think everyone gets the point I was making," he told The Voice. The house in question is one of dozens left empty all year round, even in summer. We have documentary proof of that, while locals suffer insecurity and even homelessness.
Well, Amy thought, at least it solved one mystery. That sense of being watched. It turned out they had been, by activists monitoring their properties, making lists of which houses were occupied and which empty. Perry and Charlotte were right. This was getting sinister.
The property targeted is a lavish beach house with 5 bedrooms and 2,500 square feet of accommodation. According to local agent Caroline Good, its value could be as high as £2 million. All homes on the headland carry a premium because of their spectacular views. If one were to come onto the market today, it would be out of reach to all but the wealthiest 1%. It is thought that there are over 270,000 homeless people in England, whereas an estimated 770,000 households own second homes in the UK, which is just under 1 in 10 of the population. But in high-end holiday resorts like Pine Ridge, the percentage is significantly higher. At least half of the properties are second homes or holiday rentals, claims Jevons, who recently appeared on BBC South to talk about the loss of his childhood home to a holiday-let landlord. If this is the situation for working people like me, imagine how tough it is for those who are vulnerable and unable to work, he said. What we have here is an iniquitous 2-tier housing system, and we will challenge it as long as it continues.
Having missed the BBC story referenced in the article, Amy got up to hunt for her phone. She was struck, as she was several times a day, by the fact that everything she touched felt gritty. The sand and the soil, the pervasive dust. It was as if the world had been pulverised, reduced to fine grains. According to Charlotte, the dust hung around for years, as she told Linus that morning. "Amy, do you realise that every other sentence that comes out of your mouth begins, 'according to Charlotte'?" he said. "Well, tell me stuff yourself and I won't need to hear it from her," she'd retorted. For instance, according to Charlotte, he and Perry had almost come to blows up on the Ridge Road. When had he been going to tell her about that? She supposed that given the men's ideological differences on road usage, it had only been a matter of time, and neither had been physically harmed, which was the main thing. She left the house and powered through the dirt to the niche, rapping on the window rather than the door because the external paintwork wasn't quite dry. "BT?" The blind was raised, allowing Amy a glimpse of the interior, which, while not exactly as sweet at the needles, had a pleasing cabin-like charm. A sofa bed with a nice thick topper and lovely washed linen covers. Cute mushroom-shaped cordless lamps in aquamarine and amber. Beatty couldn't fit all her clothes in the narrow wardrobe, so the excess had been moved into Huck's room. Amy wouldn't allow her creeping subterranean worries about the provenance of said items to surface today. She was far too busy. Beatty opened the door, wrapped in a towel, makeup brushes in hand. "Can I use your phone to call mine? I can't find it anywhere." "Can't you use Dad's?" "He's out, picking up Julien." "Huck's then." "He's with Dad." "For goodness sake, I'll bring it straight back." A solid day of painting, until she thought her shoulder might dislocate, not to mention another trip to the Emporia of Bournemouth for furnishings for Beatty. And now, moments after finishing, the girl wouldn't even lend her phone for 2 minutes. Beatty surrendered it with her customary double-speak challenge. "Feel free to look at my socials. I know you're dying to." "Thank you, I will," Amy said, though she knew they would have been sanitised of anything of interest. That had been the risk of the confrontation about the clothes. She'd alerted her to the need for enhanced privacy. OK, so maybe she was going to think about the clothes, but only for as long as it took her to find her phone. Since their little chat, she'd not been aware of anything new arriving in the teenage wardrobe, with the exception of a pair of pyjamas with the labels cut out that Beatty said had been a birthday gift from her friends that she hadn't worn yet. A potentially suspicious trip to London had proved innocent, Perry having dropped her at Sienna's in Putney, and, according to Linus, her having returned home on the promised train with a bag full of textbooks. She called her own number several times, before finally catching a snatch of its ring. In the garage, where she'd been cleaning her paintbrushes earlier. Ending the call, her thumb hovered over the chrome icon. The young uns didn't Google things like they did, preferring tick-toxic, as Perry called it, but Amy knew Beatty used Google for academic research, and she'd certainly claimed to be studying when she'd asked for help making salads earlier. Sure enough, a page from the biologist website popped up, an article about genetics. That would be to do with her reading for her personal statement, a reassuring sign. She tapped the back arrow and found the search that had led Beatty there. She tapped it once again and found another term in the search box: gym theft. God, I hope she hasn't had anything stolen at the gym, she thought. Charlotte wasn't the only one capable of recognising a costly designer item when she saw one. At the sound of the car pulling into the driveway, she went out front to greet their house guest. She'd met Julien were delivering Huck to Paris earlier in the year, a service that now looked embarrassingly overprotective compared with the insouciance her opposite number had shown in expecting her son to travel alone from his home in Rennes to Paris, to St Pancras, and then across the city to Waterloo to catch the train down to the coast. Well, she said insouciance, but it was presumably just trust. "Julien, you're here! Bienvenue! I'm so sorry about the mess. I'd hoped we'd be a lot further along by now." Julien gave a de rien shrug and made polite noises about the bedroom he'd been assigned, which was at best functional, its sea view rendered partial by the installation of the summer house. He wore shorts, a T-shirt, and 60s-style trainers, in contrast to Huck, who was dressed basically in camouflage gear. The boys helped themselves to cokes, and she began shuttling the side dishes from the kitchen while Linus handled the grilling. There was enough food for 12, though they'd only invited the Tuckers and Tabitha. This was the first, and likely last, time they would host this summer. No one wanted to stand around in the dirt when there were idyllic alternatives in all directions. Theirs would be idyllic too, of course. This time next year, the bungalow would be a cool L-shaped retreat with a mid-century Palm Springs vibe, each bedroom with its own doors opening onto a terrace of potted citrus trees. Somehow, paradoxically, Amy felt further now from the point of actualisation than she had months ago. As she assisted Linus at the grill, the boys sprawled on the killim, and Huck connected a rap playlist to a cute little orange speaker shaped like a lantern. Amy would have preferred something more mellow, but knew better than to interfere, before showing Julien the widely circulated clip of Perry shouting, "Piss off!" to the activists at the ferry. They both creased up. "I'm weak," Huck said, panting with laughter. "Don't say a word when he's here, okay?" Amy warned him. "Is that one of those Apple mini-pod thingies? When did you get that?" "It was a present from Beatty," Huck said, which roused her suspicions at once. Then she felt guilty for being sceptical that the girl might treat her sibling once in a while, for no reason other than that she loved him. Speaking of Beatty, was she still not ready?
Chapter 28. Charlotte.
"Do we have to?"
Perry said. "Yes," Charlotte said. "We're welcoming Julien. But we'll come back as soon as we've eaten. Benedict and Tabitha are going out, so we can have an early night." He looked at her with a certain fear, and she wondered if he thought she was suggesting sex. She chose not to examine her response to that. "Come on, you don't have to talk to Linus." There was, 2 weeks into the trip, an undeniable antagonism between the two men, the flames of their paddleboarding strife fanned by that skirmish up on the ridge. Mind you, she wasn't exactly clamouring to see Linus herself. He'd been pathetic, if not downright malicious, during the activists' Villa Pino stunt, not least because the Rickmans, had they been in residence, would have been the first to leap to his defence had it been the bungalow targeted. Linus needed to decide which side he was on here. It was, she realised, the first time she'd begun thinking in terms of sides. Benedict and Tabitha materialised, skin and hair gleaming with a rude health that made her ache for her own lost youth, and the four wandered up the path. "I'm going to miss the sea when we go back to uni," Tabitha said, waggling her fingers over the cliff edge towards the blue. "It's just so beautiful." "You do know there's such a thing as the Bristol Channel?" Unlike Perry, Charlotte had warmed to the girl, whose every dispiriting pronouncement about food insecurity or period poverty was matched by a life-affirming appreciation of Pine Ridge. She'd fallen hard for their village, reminding Charlotte of her old self, their early years here, when she'd fantasized about relocating full-time. But of course work from home had not been a thing then, and wild horses couldn't have dragged Perry from the work-hard, play-hard hellscape of the city. They arrived to find Amy on the veranda of the new summer house, thumping on one of the windows. Beatty was in there getting dressed, she explained, so they couldn't look inside for now. "It's super cute, Amy," Tabitha said. "I love the paint colour," Charlotte said, wondering if it was an exact match with the Nook or simply approximate.
"Let's just hope the activists don't come and raze it to the ground," Perry said.
"Well, they haven't touched yours," Linus said, approaching, tongs raised, "and that's a lot more ostentatious."
"Ostentatious?" Perry scoffed. "The Nook's hardly Versailles."
"Linus," Amy said. "Perry," Charlotte said at the same time, and the two women exchanged a weary look. "Come and have a drink and meet Julien," Amy said. Julien was dark and slight, limber in that French way that spoke of his having swum and sailed and played tennis since he was knee-high, and with a swagger that suggested he was fully aware that it was only a matter of a summer or two before he'd be irresistible to the opposite sex.
"Cool camo,"
Benedict said to Huck.
"Careful, or you'll find yourself deployed to Ukraine,"
Perry said. "You're on fire tonight, Perry," Amy said. "Speaking of which, the Barbie smells great," Charlotte said. "Did you get the meat from the Crowland farm shop?" "Yes, thank you for the tip. We've kept the fish completely separate," Amy assured Tabitha, who, somewhat remarkably, was pescatarian and not vegan. Drinks were distributed, and they passed a few minutes in harmless small talk before Linus looked up and said, "What the actual fuck?" And they all turned to see Beatty step down from her new digs and walk gingerly towards them in a pair of 6-inch wedges. But it was not these, Charlotte suspected, that were the problem as far as her father was concerned, or at least not so much as the tiny white boob-tube top with the word vibing on it in pink, and the cut-off denims no larger than knickers. To complete the look, she wore her hair in pigtails, with heart-shaped sunglasses with rose-gold frames perched on her nose. Her lips were a glossy bubblegum colour, nails a Dulux chart of pinks. All she was missing was the lollipop. "Let's eat first," Amy warned Linus. "She's in her own garden, not parading around town. Beatty, you finally joined us. Come and meet Julien." Julien recovered from a moment of bodily arrest to raise a palm in Beatty's direction, only faintly colouring when she singled out his trainers for praise. She raised her sunglasses to inspect them, exposing a professional makeup job involving red eyeliner, violet eyeshadow, false lashes, and stick-on gemstones. "I totally want those in licorice brown." Linus, vibrating with disapproval, served up the barbecue, and they settled to eat on the scatter cushions and beanbags on the huge kalim laid under the trees. "Tell me again what your plan is for the garden," Charlotte encouraged Amy, who took the opening and ran with it. Not liking the previous owner's rock garden, Charlotte remembered rotting duckboard paths and rope dividers that burned on contact. She'd cleared most of it in time for this visit, doing the work herself with shovels and wheelbarrows, which must have been back-breaking. The builders hired to bulldoze the garage could have done it in a tenth of the time, but she'd had an unstoppable instinct to get things underway. On she ploughed, half an eye on Linus, who'd managed to sustain a mutinous expression even while chewing, until a noisy trail of walkers passed along the footpath and drowned her out.
"What is this?"
Julien asked, astonished.
"Just a wowdy wabble of wumblers,"
Perry said.
"Dad,"
Benedict said.
"What?" "It's just a line from Monty Python. Tabitha's brother has a speech disorder." Of course he does, Perry muttered under his breath. Very poor taste, Perry, Linus said smugly. But his ire was soon reignited by his problematic firstborn. For Beatty, it emerged, intended joining Benedict and Tabitha on their night out. Hence the regalia. Can Huck and Julien go with you? Amy said. Mum? Huck shot her a look of mortification. Julien said nothing, his upper body rocking to the music as he wolfed a second burger. We're going to the Gull, Beatty said in a withering tone. They'll be ID'd. Won't you be? Amy said. I've been there a few times, so no. But were you dressed like Lolita on those occasions? Linus asked. In such a Perry-like way, Charlotte found the instinct to diffuse as strong as if it had been him. I'm not sure how friendly it is in there at the moment, guys, she said in a level tone. You know, with all the protests. It's very much a locals' hangout. Maybe you can take them, Linus, Perry suggested. I hear you got very chummy with the natives when they set up shop next door. We don't need anyone to take us, Beatty said. We're not 12. Did you not hear me? Linus snapped. You're not going to the Gull dressed like a... He struggled to locate the right word, which was probably just as well. And now Amy was chipping in with what Charlotte instantly identified as an ill-fated attempt to walk the tightrope between supporting her spouse and mollifying her daughter. Is this that sexy baby trend? I actually just read about that. I'm sure Tabitha would agree it's a bit objectifying, wouldn't you, Tabitha? I don't believe in victim blaming, Tabitha said, at the same time as Beatty shot Amy down. Mum, stop. You're embarrassing yourself. How? Everything you say, you sound so dumb. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy said sarcastically. Is it cringe? No, what's that other word? Chuggy? Big yikes? You can't have it both ways, Beatty. If you're not too self-conscious to waft around town in that outfit, then you're not too self-conscious to hear an opinion that isn't to your liking. I don't care what Tabitha says. It's not victim-blaming to advise a teenage girl not to flaunt herself half-naked in a pub full of older men, and the Gull is... She faltered, suddenly aware of the open mouths at so fierce an outburst, and Beatty pounced. It's what, Mum? Somewhere working-class people go. People who live in caravans. Don't be ridiculous, Amy said, flushing. Beatty tossed her pigtails over her shoulders and stuck out her jaw. They only live in caravans because we've bought their houses. There's not a single long-term rental on the market at the moment. Did you know that? Perry snorted. Don't tell me you've been drinking the NJFA Kool-Aid as well, Beatty. I thought you were one of the few who hadn't been woke-washed. Meaning what, Dad? Benedict protested. It's true, Beatty said. Robbie's mum died because she was rehoused in, a slum and got this chronic lung disease. Tabitha's fingers flew to her mouth. I didn't know that. That's terrible. Yes, it is, Perry conceded. But perhaps she should have sought accommodation in a different area instead. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It is not a birthright to live in the place you grew up. Millions of Londoners discover this every year, but they don't go around saber-rattling. Saber-rattling, Benedict said. Even his gentle eyes were flaming now. Come on, Dad. Don't be that guy. What guy? You know. No, I don't know, Perry said. The boomer who hates on everything his kids say. Like this guy I was just reading about who ran over his own daughter. They'd been arguing about climate change and he just lost it, mowed her down in their own drive as she tried to leave. He was a total denier, Tabitha confirmed. Charlotte scratched an itch on her calf, the skin grey with dust, and drained her glass of rosé. What happened? Amy asked. She died. He went to jail. At least he won't be in a position to observe the rising sea levels there, Perry said.
But only Huck and Julien laughed. No one beside them ate much either, and soon Beatty was hustling Benedict and Tabitha to depart.
"Benedict, will you make sure you get the girls home safely?"
Charlotte said.
"Of course,"
Benedict said. "That's okay with us, Linus, isn't it?" Amy said, as if presenting a compromise to a willful child. Her own explosion seemed to have subdued Linus's objections, however. It was the classic dual instinct of parenting. Never both scream.
"Back by 12, he told Beatty tersely, "or I'll come down and find you myself."
"Careful on the cliff steps in those shoes," Amy added. "Sorry about that," she said to Charlotte when they'd gone. "As you can see, clothes remain our Achilles' heel." Charlotte checked Perry was not in earshot. She could hear him asking Julien where his family stood on wealth tax. Would Julien even understand? His English was excellent. He even appeared to be fluent in the rapper speak or whatever it was that Huck sometimes deployed. "I was going to ask about that," Charlotte said. "Any news?" Amy splashed more rosé into their glasses. "Nada. But when we get back to London, I'm going to monitor her deliveries. She mentioned this website, a miss. So I thought if I can get a reference number, then I can contact the retailer and see whose name the account is registered under." This struck Charlotte as a rather slim lead. Hadn't Beatty claimed to buy things through a friend? Following the rule that the best lies contained a grain of truth, it was likely the items were being sent to someone else's address.
"I wish this not just for August stuff would calm down. Are you still going to the housing meeting on Tuesday? I thought I might come along as well. I overheard the woman who owns Housekeepers, Claire, I think she's called, telling the manager of Fleur that they're making some sort of announcement."
"Interesting. I wonder if it's—" Amy broke off at the sound of raised voices. Perry had moved away from the kids to harangue Linus, who was scraping the grill.
"I know it was you. I mean, who else could it have been?"
"Believe it or not," Linus said, matching his volume, "I have more important things to do with my time, like run a business."
"This might be about the speeding complaint," Charlotte said to Amy. "I told him not to say anything. He had a call from the police yesterday." She raised an eyebrow. "Seems they can find the time to investigate crime when it suits them."
"What happened? He didn't get points on his license?" Amy asked.
"No, they don't have cameras in the village, so it was just a warning following a verbal complaint. I assumed it was a local, but he's convinced it was Linus."
"Linus wouldn't do that," Amy said, and looked forlorn when her husband retreated indoors while Perry pulled a none too subtle "can we go now" face in Charlotte's direction. She thought about protesting that she'd just got a new drink, but remembered their agreement and put her glass down.
"Want to go down to the beach and play some beats?"
Huck said to Julien.
"Bussin',"
Julien said. They too got to their feet, and 2 minutes later, Amy had been abandoned, last seen decanting Charlotte's wine into her own glass.
"More important things to do, my arse,"
Perry said to Charlotte as they strolled back to Cliffview. Then, not liking her lack of agreement,
"What? It's not my fault he suffers from the disease that defines his generation."
Charlotte was puzzled.
"COVID?" "No, narcissism."
"Ah," she sighed.
"I agree he can be annoying, but he's our friend, Perry." "Friend?" Perry snorted. "He wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire."
Chapter 29. Tate. Fans whirred in all four corners of the community hall, but they might as well have had their plugs ripped from the sockets for all the difference it made. It was the midpoint of August, the hottest day of the summer so far, and his shift at the bar had been one long stream of requests for ice, plus 2 fainting episodes and a parade of the heat-struck past the bar to the first aid hut. It was going to be impossible to sleep in the caravan tonight, Ellie radiating heat beside him. He pictured himself lying on the grass outside, arms and legs flung out in a star. On the stage, purple upholstered seats awaited the rear ends of the council's housing committee. A screen had been rigged up, which suggested a presentation of some sort. Most likely, stats manipulated or even fabricated to make the housing situation look less dire than it was. On the floor, all the factions were well represented. The business community, including Gav, both NJFA and the Citizens Against the Elite crew, permanent residents, some homeowners, some renters. A fair few second homeowners too. It being August, they were mostly in town after all, but if Tate had to guess, he'd say they were rattled by the unprecedented season of activism, as Robbie put it. "They get it now," he'd crowed, high on the drama of his caravan stunt and the resulting front-page photo of his arrest in The Voice, followed by a rehash on Mail Online. "They finally get that this is more than just a group of resentful layabouts mouthing a few slogans. It's a fucking reckoning." What with his bar shifts and the need to stay put for his liaison with Beatty, Tate hadn't had a chance to go to Pine Ridge Road to witness the event in person, so his friend now pointed out a few of the disgruntled residents he'd tussled with on the day. The well-dressed busybody with the highlighted bob was from Cliff View, on Robbie's case from the moment of his arrival with questions and threats, but quick to duck out of sight when the news people came looking for quotes. According to Robbie, that stank of guilt. There'd been a husband as well, a right old ranter, but he'd only turned up after Robbie's arrest, so Robbie's uncle had had that particular pleasure when he'd gone to tow the caravan back. And the tall woman with the blonde hair and pinched expression was the mum of the hot girl they'd seen in the road that time, and who'd been drinking in the Gull with a posse of Londoners a few nights ago. He couldn't remember the girl's name. Could Tate? Tate pretended he couldn't. Also left unmentioned was that he and said hot girl had slipped off to the dunes for half an hour that night. When they'd got back, sand in their hair, some student bloke had been looking for her, but he was just a friend, she'd assured Tate. Not that he had any right to demand fidelity given his own situation. Though Ellie had not been working that night, she'd opted out of a session in the Gull, feeling a bit nauseous. Ditto tonight. At this rate, people were going to guess she was up the duff before they'd even made a decision about whether they were keeping it. What was he talking about? A decision had been made. Just not by him. Her instructions echoed in his ears. Talk to one of the counsellors and find out how long the Crowland waiting list is for couples expecting a baby. Also, when do you want to tell my parents? Your mum? As Robbie pressed the flesh with a few supporters, Tate watched in surprise and slight dread as Beatty's mum bore down on him, her manner a mix of indignation and apology. I just want to say, I know how passionately you feel, she began, and for an awful moment he thought she was talking about Beatty and him. But it was the issue that drew them all here this evening, of course. Idiot. You are part of the NJFA, aren't you? I do understand your plight, but there are other aspects to bear in mind. It's quite nuanced, all of this, you know. She had a pendant at her throat that said, Boss Mum, and Tate wondered if it had been a gift from Beatty. I mean, on paper it looks like we're snapping up all the best places, but that's not necessarily the case. The house we've bought was virtually condemned. I don't think any of you would have wanted to live in it if it was up for rent. I think we probably would, Tate thought, but he let her get it off her chest. He could see very little in her of Beatty, who must take after her father's side, but the accent was the same, even if the mum was very sincere, almost pleading, while Beatty had a too-cool-for-school drawl. School. He had not allowed himself to consider whether the schoolgirl factor was part of the attraction. On the one hand, he'd assumed she was older. On the other, She mentioned it a lot herself, and he'd responded, well, positively. Nothing weird, like her calling him sir or him threatening detention. Just a nice, erotic frisson. Plus, we had to spend a fortune on emergency wiring before it was even safe to set foot in there. Her mum continued, and he wondered what this earnest woman would say if she knew he had an arrangement to fuck her daughter in her new summer house. He'd snuck up yesterday during his break to christen the shed with a bed, as Beatty described it. She'd locked them in and joked about false imprisonment. And ploughing a lot of money into the refurb using local builders and craftsmen. She broke off, suddenly inspired to ask, where do you work? I'm trying to think how I know you. Is it the Needles?
The Beach Bar, but you're probably remembering me from the Needles restaurant a while back. You were telling your son not to get inked like me.
Oh, okay. I knew I recognised you. She flushed faintly. I'm Amy, by the way.
Tate.
He saw the recognition in her eyes. I think you might know my daughter, Beatty. I saw your name come up on her phone the other day.
What? Thank fuck Ellie wasn't here to hear this. Oh, right. Beatty. Yeah, I know her. Met her in the Gull with her friends.
That'll be Benedict and Tabitha, Amy said, as if they were normal, everyday names and not ridiculously posh. Tabitha's here, actually, talking to your friend. They had a good chat, apparently, when he was our temporary neighbour. She's very concerned about the housing issue. We all are, believe it or not. On this defensive note, she returned to her party, and moments later, Robbie slid into the seat next to him.
Uh-oh. See you got stuck with what's-her-face.
Did she have a moan about the caravan?
No, she was sympathetic. Says she understands our plight.
Robbie chuckled. It's a plight, all right. And sympathy gets us nowhere if people like her don't change their actions. Their entitlement. It always came back to that word, entitlement. Who was entitled to a life here, a home here? Who deserved it most? Robbie was right. Amy understood, but she didn't want to give up her house before or after the refurb by craftsmen, even if he was grateful for the shed with the bed. She's the worst kind of DFL, Robbie continued. Total hypocrite. Got a massive house in Dulwich.
How'd you know that?
Tate asked. I know a lot of stuff.
What else do you know?
I know how much they paid for the bungalow. 800 grand. Before they even do it up. And the London place must be worth a couple of million.
Sheesh.
They were fantastic, unreal, depressing amounts of money. For a moment, he felt like getting up and leaving this latest crap, waste of space showdown. But right then, the councillors trooped in, and one of them, a woman often wheeled out to reassure the have-nots that they took their concerns very seriously and were doing everything in their power to bring them into the haves' fold, thanked them all for coming along. An agenda was displayed on the screen, but they'd scarcely had a chance to scan it when Robbie sprang to his feet, arm raised. This was a strategy of his, to preempt the standard platitudes with a provocation of some sort. In light of recent protests and my own, how shall I put this, reacquaintance with the fuzz, there was a smattering of laughter at this. What new proposals does the housing department have to tackle the ongoing problem of rental shortages for local people? Something very unusual happened then. As they all engaged autopilot, expectant of the usual banalities, the woman didn't fob them off, but actually had some new information. I'm glad you asked, Robbie, because we're pleased to announce that we've just obtained planning permission to use the local authority land next to the caravan park for a new community of cosy cabins. This will be a groundbreaking development, in every sense of the word. Instantly, the atmosphere fired. What did she just say? What groundbreaking development? As the presentation began, Robbie sat back down, exchanging querying looks with Tate. What the fuck is a cosy cabin? He murmured. Well, for starters, it wasn't cosy cabin, but cozy cabin, as the first slide made clear. A stylish, affordable, sustainable solution to the housing crisis, apparently. These will not be offered on the open market, the councillor announced, but will be reserved for those either born in or who are long-term residents of Pine Ridge, with the rent capped at affordable levels. Sublets and holiday lets will be strictly forbidden. Computer-generated images were now shared. Exterior shots of sleek, minimalist accommodation, with the pines of the ridge standing guard behind, as well as interiors and floor plans. There was to be a mix of 1 beds for singles or couples and 2 beds for families. An email address was given for locals to register and start the application process. Tate whipped out his phone and made a note. Ellie would be all over this like a rash. By his side, Robbie was blindsided, which was a first, and it was left to others to lead the follow-up Q&A. When will the cabins be ready for people to move into? All going well, early next year. Modular micro-houses like these could be put up in a matter of weeks. How are the council going to pay for the scheme? Eco-grants would be applied for, plus funds borrowed and paid back after 2024, when Westminster allowed local councils to double the council tax of second homers, which was expected to be unanimously approved. Tate checked the DFL's reaction to this, expecting them to be up in arms at the notion of their council tax doubling. It was, after all, already several thousand a year on top of the tax on their principal residents. But they all looked okay with it, almost like they'd been expecting worse. The girl Beatty had come to the pub with, Tabitha, looked genuinely elated. In a brief lull, a voice from the back could be heard. A cut-glass, middle-aged voice, presumably commenting privately to one of her own kind. Brilliant. Lovely. Now can we get on with our holiday? Afterwards, in the Gull, everyone needed Robbie to tell them how they should be feeling about this unexpected new development. He stood in the bay window of the upstairs bar, the sunset orange and fiery behind him, lighting his pint like it was radioactive. Well, they kept that on the down low, he said, with grudging respect. Cosy is the word. Did you clock the floor plans? They're not a lot bigger than caravans, really. But it's a start. Yeah, it's got to be better than sofa surfing. I'm definitely getting my name down, Des said. No offence, Rio. Me as well, mate, Rio said. Hey, we might all be neighbours. Tate could just see it. A stylish, affordable, sustainable NJFA ghetto. So what? We've won then? He said. Do we shelve the rest of the campaign? No. Robbie didn't like that. That's exactly what they want. For all we know, this could be a sop to gag us for the rest of the summer while they all rake in the money from their tourist businesses. I mean, it's a bit of a coincidence there were no rumours or leaks, isn't it? It's come straight out of the blue. Almost like they pulled it together specially for this meeting, after all the amazing media we've been getting. Well, I hope it's true, Rio said. So do I. But, if anything, we need to ramp up the pressure to make sure it actually happens. What we don't want is them quietly dropping the whole thing once the Grockles have gone home. He had his ideas face on. What are you thinking, Rob? Des said. I'm thinking it might be time to break out the super sticker. Of all their fly-posting activities, the one that drove the council and property owners, everyone really, most out of their minds was the stickering, because Robbie had a contact who supplied them with heavy-duty adhesives, the kind you could only remove with power tools. I'm thinking there are already a fair few cosy cabins about the place, he added, his fingers twitching to make air quotes. We just haven't called them that.
Chapter 30. Perry. The mail on the Macefield Road doormat was supremely unwelcome, enough to make him regret this week's overnighter in town, if not quite to abort it. A parking ticket for the Astra, rather a reminder that one had not been paid, and the date suggested it had been incurred within days, if not hours, of Jordan having taken possession of the car. It came back to Perry with a cold, plunging feeling, the moment of indecision when he'd registered it online and dithered over whether to name Jordan as the keeper of the vehicle. He decided not to, and not only because he didn't have Jordan's details to hand. There was also the risk of Charlotte alighting on its existence somehow and explaining an extra car in his own name, purchased for Benedict as a student runaround perhaps, would be a whole lot simpler than explaining an extra car in a stranger's name. He leafed through the rest of the post. Bloody hell. Here was a second violation. This one was for driving in a bus lane and included photographic evidence. Definitely Jordan's Astra, alone in an empty bus lane as cars queued bumper to bumper in the correct lane beside it. The fool. 2 fines in the space of a week. If he meant to go on as he'd started, it would cost him $1,000 a month. And by him, he meant himself, of course, because it was obvious that he was going to have to settle these fines. Jordan didn't have a bean, and had already complained that the money he'd earned so far from his delivery gig had been swallowed, if not exceeded, by petrol costs. He'd had no idea fuel was so expensive. He wished he hadn't taken the car in the first place. 0 hours' work was a con. And, while he was at it, he hated Trev and the other tenants, and his room was too hot or too cold, and the water pressure in the shower was too weak or too strong. Of course, rather like the young people closer to Perry's home, he was never personally at fault, had no sense of accountability. Just handed his mistakes to the nearest grown-up to deal with. He would need to use his individual account to pay the fines, Perry thought, pocketing them. Charlotte checked the app for their joint account regularly and might question the payments. God, what if he started getting speeding tickets? That meant points on his license, or else denying he'd been the driver and declaring the person who had been. Did Jordan... Oh, fuck! Was he quite sure Jordan had organised insurance? It wasn't possible to raise the issue on arrival because Jordan had a preoccupation of his own. He shut the door behind Perry with a paranoid flourish, speaking in conspiratorial whispers. "Almost had a drink last night, didn't I?" "No. Why?" It transpired that a row had kicked off in the kitchen between Trev and Jordan over the use of the kettle. "I swear, I thought he was going to pour boiling water over me, put sugar in it and all, make that prison napalm stuff." "This isn't the Scrubs, Jordan." Perry noticed the dozen or so butts in the ashtray on the windowsill under the open sash, further evidence of his friend's agitation. Beyond, at the end of the garden, 2 residents sat on the only bench, vaping in silence. He pulled the curtain across, not wishing to be seen. "Anyway, he's all talk. The minute he assaulted you or anyone else, he'd be out on his ear. It's all in the code of conduct he signed when he took his room." Like Trev gave 2 hoots about the code of conduct, Perry sincerely hoped he wasn't monitoring his comings and goings, since the residents weren't supposed to have visitors stay over. "I keep telling you, just avoid him. He's looking for aggro, don't give it to him. Listen, Jaw, I don't wish to add to your woes." "What?" The way Jordan began scoffing, you'd think he was quoting Shakespeare. "But you've had 2 fines for the car. One's for going in a bus lane, and the other's a reminder for a parking ticket." "What?" Jordan was outraged, his pale skin colouring. "Did you not see it under your windscreen? A bright yellow plastic thing?" Jordan lowered his gaze. Yeah, maybe." "Well, where is it?" Perry said, exasperated. "You need to pay parking tickets straight away, or they double the charge." "How much?" 110 quid, plus 130 for the bus lane." "I haven't got that." Jordan looked sorry for himself, persecuted even. He was, Perry was finding, a person who took the weather personally. "It's okay, don't get upset. I'll pay it." "Great. Thanks, Pez. Just checking. You did get yourself insured, didn't you?" "Thought you put me on yours," Jordan said. "No! How can I do that? I have a wife, Jordan. We have a shared policy." "Why?" "Because we're married. That's what marriage is. Everything is shared." Jordan shook his head as if in ideological disagreement with this, which was fair enough given Perry's manifest penchant for secrecy. "How long are you down south for?" "Till after the bank holiday," Perry said vaguely. "You sleeping in that little house on the edge of the cliff?" No need to ask how he knew about the nook, because, yes, another regrettable mistake, Perry had taken him there. Twice, in fact. The first time, out of season, Charlotte had asked him to go down for janitorial duties, and he'd thought, why not take Jordan with him? It wasn't as if there'd be any neighbours around to see them. The leaking radiator he'd fabricated on his return accounted for the second trip. On both occasions, he'd been quite clear that it was a terrible idea, and yet, well, he'd lived his whole life succumbing to terrible ideas. On their first visit, they'd slept in the guest room. It overlooked the street, which seemed a shame when the other two bedrooms had such impressive sea views, and, he had to face it, he did want to impress Jordan. But he wasn't about to install him in the master bedroom or in Benedict's room, and so for their second stay, in June, they'd shacked up in the nook. It had been, he had to admit, pretty special. The murmur of the tide, the flutter of the sheer muslin drapes, the creak of timber and scent of seaweed and salt, like being adrift together on a boat. Of course, if Charlotte ever found out, she'd shove him off the cliff and happily do time for it. The nook, unlike the houses, the cars, the rest of it, was hers. "You'll sort out the insurance then, will you?" he said. "First thing?" "Course I will," Jordan said. "And no more fines, right? I mean it."
Chapter 31. Amy. Charlotte's rap at the kitchen door was uncharacteristically sharp, not to mention early. It was barely 8, and she was normally out walking Mango at this time. Amy supposed she must go out even earlier on weekends, when the battle for beach space started straight after breakfast. "Amy? Linus? You need to come and see this." She sounded quite distraught, Amy thought, which was also unlike her. Linus wasn't dressed, and so she went out alone. Charlotte was halfway back down the garden by then, and Amy soon saw where she was headed, and why. "I don't believe it." All 4 sides of the niche, plus the entire veranda, were covered in stickers. Big, garish yellow ones, with 2 words stamped in black capitals. "Third Home." A glance to the left revealed that the nook had suffered the same fate. The way the contrast quivered in the hazy morning light gave the sense of a gargantuan swarm of bees having descended and made it their home. "They've done it all the way up," Charlotte said. "Alison and Humphrey's shepherd's hut. Even Jerry and Leanne's old garden shed. I mean, how can that possibly offend them?" She was choking up, and Amy gave her a hug. Her own attachment to the weak old niche was strong enough, so she could only imagine how Charlotte must feel about the desecration of her long-standing beloved nook. Unsupported, she suspected, since Perry was in London again, for the 3rd time this trip, at Amy's count. "Oh!" Adrenaline seized her system as she remembered Beatty was inside the niche, and must also have been when the guerrilla attack took place, sleeping right through it. Unless... Images of abduction and assault flashed before her, and she thumped on the door. "Beatty? Beatty! Are you there?" Groans confirmed the girl was alive. "It's okay," Amy called. "Don't worry. Go back to sleep." "Third Home," Linus said from behind them. He peered closely at the lettering as if missing something. "I don't get it. Who did this?" "The same people you were all pally with when they broke in next door," Charlotte said coolly. "I thought you said that was all resolved," Linus said to Amy. "They're getting those micro-houses." "Which has obviously given them ideas," Charlotte said. "They want to make it clear it's not over, not until they have the keys in their hands. Maybe not even then. You know, I was just thinking when we arrived how stupid they were to miss a trick like this. They've never come the back way before," said the vicar to the tart, said Linus, who couldn't have expected a laugh, and didn't get one. Amy tried in vain to loosen the edge of a sticker with her thumbnail. A super-strength adhesive of some sort had been used. They were going to have to use a steamer and scraper to get these off, which meant a whole new paint job. "Should we call the police?" she said. "Already done," Charlotte said. When the officer arrived, a man-child who she'd put money on still living with his mum and having his washing done for him, Charlotte took charge, giving their names and leading the tour of the affected properties. "It's obviously linked with the news about the cosy cabins," she told him, meeting a blank look. "You do know about the council's new housing plan?" "Oh, be sure to catch up on it," he promised. "Well, you'll find it's just the latest in a long and exhausting month of abuse. I have a log if you'd like to see it." "A log of?" "All the incidents," Charlotte sighed. "The caravan squat next door you know about. That got dealt with reasonably quickly. There's also been graffiti on the wall, a petition set up on the beach that created a really intimidating atmosphere, and the business with the passata at the ferry. You definitely got called out to that. There have been eggs as well, if you're interested." Her voice had a new, tough edge, Amy thought. They'd made a mistake, the activists, targeting the Nook. It would be, for Charlotte, unforgivable. They returned to the niche. Out on the water, flat and glossy this morning, a chain of kayakers came gliding into view from the direction of Little Bay. At the same time, music drifted from the beach bar, where they always played 90s classics. Groove Armada, At the River. It felt surreal to be up here with the police while others frolicked. Disconnected. Derailed. "I really think you should be patrolling more visibly, Constable," Charlotte told the young officer, "before it turns violent." "What makes you think it would turn violent?" he asked. "Because that's the nature of escalation, isn't it? If you've damaged property, what's the next logical step? To damage people." In the space of an hour, they'd unearthed the electric steamer and cable extension and taken up Huck and Julien's offer to do the work for a not inconsiderable fee. What Julien's family would make of him spending his holiday in manual labour, Amy wasn't sure, but he seemed very keen to earn. "I really don't think we can let BT sleep down there anymore," she said to Linus when their daughter returned to the bungalow in a foul mood, far more indignant about being inconvenienced than about the criminal damage itself. Amy decided to delay breaking the news of a longer-term eviction. Linus had a presentation to work on, so she took her coffee round to Charlotte's, finding her on the kitchen terrace with her back to the garden and the acid yellow of the Nook. "I can't look at it, Amy. It's sacrilege." "The boys will be down in a few hours. The stickers are coming off quite quickly with the steamer. I'm worried about the glass. It's original and quite fragile." Charlotte poured coffee for them both from her blue Le Creuset pot, and Amy wondered fleetingly what colours she would choose if she were to get one. "Honestly, there's been so much hassle this summer. Is this how it's always going to be from now on? Is it—" She let Amy guess the rest. "Is it over? Are the good times gone? The glory days of herring down from the big city and doing whatever you liked in your little seaside playground, acting like you owned the place? Was it over, just as Amy had signed up?" "Have you told Perry?" she asked. "I'll wait till he's back," Charlotte said, which should have been an hour ago. There must be queues for the ferry. On cue, Mango's tail began whipping back and forth, signalling the arrival of the Range Rover out front. "Didn't she bark last night?" Amy said, when the activists were trespassing. "She's trained not to, at least not more than a single warning bark. We had a dog whisperer in when she was a puppy." Charlotte petted the animal, ruffling her chest and scratching her throat. "She might have, though, I don't know. I sleep so much better when Perry's away. Hello, darling." Perry appeared in front of them now, portly in shorts and an old-style cricket shirt, radiating bluster. "You won't believe what I've just seen. Tabitha, cuffed to the ferry chain like a fucking suffragette, up to her waist in water, holding a placard saying, and I quote, 'Sod off, second home scum.' We were held on the ferry for ages while they tried to get her and her comrades out of the way so we could dock." "I thought it was odd for her to make such an early start," Charlotte said. Perry threw up his hands. "Is that all you got to say? That it explains why she didn't get a lie-in? You're not appalled that she's down there spreading hate about us, her hosts? I thought the fuckers had been given homes now anyway. Shouldn't they be busy measuring up for curtains? Perry, they're not fuckers. And the cosy cabins aren't going to appear overnight, are they? There'll be a whole load of red tape before they go up. At least Benedict wasn't involved, Amy said, trying to be helpful, but Perry's scowl only intensified. Where is he? Still in bed, I think, Charlotte said. They watched as Perry marched back indoors, Mango bouncing at his heel, and shouted up the stairs, "Benedict, get out of bed and come down now!" He returned, followed a minute later by Benedict, in a pair of frayed jean shorts and nothing else. His skin was a patchwork of white and pink and brown, with a chain of insect bites up his left side, one of which he began to scratch. "What the actual fuck, Dad? I was asleep." "Did you know?" Perry demanded. "Know what?" "That your girlfriend is down at the ferry attacking second homers." He thrust the phone at Benedict like a dagger, and the boy took a step back before examining the image. "Oh. You did know?" "No. Well, she said she was going on a protest, but I didn't know what it was about." "There's only one thing people protest about in this place. She's joined not just for August, while staying here for August." Perry gave a bark of sardonic laughter. "Am I seriously the only one who appreciates the hypocrisy of that? Well, if she thinks she's going to spend the morning shouting about what cunts we are and then comes skipping back up for lunch, she's got another think coming." "Sorry, Amy," Charlotte said. "No worries," Amy said. "We're not in for lunch anyway," Benedict said mildly. "We've got plans." Neither he nor Charlotte was remotely flustered by Perry's outburst, Amy noticed. Her own heart was banging like a gong. "What the hell's happened here?" Perry said, catching sight of the nook. "Why is it yellow?" Charlotte got to her feet. "I've been trying to tell you, but you've had atrocities of your own to share. It's a sticker attack. It happened overnight." The four of them trooped down for an inspection. "Was this Tabitha as well?" Perry said. "There's no way it could be the work of one person," Charlotte reasoned. "And it's not just us. It's all up the road." "Huck and Julien have got the steamer out," Amy told him. "It seems to be doing the trick. As soon as they finish ours, they'll be down to do yours." Over his shoulder she spied Linus approaching from the footpath and slipped away to brief him. "Tabitha's on an NJFA protest. Perry's not happy." Behind her she could hear Charlotte appealing to Benedict. "You did say you might be going to Amsterdam, darling. Maybe today might be a good day? Or tomorrow?" "We actually thought we might stay on here," Benedict said. "The hotels are too expensive." "Unlike this hotel," Perry snapped. "This hotel is free." "Perry, it's his home," Charlotte said firmly. "You can stay," Perry told Benedict, "but not her. I want her out. Today. No arguments." "Oh, come on, Dad. Where's she meant to go?" "How about home? She's got plenty of options." "She can stay with us," Linus said, speaking for the first time, and the three Tuckers turned to him as one. "Linus," Amy said, but he just placed a hand on her back, as if to bring her into line. She could sense the exhilaration in him. "I mean it. If she wants to stay in Pine Ridge, we'll take her." Perry snorted. "You're welcome to her, mate." Linus ignored him, speaking directly to Benedict. "Just send her over when she gets back from her dissident activities." "Okay," Benedict said, glaring at his father. "I will." Amy followed Linus back to the bungalow and into the living room. She could hear Beatty in the bathroom talking in the warm, confiding way she reserved for her friends. "I know, he's such a legend." "Really? Tell her I'm not down with that as a concept." Either oblivious to or untroubled by the fireworks at the Tuckers. "Was that wise?" she said. "It was worth it to see that pompous bastard lose his mind," Linus said. "He'll see it as a betrayal." "A betrayal of what? The much-maligned League of Millionaire Holiday Homeowners?" Amy was at a loss. She was damned if she was going to support him on this, and yet, if she and Linus allowed themselves to be divided, they would never make this second home arrangement work. She had a sudden image of them giving up before they'd started, selling the place with planning permission, even the garage still intact, queuing for the ferry as the protesters celebrated. Why not have the girls stay anyway? Linus said. "She can go in the summer house with BT. You literally just said yourself she can't stay down there on her own. So this'll put your mind at ease. No one would mess with Tabitha. Plus, she seems to be operating as some sort of double agent, so that should protect us from being targeted in the future." All of this was true. The bathroom door opened and BT emerged in a striped crochet knit dress, another of her fake designer items that Amy had looked up online and identified as a beach brand sold in Selfridges for £325. "Mum, when are the boys going to be finished? I want to get back in as soon as possible." "Not on your own beats," Linus said. "It's not safe. You need a roommate." BT gave him her best death stare. "No way am I sharing with Huck." "Not Huck. Tabitha. She's just been thrown out by her hosts for sedition." "What even is that?" Not waiting for an answer, she demanded, "From when?" "From whenever she unchains herself from the ferry and makes her way home." BT turned to Amy for confirmation, eyebrows raised. "It's a good...
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence."
"Solution," Amy said. "We'll bring a camp bed down for her. It'll be fun, having a roomie." BT stopped just short of rolling her eyes. "You will explain to her about bolting yourself in at night, won't you?" Amy added.
Chapter 32. BT. The backpack was wedged into the small space between her proper bed and the new, uncomfortable-looking, portable one her mum had supplied. It had a funny smell, and she was a bit squeamish about smells, but the windows only opened a tiny crack, so she pushed open the door instead. Say if it's not okay, Tabitha said. Ben and I can go up to London or back to Bristol. No, it's fine. I actually think if you weren't here, they'd make me go back up and share with Huck, and I seriously don't want that. Huck and Julia had finished steaming off the stickers, taking most of the paint while they were at it, but her mum needed another trip to buy supplies before she could redo it. It's just... She faltered. They'd hung out a lot this trip, but she wasn't sure what Tabitha knew of her private exploits. I'm kind of expecting a friend this afternoon. When? Like half an hour. Thought you were looking good, girl. Tabitha stretched her arms above her head, steepling her index fingers. My shoulders are really sore. So, who is he then? He's called Tate, but... I know Tate, from the NJFA meetings. Oh, of course. This was why she'd been sent packing by the Tuckers. She'd signed up after going to the housing meeting earlier in the week and getting into a conversation with Robbie. It was pretty awesome, if a bit exhausting, the way she'd thrown herself into it. He's like a solid 9B. Wow, you kept that quiet. Because he's got a girlfriend. Remembering she'd heard her mother tell her father that the Tuckers thought Tabitha puritanical, Beatty added, You probably think it's really bad, don't you? Sneaking around behind her back. Tabitha's forehead crinkled. She might know. They could be polyamorous. Beatty wasn't clear exactly what this entailed, but she was fairly sure Tate was just cheating old style. Maybe. Have you ever seen her at the meetings? Ellie, she's called. I don't think so. Tate's always with Robbie, kind of like a deputy. They weren't at the ferry this morning. Maybe tired after this sticker thing in the night. It's quite hardcore doing this on top of their day jobs. They're total warriors, these guys. Super inspiring. She showed Beatty images of her and another activist in the water that morning, the car ferry hovering behind, heavy with dozens of vans and cars, as well as the local bus. Motorists had gathered at the rail with their phones raised. I felt bad about the bus, she said, but there's always collateral. Couldn't you have drowned, Beatty said, if you were, like, shackled to the chains? The lock had a safety catch, but the cops didn't know that. Anyway, listen, this shouldn't be for long, me bunking here. Ben says his dad will change his mind. You'd go back, Beatty said, surprised. What, you mean if he apologised? He doesn't need to apologise, Tabitha said, bouncing a little on her camp bed. She was always in motion, Beatty noticed, had an unusual amount of energy. These older people, it's hard for them to change their views. They grew up in the dark ages, I get that. Plus, he's got his addiction issues. They get these intense emotional states, people in recovery. They've been self-medicating, and then they have to deal with real feelings, you know? Ben says we can help ourselves from the fridge in the nook, by the way. Cool. This sounds bad, but I'd rather be in the nook, Beatty said. It's so much nicer, with the shower room and everything. I'll get Benedict to suggest to his mum that you can use it, Tabitha said. She's totally doting, completely worships him. She sprang up. Right, I'll get out of your way. We all need our conjugal visits, right? What's that? Beatty asked. You know, when prisoners get to see their wives or girlfriends. I don't think they do it in the UK, actually. Her new roommate hooked her ban bigots, not books tote over her arm. Our penal system's not as humane as it should be. Left alone, Beatty checked her phone again. 10 minutes till Tate had his break. The Wi-Fi was dodgy down here, so her daily gym theft search was painfully slow to bring up results. Expecting the usual stories from ages ago, when some guy in Manchester had had his Rolex stolen by his personal trainer, she was astonished when a BBC link came up from that morning, a video news feature entitled Gym Theft Victim Failed by Police. She played the video, her pulse tripping. A reporter introduced the story from a gym reception familiar to Beatty from a visit earlier in the summer.
This is the Westminster branch of Gym Lads, the preserve of the healthy and wealthy who've been rocked by the news of a brazen theft under their noses.
A woman in yoga clothes appeared, sitting in the gym cafe with a glass of green juice in front of her, people working out on the other side of the glass wall. As she spoke, a caption popped up. Amelie, theft victim.
I came back to the changing room after my Pilates class and I saw my locker was open. I knew I'd locked it properly, so I was really worried. I went through my stuff and I thought it was just my phone that had been taken, but then I realised it was my bank card as well. Obviously, I didn't have my phone to call the bank, but I was with a friend and I borrowed hers. And my bank told me there'd been all this spending in Harrods, literally while I was doing my fitness class. Clothes and shoes and sunglasses and makeup, plus they'd used my card at 2 cash points. I reported it to the police, but they said there's nothing they can do. It took ages for my bank to agree to a refund, and the whole thing has really affected my mental health.
The video cut to a police officer from the Met, whose face was as bland as his voice.
While we have huge sympathy for Amelie, the truth is, hundreds of people check in and out of big gym chains every day, and we have no way of identifying the thief or thieves on the evidence we have. What I will say is that it would be a very brave person who tried this again now their methods have been exposed by the media.
Now, a new face came on, a stressed-looking guy, captioned, Toby Minter, Action for Victims of Crime.
Sad to say, but this is a city where 80% of burglaries go completely unsolved. What we're seeing more and more is the police putting the onus on the victim to do better next time, rather than getting out there and catching these criminals. It's just not good enough.
The Met officer came back on.
Gym goers need to be aware of this scam and take measures to protect themselves. The main thing is to never leave your phone and your bank card together in your locker. If you must have both of these items with you when you visit the gym, try to keep them on your person while you work out.
Oh my days, Beatty thought. It really was game over. She inhaled sharply as the screen filled with the words, How the Gym Thief Steals Thousands in Minutes, before showing a bunch of women in a changing room.
Cameras are not allowed in changing rooms, which is why we filmed this on a set with actors, and partly explains how the thief has been able to get away with this crime.
Fascinated, she watched the reconstruction of how the criminal had perpetrated her theft, entering the gym through an open barrier, then sauntering into the changing room and eyeing the other women. The camera closed in on one wearing flashy jewellery and designer yoga gear, the victim-to-be. The method was pretty accurately portrayed, though once in possession of the phone and card, the thief was shown hiding in a toilet while she downloaded the banking app, which Beatty would never do. It was surreal that there was a news story about her. They'd interviewed people and hired actors and everything. She was like, what was that Netflix character? Lupin. That was it. The whole thing was terrifying and weirdly hot. When Tate arrived and started to make some comment about the scraped exterior of the niche, she bolted the door and jumped on him and wouldn't let him speak until they'd had sex. Fast and frantic and kind of feral, their best yet. You on whiz or something? He said, panting. Your heart's really racing. Just adrenaline, she said. Anything wrong? I'm fine. She loved how he didn't go on, just asked once and then accepted her answer. He took in the camp bed and rucksack. Who's in the extra berth? Tabitha. You know her. She stopped the ferry from docking this morning. The police were there and everything. Oh, yeah. I wasn't at that one, but I saw the video. She's a new recruit. Bit of a rebel. You all are, to be fair. All? Yeah, you posh uni girls. I'm not at uni yet. No, but you will be. Of course. She thought she caught a look of hurt and hurried to correct herself. Not that it's for everyone. What were you like at school? Pretty lazy. Tate raised a hand and ran his fingertips over the nearby wall, tracing the grooves in the timber with the same gentle precision he did when touching her. Robbie was the clever one, but I wasn't interested in academic stuff, and my mum didn't exactly crack the whip. Lucky you, Beatty said, pouting. My mum's a nightmare, obsessed with grades. She seems all right. Seems, yeah. Come on, I bet she just wants you to be happy. That's what they say, but what they mean is they want you to be happy with all A stars and an offer from Oxbridge. She nuzzled him. So go on, tell me. Tell you what? Duh, if you came up here in the dead of night and covered my bedroom in yellow stickers. He reached across her for his jeans, lying creased on the floor where he'd stepped out of them, and delved in the pockets. Peeled the back off a sticker and stuck it over her stomach. She cackled in delight. I knew it. Didn't last long, though, did they? Thought we might get a bit more mileage than that. Where did your mum even find the builders at the weekend? My brother and his friend did it. Sorry. Doesn't matter, we filmed it. He showed her the reel, featuring the niche, the nook, and a whole load of others around the village, soundtracked with Yellow Submarine and notching up likes in front of their eyes. The parentals are not going to like that. This is cute. She admired the childlike sketch of his face on his phone case, the scrawled words, Tate's first phone. My mate Des did it. Think you met him in the Gull. Works at Retro Studio in Poole. What's that? Tattoos. She stroked his left arm, with its cool lotus flower design, the ink vivid pink and blue. Did he do these? Most of them, yeah. You ever thought about getting inked? No, I hate pain, but my brother's desperate to get one. You think Des would do it? Has he got ID? No, but he's got cash. She smirked, thanks to your stickers. Checking the time, Tate wriggled to the edge of the bed and began dressing. I was a bit worried last night, actually, about waking you. Didn't want to scare you. I sleep really heavily, Beatty said. In London, I'm the only one in my house who doesn't wake up when the police helicopters are out. No guilty conscience, he said. I like that in a girl.
Chapter 33. Perry. You have to hand it to them, Charlotte said to him when Amy texted from the beach with news of a TV crew interviewing holidaymakers at the bar. Even the caravan stunt didn't get this much attention. They were reading in the snug. Well, Charlotte was. He was online, while Huck and the French boy cleansed the nook of its stickers for a frankly criminal rate of pay that had been shaken on before he'd had a chance to intervene. But they were too late. Being the most photogenic of Pine Ridge's summer houses, its image was all over social media, a symbol of the denounced elite, a laughingstock. The Nationals were starting to pick up the story too. The Guardian website had a piece called The Rise of the Third Home, illustrated with a close-up on the NJFA sticker and describing Robbie Jevons as a rock star of Zoomer activism, which made Perry's blood boil. Spiteful lines proliferated in the comments section.
Boomers have bled this country dry.
The evil rich are depriving the poor of basic shelter.
These privileged parasites should be forced to sell.
And so on. Meanwhile, Mail Online had tacked the new photos onto an existing story headlined Resentment on Sea, mainly about Devon and Cornwall, but again, Jevons got a name check. NJFA was reposting by the second, coyly fielding compliments without formally claiming responsibility, while the local police had issued some namby-pamby statement about taking criminal damage seriously. A well-known columnist posted,
Looking to talk to anyone down in Pine Ridge about this anti-holiday home vandalism? DM me. Hashtag Journo request.
Perry was tempted to get in touch. For fuck's sake, someone had to speak up for them, for their group, their generation. These young people were trying to silence them, intimidate them into thinking common sense was wicked, hard work and success a crime. What had Benedict said? Don't be that guy. The kind of guy who ran over members of his own family. Perry loved his son more than life itself, but he could be a patronising little fucker. Speaking of which, he just arrived in the room, ignoring Perry as he had done since yesterday's drama, and waggling the key to the moke at Charlotte. "OK, if we take the moke over to Sandbanks, Mum?" As if his girlfriend had not grievously insulted her hosts. "Not if we includes her," Perry growled, and Benedict tossed the key onto his lap with rare petulance. "Fine, we'll get the bus. Make sure you allow plenty of time. You might find you get held up at the ferry." Perry! Charlotte berated him and the boy flounced off. What? There's no way I'm indulging the little turncoat like nothing's happened. Turncoat? What kind of word is that? She closed her book and placed it on the sofa next to her. For heaven's sake, if you separate lovers, they'll only want to be together more. It's basic stuff. It's Shakespeare. Perry stared at her, not sure why the hairs on his arms were suddenly rising. Don't estrange yourself from your only child. This comes up all the time in agony columns. Richard Madeley had one in the Telegraph not long ago. Never ask your child to choose between you and their partner, because they will always choose their partner. Always. Be the man here and concede. She pulled her hero-teacher reasons with hopeless delinquent face. Really? We should be thanking Linus for taking Tabitha in. Otherwise, she and Benedict might be sleeping on the beach tonight. Hang on a minute, Perry said. They've both got family homes they could go to, plus their student rentals sitting empty over the summer. He brandished his phone with the Third Home Guardian headline. They're the ones with 3 homes, not us. Besides, we all know Linus only did what he did to spite me. Linus isn't the one who covered the nook in stickers, Charlotte pointed out, and nor is Tabitha, for that matter. You're right. Perry jumped to his feet and scooped up the key to the moke with a little flourish. I'm focusing on the wrong person. He sped up to the caravan park at the vehicle's top speed, scarcely braking as he drove down the central avenue. 5 miles per hour, was that even technically possible? And spraying gravel in his wake. A band of kids appeared, one with a dirt-spattered face like something out of Oliver Twist. "Looking for Robbie Jevons," he called to a bloke out on his deck, fag in hand. "Do you know him?" Stupid question, of course he did. Jevons was a rock star. "Think he just got back. Up with the Tourers. First right and follow it round." The Tourers were the ones on wheels in a section at the far end of the park and looked all the same to Perry. "Which one is Robbie's?" he called to the next person he saw, but before she could reply, a voice drifted from the opposite direction. "Over here, mate." It was Napoleon himself, in his mechanic's overalls, sitting under a torn awning at a crap little plastic table, smoking. Leaving the engine running, Perry jumped out and marched towards him, smacked him hard in the face. He'd been aiming for the nose, but got the side of the mouth, felt the sharp edge of a canine on his knuckles, the very pain he'd hoped to deliver, hot and acute at the point of contact, then spreading down his arm. It was the element of surprise, as much as the force of the blow, that gave him time to dance back and evade any reciprocal swing. "You fucking lunatic!" Robbie said in a thick, wet voice, and staggered to his feet. The plastic chair he'd been sitting in tipped to the ground behind him. The kids had caught up with Perry by now, and he noticed 2 of them holding up phones, a sight that characterized all of life's interactions these days. If it wasn't being filmed by a cretin, it wasn't actually happening. "Be my guest," he told them. "Take it to the police and they might finally do something about these people." As the kids began to chant the word grockle at him, more in excitement than menace, he slid back into the moke and put it into gear. "I like your getaway car," Robbie sneered, on the gravel now, spitting blood. "Very gangster." Perry gave him the finger and careered out of the park and onto the road without bothering to check for traffic. Put his foot down for a nihilistic rush. The act of violence had not satisfied him as he'd hoped. On the contrary, it had inflamed a greater need, the need to drink. 1 beer, that was all he wanted, 1 cold beer. He'd settle for pouring it over his face and lapping what he could of it like an animal. At the entrance to Pine Ridge Road, he was flagged down by a news reporter. Not some dick with a phone, but a real professional, with a camera guy standing by. The same crew that Amy had seen at the beach bar, perhaps. "Do you have a minute?" they asked him, all metropolitan charm. "It's about this stunt with the stickers." "Is that Cockney rhyming slang?" Perry said. And this time, when he came to a halt, he turned the engine off. At home, Charlotte had moved to the kitchen terrace, already on the rosé, a jumble of guidebooks and maps on the table in front of her. At the bottom of the garden, the boys were making good progress on the nook, now only a third yellow, 2/3 a distressed version of the original. "Looks like it's survived okay," Perry said, cracking open a Lucky Saint and sinking into the chair opposite her. "It's not too damaged, but it'll need to be primed before it rains. Where have you been, and what happened to your hand?" He ran the cold can across his inflamed knuckles. "I punched the bastard." "Linus?" "What? No, Robbie." Charlotte looked nonplussed. "Why?" "Why? Are you trying to gaslight me, Charlotte? Because it was a damn sight easier than going to Hobbycraft and buying enough stickers to cover his skanky little caravan. Because he fucking deserved it. Because someone needs to stand up to that tin-pot Arthur Scargill." Charlotte gave a dismissive sigh. "Is that what you called him? He's far too young to have heard of the miners' strike." "I don't care. I'm not tailoring my cultural references to his or any of these jumped-up babies. If you don't know who Arthur Scargill is, fucking read a history book." He was breathing heavily, lungs straining. Could see that Charlotte was growing concerned. She pulled the wine bottle out of the ice bucket, and there was a euphoric moment when he thought she was going to pass it to him. "Have a drink, darling. I always knew the time would come when it would be worth sacrificing a year's sobriety." But this was quickly dashed when she kept the bottle and slid the bucket across the table. "I suppose he had it coming," she said. "Thank you." He plunged his sore hand into the ice. "What are you doing with all these maps, anyway?" "Planning a day trip." She flashed him a smile, pantomime toothy, entirely artificial. "You know, like you're supposed to do when you're on holiday." "Ah," Perry said. "Is that what this is?"
Chapter 34. Robbie. Tuesday, 29th of August, 12:30 a.m. In the narrow zone between Old Beach Road and the dunes, the pines cast black stripes of shadow in the moonlight, an army stunned into silence. Beyond, there's activity, and hours after you'd expect the emergency services to have retreated for the night. Confirmation that it's real. This death. The southern half of the beach is taped off, and a police car parked across the main entrance. An ambulance idles close by. Through the gap, you can see that a white tent's been put up just beyond the water sports hut. Is the body in there, or have they already taken it away? Steeling themselves for the grim task of identification, of notifying loved ones and inflicting a lifetime's sorrow. Other than me, there are no civilians, no Gawkers or ghouls, yet. Everyone went home thinking this was just a salvage operation. They thought it was only property that got removed from the face of the earth, not a human life. It'll be different in the morning when word gets out, when the accusations start. Light from my phone torch catches Tate sitting at a picnic table on the far side of the car park, and I have a weird sentimental flashback to the pair of us at school. He always had the lonesome thing going on, the lost puppy the girls wanted to cuddle, and, later, to fuck. "Yo!" I scoot over to him. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" He doesn't reply. As I slide in next to him, he shrinks away, wiping at his face. The idiot's crying. Maybe we are back in primary school after all. Just for tonight. Something really bad's happened and we need our mummies to come and sort it out for us. It's not her, Tate. Who? You know who. Then, as the breeze drops and voices carry from the crime scene, "Please, tell me you haven't been over there, asking questions." He shakes his head. That's something, at least. I can already hear the questions. Why did you go down there in the middle of the night? Getting off on some sick power trip when you saw all the trouble you'd caused. There's a silence. "How do you know?" he says, eventually, and I show him the text exchange. "Just checking you're okay."
I'm fine, with Beatty.
Tabitha, half an hour ago, so whoever it is, it's not either of them. Tate's breathing slows a fraction. Ellie's gone back with Shannon. She doesn't know, does she? Don't think so. She seems to think something's wrong, though, I say. Something is wrong. He swings towards me then, as if in aggressive dispute, but when he speaks, his words are flat and defeated. She's pregnant. What? For a moment, I don't get it. Beatty? No, Ellie. Ah, which explains a lot. No need to ask how he feels because it's obvious he's not celebrating. What does she want to do? She wants to keep it. She wants me to want her to keep it. She wants to move into a shiny new cozy cabin, or whatever the fuck they're called, and live miserably ever after. Right. Okay. His stupid self-pity jars given the circumstances, and yet it kills me to see him so morose. An unwelcome thought strikes. The last time I had sex, there was no condom involved. Nothing. This could be me. Don't think about it. So, Beatty, what's the story there? Just a summer thing? His silence speaks volumes. Come on, Tate. How's that gonna work? I don't know. She'll be back at school next week. School? He needs to listen to himself. Then just be grateful you got away with it. You could have got into deep shit. A girl that age? She's 17, he says, all indignant. We've done nothing wrong. Legally? But that's not how her parents will see it, is it? Or Ellie, especially now. You need to forget about the whole thing. Seriously, we've got bigger issues here. I pause, breathe the night air, the usual aroma of brine, pine, and fried food mixed with diesel fumes. We both know why the police are going to focus on you. Tate glares at me. Fine. So I drove a tractor a couple of times one summer. It's not the same as a backhoe loader or whatever the fuck this is. Yeah, but there can't be that many people who've had that experience and belong to NJFA. You need to have your story all sorted. Let's go through. He cuts in. I don't need a story. I was working at the bar when it happened. Well, you weren't there when we left the beach. Can Gav or someone back that up? You were there at the exact time the house went over. Look, I didn't do it, he groans. That'll be a no then. I rub my eyes. You got any cigs on you? He chucks me his pack and I light up. Feel 10% better until I hear the suck of his breath, and I know it's coming. The damning detail I don't want to hear but need to know. The thing is, Rob, I was in it during my break. In what? The house! The summer house! You're not for real. And I remember now. When we were in the Gull, he said there was construction kit up there, at the old bungalow, I think. He knew which house it was, and he's been sitting on it all night. This is bad. Are they going to find his DNA in the debris? Will the seawater wash it away? No wonder he's been agonizing. He probably left the girl in there after shagging her. I can just picture him doing up his flies as he scurried back down the cliff steps. Don't mention that to the police, I instruct him. Make sure she doesn't either. Say you spent your break watching the band. I'll vouch for you. This should be the end of it, but he's moaning again, and I see there's more to come. What? I'm pretty sure I left my phone in there. Fuck. If the police find it, they'll start to build a case, look for connections, and the tractor thing will start to look like more than coincidence. But then I think back to the night of the stickers. Remember what Shannon said in the pub earlier. There were two right next to each other. Hang on, there's two summer houses at this end, aren't there? So maybe it was the other one and not hers. Your phone might still be where you left it. I toss my fag end, get to my feet. Come on, let's go and get it back. but before he joins me, he hunts down the cigarette end and grinds it out. "Don't want to start a fire," he says. "Too late for that, Tate. Way too late."
Chapter 35. Charlotte. Earlier in August. The moment she heard the note of menace in Benedict's voice, she knew the previous day's trip to Abbotsbury had been no more than that, a one-off interlude in a month of madness. A fleeting redressing of the balance between holiday and socio-political crisis.
"You need to see this video,"
he said within seconds of her returning to the house from walking Mango in the woods. Perry was still in bed, she deduced.
"Why do I get the feeling this isn't going to be husky puppies learning how to skateboard?" "Just watch,"
Benedict said. It was a current affairs feature. Of course it was. On the Sky News website, and opened with the usual sun-spangled shots of Old Beach, pedalo capers on ultramarine waters, ice cream dribbling down toddlers' chins, teenagers thumping a volleyball back and forth.
This is Pine Ridge on the south coast of England, an easy hop from the bustling city of Bournemouth. On the face of it, it's peaceful, even idyllic.
There was a shot of the beach bar, a member of staff bearing a tray of amber beers towards a group of attractive young people.
"Oh,"
she said,
"is that Beatty at the bar?" "Not that,"
Benedict said grimly.
"Just wait."
But these images are a far cry from the scenes that have unfolded over the summer. A war has broken out between locals and second homeowners, with a series of altercations taking place, notably at the ferry.
Mobile phone video played, showing the activists throwing their red gloop at 4x4s, followed by footage of Tabitha and her buddies at the ferry dock, hip deep in water.
Now, second homeowners have hit back, accusing locals of vandalism, criminal damage and abuse, which they claim has not been properly investigated by police.
She felt Benedict tense by her side as an all-too-familiar face now appeared on screen with the caption, "Perry Tucker, holiday homeowner." He was standing on the cliff path in front of Alison and Humphrey's shepherd's hut, which was plastered in those vile stickers, and squinting into the camera.
We've suffered in silence for long enough, and it's time to call this what it is. Discrimination. You could own 20 houses, and you should still be entitled to the same protection by the police as everyone else. Don't forget those of us with holiday homes pay council tax, soon to be doubled, by the way, to help subsidise community services. Locals claim they are second-class citizens, but I would argue it's the other way round. People like me, who work hard and have earned their time off, are being punished. We're being bullied and intimidated, and the police are doing sweet FA about it.
Charlotte sent Benedict an appalled look. It was not so much the sentiment that repelled as the tone. High-handed, almost to the point of imperious, choked with fury. How could he not have known he would come across exactly as the viewers would expect? Posh, rich, tone-deaf, ripe for the guillotine. When the hell had he done this? Obviously at some point after the sticker attack. At least he had not allowed the producer to use the nook as his backdrop. A clue lay in the way he'd tucked his right hand into the crook of his left elbow. Soon after he'd walloped Robbie Jevons. A talking head from the local police now appeared, his tone a good-tempered contrast to Perry's.
Inevitably you get more petty crime in beach resorts in high season when the population swells. Thefts, driving infractions, pub brawls, they all tend to increase at this time of year. But as far as the vandalism to property is concerned, the second home community should rest assured we are using all available manpower to investigate each and every complaint. The idea that one group will be treated differently is completely false.
The camera tracked two uniformed officers on Old Beach as they nodded benignly at holidaymakers and interacted with lifeguards.
There's a noticeable police presence in the village, and that will be stepped up further for the annual beach festival on Bank Holiday Monday. In the meantime, both groups insist they want to see a peaceful conclusion to this season of record temperatures and record crime.
Charlotte handed Benedict his phone.
Oh dear. Sorry to say this, but Dad's becoming a liability. That's what we think as well.
She assumed he meant Tabitha and him, possibly the Shaws too, since Tabitha now shared meals with them and must be privy to their views. She could only pray there was not some wider band of Perry detractors in Pine Ridge. She tackled him when Benedict left to meet Tabitha, joining him on the veranda of the Nook, where he was smoking a cigarette, a rarity these days, and often a sign of guilt, and gazing out to the trembling sea. It was the first time since the stickering that she'd chosen to sit here herself, unable to bear how denuded and forlorn the little house looked, fragments of scraped paint caught in the decking. She was not confident of success as she opened the conversation, not because of the repetitive nature of the game, another ill-advised reprisal, another confrontation, but because of what was different. There was a shift in the dynamic between them this time, a shift of a significance not seen since his drinking days. At the start of the trip, if he had said something inflammatory, she'd generally agreed with him. So united were they in their desire to conserve the status quo, so certain of its benefits, that Benedict had accused them of smuggery. But now she did not agree with Perry. Words had become acts, and acts could not be so easily forgotten, especially by the authorities.
This isn't The Voice, Perry. It's Sky News. It's national, maybe international. I'm aware of that, he said. You're on the police's radar now. And I wouldn't be surprised if Robbie Jevons has made a complaint against you as well. He won't.
Perry puffed on his cigarette, using his free hand to clear the smoke.
If anyone's on the police's radar, it's him. Plus there's the speeding thing. That's obviously been formally logged. I couldn't give a crap about that.
This, Charlotte thought, was part of the problem. He looked as if he couldn't give a crap about quite a few things, when he really ought to.
Perry, is there something going on with you I need to know about?
And all at once, even as she asked the question, the answer seemed obvious. Look at the trajectory of the evidence. It hadn't begun with demonic rage. Rather, the demonic rage had developed, alongside secret texts, urgent returns to town.
These trips back to London.
He had been 3 times in as many weeks, and always on the Friday. Previous volunteer shifts had not fallen neatly on the same day like this. This felt more like an official appointment.
You're not seeing a doctor, are you? I don't mean for the drinking.
Thanks to years of practice, she was attuned even to his thoughts of lapsing.
For something else?
Cancer would be her first guess, since it had claimed both his parents in their 60s.
Whatever it is, you don't need to go through it alone. I'm here.
Perry gave her a weary look.
I'm not ill, Charlotte.
What then? What's happened to you this summer?
Nothing. I'm just reacting to events.
But you're reacting with anger, punching locals, feuding with your own son, with our friends. There's barely anyone left you get on with.